Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire. It is a dark and stormy Halloween night. Thank you for joining us for the Halloween episode 2018. This is a pretty interesting episode on the true nature of the paranormal and the supernatural. From monsters to ghosts and demons and anything and everything in between. I will be delving into alternate theories, explaining it all. If you like the podcast, make sure you are subscribed and hit the bell notification to see when new podcasts are released. You can also donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. And of course, check out our social media sites as well. Halloween actually has its roots in Samhain, the festival, the Celtic festival. There's an interesting conspiracy theory about Halloween and the ancestral spirits that were once looked to with respect and for guidance, and that was all usurped, supposedly, by modern Christians who attributed evil characteristics to these spirits and started the modern tradition of Halloween, where these spirits are evil or scary and they need to be hid from. The conspiracy theory is as such: if all of these spirits are actually benevolent and have some kind of roots with our ancestors, and it could actually help us, then turning away from them, pretending they are all evil and bad, would get us farther from the truth of the true nature of reality and our existence here on Earth. This podcast isn't specifically about that, but it is about the true nature of the paranormal. One of the most interesting UFO researchers and paranormal researchers was Mr. John Keel. I cover him extensively in my Mothman series. If you haven't checked that out, you can check that out. It's an ongoing series, in depth, on the Mothman, not just of Point Pleasant, but that has been spotted all over the world throughout history. John Keel's theories center around folklore, and they intersect all aspects of the paranormal, including the Men in Black, which there are stories. They would just drive by a house, walk up, and ask for water. I mean, this is an old fairy tale trick that certain spirits, not necessarily malevolent, but mischievous, trickster-type spirits. Is that what aliens, ghosts, and monsters of all kind are rooted in? Simply mysterious spirits that are interdimensional, that choose paranormal entities to manifest as from the mind of the witnesses that encounter them. For example, in a lot of alien encounters or UFO crashes, the writing, the symbols on the UFO or artifacts from the UFO resemble ancient Greek or Chinese. Are these simply these folk-type spirits reaching into the mind of the witnesses and choosing from those mental fragments what to manifest? In a lot of these alien abduction stories, they have strange Greek names. Even the planets, not just the aliens. So what is really going on? John Keel believed you should study the witness just as much, if not more so, than the paranormal event that occurs. It is a view not usually held by most researchers who want to deal only in the facts and evidence and physical evidence at the scene of the encounter, which is all very important as well. But if the root cause of all of these paranormal or supernatural phenomena is an interdimensional entity or spirits that have always inhabited the earth. The question is mostly of motive. If this theory is true, as not only John Keel but other paranormal researchers have also speculated upon. When I first read of this theory, I was actually quite skeptical because it sounded a little ridiculous. But once you connect the dots throughout history, throughout all of folklore, and you see these repeating patterns, it is impossible, absolutely impossible, to not at least consider the possibility that there is more than meets the eye in all of these encounters. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that there aren't also cryptids or flesh and blood creatures like Bigfoot that exist. I actually go over quite a few cases of physical evidence regarding Bigfoot, including government admittance and special forces encounters. So you can check out the Bigfoot podcast series if you're interested in that. So that doesn't mean that there aren't also flesh and blood creatures that have nothing to do with the paranormal. They are simply undiscovered species. But that's not what this podcast is about. If you look at the parallels between even aliens and angels, demons, all of these, it would stand to reason that these trickster spirits, some of them could be malevolent, and some of them could actually be good and offer wisdom and guidance and good fortune. There would be a large assortment of these entities. But the bottom line is this: if they exist on overlapping or parallel planes or dimensions to our own, and they are simply bored, would they mess with humans out of simple boredom? We don't know. But it's just something to consider. What do humans do when they're bored? Do they mess with other animals? Sometimes, do we take insects, kill them, or just abduct them? Put them in a jar. You know, how many kids catch fireflies in the summer? They put them in they take them away, put them in a jar. Why do they do that? I mean, the root cause, obviously they're trying to have fun, but it's pretty much boredom. If they were preoccupied with something else much more interesting, it wouldn't even occur to them to do that. Or even scientists who they put chips in wolves and other animals, dolphins, whales, and they track their activities. Could be for the purpose of research, but again, if you have something so much better going on, you don't need to get a job as a researcher. The root cause could be boredom. Several philosophers have actually argued that all human progress is simply the result of boredom. Very interesting. Would other forms of intelligence or life operate similarly? Even if they're a lot more advanced, maybe 90% of them, maybe even 99% of these parallel dimension entities have something better to do. But 1% of them don't. And they mess with humans. Or, of course, if we take an even larger step back, if all of human existence is simply an experiment on Earth, some of the researchers could be bored. They poke and prod. They try to stimulate. They see reactions. But it is very interesting how a lot of paranormal encounters, if you believe in aliens and demons and you don't even know about the concept of aliens from other planets, what are you going to interpret a paranormal experience of a visitation? You'd call it an angel or a demon, probably. However, if you're in more modern times, or a god perhaps, if you're in modern times and you believe in aliens, or you've seen alien TV shows, or even if you haven't, you understand the concept of extraterrestrial life, and you go through some kind of a paranormal experience of a visitation, encounter, or abduction, your mind would associate that with extraterrestrial life. But what if the root cause of this experience is some kind of an interdimensional entity that is simply using information in your own brain to manifest? And that is very interesting indeed, isn't it? Alternate theories also speculate that there are microscopic bacteria or parasites that can infect the brain and cause these things. Now, here's the bridge to the paranormal. Obviously, if it's some kind of a brain parasite and you're having hallucinations, then no physical evidence should be left, whether it's a ghost, an alien, a demon, or some kind of a monster creature. But what if evidence is left? Now what? So we are bridging the gap into the realms of metaphysics, quantum physics, where your thoughts control reality itself. Now, any honest researcher of any subject will follow the evidence wherever it leads, will examine theories based on their own merit, and not discredit them on grounds of incredulity. And here on MindShock, we go deep, examining every aspect of every theory for validity. Does this theory have validity? John Keel studied the paranormal for the majority of his life, and these are things that he came to conclude. I'm not sure whether he believed them with 100% certainty, but he definitely entertained their viability. And I am doing so as well. I believe it is entirely possible, perhaps even plausible, that at least some of the supernatural or paranormal phenomena is caused by entities using information in the witnesses' minds for their own purposes known only to them, but it could be as simple as these tricksters, or tricksters in disguise, and the themes of the trickster, the devil, whatever, this trickster god, Loki, in every culture, every civilization, has a take on the entity of a trickster. Why is the question. There must have been something to lead to the formation of this trickster belief. Does that mean the trickster is actually evil? Or were these conflated ideas that just overlapped and found their way into modern interpretations? We don't know. But if these are simply bored entities messing with us, and we know that, if we know that, is there anything to fear? What's interesting is in the vast majority of paranormal cases and encounters do not result in death. What does that tell us? Even encounters with gigantic beasts, they usually do not end in death, unless it's important to actually examine the caveat there, which is, for example, missing 411 or children or adults who go missing every year. Since we don't know their fate, of course it's possible that a paranormal source or a paranormal entity could have caused their death, either directly or indirectly. But even if we look at ghosts, there's just so many cases where they just want to terrify the so-called victim or the observer, or the witness. Why don't they want to kill it? Or do they want to kill people and they simply can't because there's a limit of how they can cross dimensions or transcend the veil? We don't know. But interesting things to think about nonetheless. Especially creepy on a stormy Halloween night. I've examined many paranormal phenomena on the MindShock podcast. But even time travel, or interdimensional travel, or gateways, or Hollow Earth. I have a Hollow Earth podcast as well. If you haven't checked that out, check that out. I examine mythology and history and how it all converges on Hollow Earth. But if we look at interdimensional traveling either by accident or on purpose, either to the underworld or other mystical realms, Is this both a combination of there being ley lines or vortices where it is possible for any human being to travel between these dimensions? Or were these points artificially created by some of these entities just to cause mischief or engage in their trickster activities for their own amusement? Or darker still, we can delve into the theory that demonic entities or evil paranormal entities are kind of like spiritual parasites or spiritual vampires who engage in their activities simply to leech off the fear and negative energy or negative emotions they can bring out of their victims. So the goal wouldn't really be to kill the victim, because if humans are simply parasites for these paranormal or supernatural entities, it would be in their best interest to keep them alive as long as possible, perhaps at a mental institution. How many institutionalized patients are actually not insane, but experiencing a real paranormal or supernatural phenomena and react to it accordingly, like any sane person would? But it just looks completely insane to someone not experiencing this supernatural or paranormal activity. Those are all very mysterious questions that can be examined. There is a limit, however, since we are working with very finite information, and some of these concepts are not mainstream at all, and there are very few researchers looking into it. I, for one, always believe in looking at every angle of every theory, because if you don't know what the truth is, how do you know what it isn't? And when you can rule out what it isn't, you can be left with what it is, or what it could be. Or at least the possibility of what it could be. So in our darkest theory, if these supernatural or paranormal entities are simply parasites of some kind, then they want the negative energy. So if you have a strong soul, and some spiritual researchers believe this, that people with strong, so-called strong souls are basically impervious to supernatural activity. They will not see ghosts. They will not see demons. They will not be haunted, because these entities know that certain people have too strong a spirit to manipulate, and others do not, which bring us to even more questions on what causes one to have a so-called weakened soul. Is it simply existing on a lower vibrational state for most of your life? It is true that a lot of witnesses to the paranormal lead troubled lives. However, we must also acknowledge that some witnesses do not, and some witnesses have happy, normal lives as well. So it is not that simple of a question to rule out. Further still, I would be remiss not to mention ghouls. What is the source of the word ghoul? It is actually cool, K-H-U-L, cool. An Arabic root word, al-cool, which is also where the word alcohol is derived from. What is alcohol? Everyone is probably familiar with alcohol being called spirits. Why is alcohol called spirits? Very interesting. Is it because it weakens your soul or your spirit or your physical state in some way that allows you to be manipulated by spirits? Many religious teachings advocate not drinking alcohol ever. Why is that? If your body is mostly water and you ingest alcohol, it actually changes your physical state. It displaces water, which is needed for survival. Obviously now, in the era of modern science, it is known that alcohol kills brain cells, damages the liver, puts a strain on all of your systems in your body. It is not healthy to drink alcohol. Similar to smoking cigarettes, obviously smoking a tiny little bit 1 cig a week, 1 cig a month, not going to kill you. Probably not going to kill you. Same thing with alcohol. So-called moderation will not bring about devastating results. However, does it weaken the soul? It would be very interesting to see how many people who do not drink alcohol, who live very healthy lifestyles, how many of them encounter demons, aliens, or some of these other entities? I don't know. I am simply speculating and theorizing based on available information we have. We also know that alcoholics are terribly violent. Sometimes they can be described as they're being possessed by some kind of demonic entity. A lot of times parents kill their own children in an alcoholic stupor. It happens. People kill people when they're drunk. People get violently mad. They go into a rage when they're drunk, or they can't control their drinking. They get addicted to the alcohol. Why is that? Is it simply a physical addiction? Or are these spirits that are used to inhabiting this body simply calling for more? And they need that alcohol to possess their host. Not just alcohol, but certain other types of drugs as well. Does that all weaken the physical state, which allows other entities to manipulate your soul? Very, very creepy things to think about, especially on Halloween. But one more point with the alcohol. If the alcohol thins that barrier of protection to your soul from possession, what other things can do that? Some people believe astral projection or even meditation opens these gateways for these other entities to either possess or influence you in some way. And of course, logic states that those entities could be benevolent or malevolent. So we really don't know. Some of these spiritual encounters, could they be with good entities and not bad entities, or are all of these entities manipulative? Some strict Christian doctrines believe that all of this new age occult teaching is the work of the devil, and that it's all evil, and it's all straying from God. I'm not sure if that's true, since we don't know the real truth. If the Christian religion or some of these other strict religious doctrines, if they were created in conspiracy to deceive the common man from the real truth, then of course they would say that, would they not? However, if it is the real truth, and there were some true Gnostics, and Jesus Christ was one, or some of these other so-called prophets or enlightened teachers, maybe it is the truth. Maybe all you need is yourself, and any kind of tampering with other entities will not end well. We don't know. We just don't know. But it is advised, if you astral project, if you meditate, if you drink alcohol, or allow yourself to change your physical state by drugs or other means, it must be done with extreme caution. That much is agreed upon by all. So on a final note, in this Halloween episode, question everything. Living in a dogmatic state where you believe anything with 100% certainty opens the door for a lot of error. So what are these ghosts, demons, monsters? Are they parasites? Are they interdimensional beings manipulating your own mind, using the information in your own mind? It cannot be denied that cultural trends exist within the paranormal. There are also similarities across cultures. Very similar themes. Very similar monsters, whether we're talking vampires, whether we're talking ghosts, spirits of the undead. Are they really the undead? I've discussed this on the Ghost podcast. Some paranormal researchers theorize that all ghosts are simply demonic entities playing on the memories in your own mind, or using information that exists in the Akashic record, or the cosmic consciousness, or the record of the universe, whatever you want to call it. Every action, every event is recorded in every location on this plane of existence and possibly all planes of existence. Do these demonic entities have access to that information? And if so, could they artificially take the form of a previous human that did exist, wearing the clothes that they existed in that time period, just to mess with an observer's mind, without being that entity itself? So theoretically, they could also possess knowledge that that previous human being could have known to prove they were a ghost. For example, people that witness ghosts often speak of either words they say or actions they have done or what they're wearing that only the original human could have known. But if these demonic entities have access to this information, they could replicate that. Because witnesses also report that it was kind of like their relative or this person they have known, but something was off about them, either in their eyes or there was some giveaway that made them think it was not really the person. Now, this isn't in all cases, and of course, many witnesses just see the ghosts from a distance, so they would have no opportunity to examine this in this great depth. But in the cases where they do report that there's something off. Is that their own intuition telling them that this is really not the ghost of that person, but something else entirely? Something else feeding off their fear or negative energy. In some New Age occult circles, these entities are called archons, and they influence the human mind to act negatively, to experience negative emotions, to live in a state of fear and negativity. And the conspiracy theorists point to the entire world and the media system and the news system and all these institutions as being party to this archon conspiracy. I'm not sure I would go that far, but once again, if we don't know what the truth is, how do we know what it isn't? We can't rule anything out, and everything must be examined. But on the archon point, that would mean that all of these so-called evil people, we can mention the Illuminati, we can mention whatever cabals, Freemasons, whatever other organizations. Are they simply being influenced by archons into believing they're doing good while they're committing evil? That is a possibility. We don't know. But even trick or treat, trick or treat. What is the trick part of trick or treat trying to tell us? Is that phrase a remnant of the trickster mythology of these entities, of these folk spirits? Are they just interdimensional entities tricking people, sucking the energy from humans? Fear, negativity, or is it all just plain fun? Either way, stay safe out there this Halloween and have a good Samhain. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And on this podcast, we will be discussing analog versus digital in the world of gathering evidence on the paranormal or the supernatural. If you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you like our Facebook page. You can also check us out on Reddit, Patreon, and Twitter. So, we've actually touched upon this in our Bigfoot podcast as well as our Ghost Evidence podcasts. So, just a quick recap for this dedicated podcast on this specific subject that I find very intriguing and that I find is not getting enough attention because it could possibly adequately explain quite a bit of issues in capturing the paranormal. So when you're using older equipment or analog equipment that does not have any digital components, that does not have any kind of electromagnetic interference, If we live in an electric universe, as speculated by Nikola Tesla, who happens to hold quite a few patents, and whose inventions actually work, unlike one Albert Einstein, of which Einsteinian physics is kind of used as the house of cards basis for the current model of physics. If we're going with the electric universe theory, entities such as Bigfoot or Sasquatch or ghosts, monsters of certain kinds, if they're real, and if they are either interdimensional or part of certain, their makeup might not be the exact same type of flesh and blood creature that humans or most of the currently known animal kingdom is. Would it be possible to capture them on digital equipment if there's interference due to their very presence? For example, anybody who has a phone or a mic or a video camera, if you put it next to some kind of radio signal or some kind of an interfering frequency band, you'll see that there'll be issues. Whereas if you use an old 8mm camera or an old film camera, you're not going to get that interference. So, what do you think about that, Maxwell?
Well, I don't know much about. I don't know. I mean, I guess it has an effect, but I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it.
So you have no opinions at all on analog versus digital and why there aren't more photographs or videos of Bigfoot or ghosts in our modern age. Although what throws a wrench in this is that unless we're saying they're 100% of them are fake, which I suppose is a possibility as well, people do record ghosts and Bigfoot on their phones or video cameras. Usually it's horrible footage though. Is it a coincidence that some of the best ghost photographs, some of the best Bigfoot footage was the obviously the Patterson Gimlin video that we've discussed many times? And if you haven't checked out those podcasts, you can check out our Bigfoot podcast. MK Davis has restored the footage, and it looks pretty spectacular. Whereas digital equipment has not been able to capture anything substantial. So you have no thoughts at all on that?
Uh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to think of it. Uh, I I read somewhere that there was what do you call that when the ghosts go through like the radio frequency? I don't know. Um,
Or just ghost? You mean ghost recorders, like devices that record ghosts?
I don't know, something like that. And I don't know how this relates, but
It
yeah.
doesn't. It doesn't exact. I mean, obviously, there. Okay, so let me rephrase this. Do you think people would be able to capture video of ghosts or Bigfoot if they used old film cameras instead of digital video cameras? Do you know the difference between analog and digital?
Sort of. I mean,
Okay,
analog
so I
is
guess that's
analog.
the problem. So a
Yeah,
hundred years
like
ago,
digital is like ones and zeros and shit, and then fucking analog is like fucking I don't know, film or whatever. Like I don't
So
really
a
know.
hundred years ago, photos and video or film were captured on actual film that had to be developed by chemicals in a dark room. I mean, you're pretty old, Max. So I mean, as a veteran of both World War One and World War Two, you've never developed film in a dark room. You've never had one of those tourist vacation cameras that you had to go to take to a film development place. I mean, there's not too many of those around anymore, but you've never gotten film developed at a store. They used to have 24-hour
I've
like film development.
I've developed film myself because I took this photography class and all the
Okay,
chemicals
so
smelled and like
that's what
fucking
analog means.
yeah, I get it. And then digital is like all this computer ones and zeros and shit. And
It's just, yes, it's storing the data on a hard disk. Or we could say there were in DV digital video that was on a tape, but there were electronic and magnetic components. Whereas an old video camera, you're just putting film through a reel and being exposed to light, and then you're using chemicals or dyes in order to process it. So, so that's the difference between analog and digital. So the whole point of this podcast is if ghosts cause some kind of scrambling of electromagnetic frequencies that render digital equipment unable to record them, whereas an analog film process would not have that issue. Would we be seeing a lot more photos and videos of ghosts or monsters or demons or paranormal entities of any kind if analog film were being used? This is like the fourth time I've asked this question.
I see. I get it. Um, um, Maybe if that theory is correct, that they do jumble up all the digital, I guess, but I wouldn't know how to prove that or
Well, for
whatever.
example, again, if you take your phone, you know how if you're or even you did this when we were recording a podcast one time, when you had your phone connected to the internet too close to the microphone, there'd be a buzzing.
Okay.
Or if you have your charger plugged in when you have your auxiliary cord plugged in, there'll be like a static hum. You've never experienced any of that?
Oh, I have. I've
Okay, so the same thing happens with video equipment. Video equipment gets either static interference. Some what if it just if some kind of paranormal entity is so strong, or the energy frequency or bandwidth of it, it might shut down the equipment completely. I mean, it's kind of an ongoing joke on how the equipment always fails when the ghost hunters try to record the ghost. So I'm postulating that is that proof that it's all fake, or is it proof that it's real, that this entity is just the energy that this entity is emitting is causing that? So the inability to capture it on digital is proof of its existence as opposed to proof that it doesn't exist.
huh, that's interesting.
Yeah, we've discussed we've
Are
discussed
there
this
any
we've discussed this many times on many podcasts.
ghost hunters that decided to do film rather than digital?
I don't believe to my. I've looked it up a little bit. I don't. I mean, people have discussed this a little bit, but not too much. I believe they might have attempted to capture both at the same time, but nobody. I don't know of any full time researchers that have switched to film full time because it's more expensive. Especially if you're running trail cameras in the woods or you're running 24-hour video surveillance, the amount of film you would need is quite a bit. Whereas with digital, you could, it's just click, click, and hard drive storage or just memory cards, which you could just transfer to a hard drive and then record over again. So it's a lot less feasible to use film than video.
I see. And so there were more ghost and paranormal activity captured during the film era.
Well, so there's a lot more fakes now, obviously. So if we say, I mean, I don't know, some of the best evidence seems to have been captured on film, both of ghosts and Bigfoot. Some of the newer evidence, because it's so easy to Photoshop or edit video now, it's difficult to say. It's difficult to say. There's definitely a lot more fakes now, whereas it's also harder to fake them in bygone eras where you didn't have computers, so there it was much more limit. The faking was a lot more limited. So again, it's very difficult to say. But have you seen any video of Bigfoot as good as the Patterson Gimlin footage?
Um, uh, uh, that's not digital.
No, regard anything.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, there's one on YouTube that I saw. It was almost, yeah. So it was almost there. It was weird. It was like looking at like walking into the woods the way.
It was a new video or is it a really old video?
It was a new video. There's this the daughter of some camper. He was really private and he didn't want to release it, but she looked through the video and she saw the video and she published it on YouTube.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to check that out because I haven't seen that. But the only other thing I can
It
think
was
of,
really good. It's probably the best Bigfoot footage I've seen in a long time.
can you send it to me right now,
I have to look for it. I don't know. I forget what it was.
or do you have it in your history? How long ago did you watch it?
Like a month ago, or something. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to find it. It's pretty.
Was the video shot through trees?
No, it was like down a hill. It wasn't through trees. It was like I mean the Bigfoot was like I would say 100, 200 feet away. It was really good. It was really good. I mean, it was only for a few seconds, but it did. It was really good. It was like that most famous one.
Patterson Gimlin.
Yeah, like the body structure was kind of like that. The the movement was kind of like that. It didn't look human, but it was humanoid. Anyway, I
All right,
can't
but as
find it.
far as as far as ghosts go, like a lot of the modern footage, it just looks like it could be fake, right? It's not convincing.
Yeah,
Some of those older ghost photographs where they didn't have Photoshop, if it wasn't a double exposure or if it wasn't a previous imprint on the plate, so in certain cases they could prove that it was. In other cases, they can prove that it wasn't because the plate was brand new. And so, yeah, you have everything across the board. But in general, I don't think there was as much fakery in the past just because, it's kind of, you couldn't really, there was less ways to make money off of it, especially like 100 years ago. What are you going to do? And some of the cases, like our last Ghost Evidence podcast, in the case of Lord Cumbermere and the photo in the library, though the woman who took the photo didn't even want to go public with it. So it just seems like they weren't trying to fake as much back then as opposed to now. But anyway, the
so
point is,
there's less monetization opportunities in the
yes.
past
Well,
as in today. Like,
I think in previous eras there was more focus on integrity and character as well. So whereas nowadays any high school kid with absentee parents is going to be making fake footage online, where 100 years ago, you know a lot of the youth was held to quite more stringent behavioral standards. Again, I mean, obviously I'm generalizing. Obviously, there were troublemakers and hoaxers back then too. But in general, it just seems like it wasn't quite as prevalent as now.
yeah,
So I'm just providing food for thought here that the digital versus analog issue, that might be a very, very important key as to why we're not seeing smoking gun footage. Whereas the Patterson Gimlin film, I mean, that's pretty much as close to a smoking gun as Bigfoot research has ever got. And also with a lot of these old famous ghost photographs, some of the best ones are from long ago, not from the past couple years. Because once again, I mean, you can prove it was photoshopped in poor cases of Photoshop where you can separate the layers and you can see evidence of photoshopping. But a really, really good editing jobs, you might not really notice. And so you're kind of left to just speculate. Is it photoshopped? Is it not? I've seen weird anomalous footage from security cameras, supposedly ghosts or oddly moving objects. I don't know. It's weird. You also have to factor in frame rate. It's yeah, it's really weird, but I don't think that should be overlooked. I think it would definitely be interesting if more. Also, like, look at audio recordings. When audio recordings are made, especially over a great distance, that doesn't seem to matter if it's audio, if it's an analog or digital recording, if it's an old tape recording, or if it's recorded with a cell phone. Sound seems to be easier to record, both in the case of ghosts or Bigfoot or other paranormal activity. So that's interesting as well, right?
yeah, definitely.
So yeah, it's really, really bizarre. So with science in the current state that it is, it's mostly dogmatic, and also people kind of, the heavily indoctrinated and dogmatic ones, they're not willing to kind of look at science as, let's say, all of human known information is less than 1% of the total picture, much, much, much less. So if the universe really works in ways that we have no understanding of, how are we to say exactly what interdimensional entities could or couldn't do, or how they couldn't be captured? That's kind of weird, right?
Yeah,
Like who? Yeah. So depending on what wavelength they exist on and how they interact with light, a lot of these digital recording devices might simply not be able to capture them. The only and again, there could be many different entities, and certain entities might be able to be captured with digital technology, which is why there could be some evidence. But separating it out from the fake is always, it's always problematic. It's always problematic. You gotta examine each on a case by case basis. So going forward into the future, it does seem like it's too expensive to really switch to film full time, just because of how expensive film and developing film is. So, I mean, is that a convenient cop out?
um, like tapping out of the film.
Well, how expensive film is.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Like, I don't think anyone can do it. I mean, yeah, you'd have to be like a multi-millionaire to be able to produce and capture footage. I mean, you'd have to go through so much film because, I mean, like for example, if you're trying to capture Bigfoot footage in the forest, and you have to keep it running, that's a lot of film. That's like, and people have to change the film,
And then,
you
yeah,
know?
develop all of it and for ghosts. In
Yeah,
terms of
and
taking photos, though, I think it's a lot more reasonable. I think all of these paranormal researchers and Bigfoot hunters, I think they should also have a film camera handy because those aren't that expensive. And those aren't that expensive to develop either. So,
that's not bad. That's not bad. Just having just still photos, like film still photos, like
well, also to compare, because you can have your GoPro mount on your shoulder, and if you spot Bigfoot or whatnot, and you notice, you try to get a couple snaps off with your film camera too, and then compare because just to see. I mean, it'd just be very interesting. Same thing for ghost hunters. You can record digitally the entire hunt, and then you can, if you do happen to see something, you could, or just take random pictures with your camera every now and then, or when you hear a noise or whatnot, so then you could compare it. Because what would be really freaky and what would prove this theory is if you were recording with video cameras or your GoPro or whatnot, and at the same timestamp when there was a ghost, you're recording with your digital video, but when you take a photo with the film, if it comes out on film and it's not in the digital video, that would prove this theory.
yeah, yeah.
So I definitely think this needs a lot more attention because there's more going on here than we know, obviously. There's a lot more unknowns than knowns in the field of the paranormal. That's what makes it paranormal. So we'll see how it develops. We'll see if more people kind of get on board with this. And we'll probably try to, obviously, we'll be doing more guests on the podcast in the future. I actually know a ghost hunter who supposedly has uncovered quite a bit of evidence and he has it recorded. And I don't believe he's ever kind of looked at going into film or taking film, but he has gotten images and videos of ghosts on digital, which, if they're real, again, what does that
Has he
mean?
published it? Has he published them or?
I don't believe so, no.
Oh,
He's
damn.
an
That's
amateur and he kind of, well, amateur in terms of, I don't know if he gets paid to do it. He does it as a passion and he kind of does it almost for his own curiosity as opposed to try to make money off of it. So he's definitely credible in that respect because he's not trying to make money off of any of this.
okay.
He's just a curious guy, and he's always kind of been into paranormal research, specifically ghosts. He's not a Bigfoot hunter. He's all about ghosts, and he's been to some pretty famous locations. Gettysburg supposedly has a lot of ghosts. He's been there, and he's been to some historical colonial towns as well. And yeah, so definitely somebody like that would be in a bit more credible position as opposed to somebody constantly trying to publish and make money. But what's interesting is that the ghosts or paranormal activity that are captured on digital video, what does that mean? So, how many different types of ghosts are there, and do they exist in different dimensions where certain dimensions can be captured by digital video and other dimensions cannot and can only be captured on film? Would that explain everything? Not to fall once again into the black and white fallacy of thinking that nothing can be captured on digital.
Right. That's pretty interesting.
Did you get that?
Yeah, I got it.
So, do you think that could be true as well?
Yeah, that could be true. That digital photos and video are capturing things that film can't even do because they're entering different dimensions.
Yes. Another theory, we'd also have to discuss one more point that I find very, very interesting. So, we touched upon this in our Shadow People podcast. So if you haven't checked those out, make sure to check those out. Those are pretty creepy. The edge of the eye phenomena, where you can detect different wavelengths out of your periphery. So if you can detect ghosts or shadow people or interdimensional creatures out of your periphery, but you cannot see them dead on, what does that mean?
We can see interdimensionally in our periphery.
Yes. So what if digital or film or analog film? What if it captures the ghost, but the human eye can't discern it in the video? Like, let's say for the sake of argument, we can only see, I mean, we can see through the color spectrum.
That's pretty cool. I never thought of that. That's awesome. So we're like so when you watch digital video, we the image is actually there, but our eyes can't see it.
Correct.
That's interesting. So we should watch digital videos on our peripheral.
Well, no, maybe we can't see it out of a periphery either.
Huh.
I'm saying, what if the human eye is incapable? Well, we know the human eye is incapable of seeing certain wavelengths. You know, we have a finite amount of wavelengths that we can see with our eye and our brain to process in the spectrum of light. We talked about this with the shadow people too. They could be all around us right now. I mean, there could be demons or interdimensional creatures all around us right now, and we can't see them. So what if there's countless film? If that's true, then any kind of film or video, theoretically, it could be capturing it. We just can't see it. So we could look at a photograph and say, "Oh, there's no ghost there." But what if it's really there? What if in the future some kind of, you know how you could have infrared goggles? What if some other type of technology could be developed where if you wear certain glasses or goggles, you can see the entities and you could still see them on previously published media like films or photographs?
That's interesting.
Is that mind shocking, Maxwell?
Yeah.
So, yes, so those are just many, many of the theories we go over on Mind Shock, trying to examine all of them and see what could be possible, what could not be possible, in an attempt to discern the truth in the very, very mysterious nature of our reality. We hope you enjoyed another episode of the Mind Shock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit the like button and make sure to share it across social media platforms. And leave any questions, comments, requests, or thoughts at all in the comments section. Like our Facebook page, and you can also check us out on Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mind Shock. This is Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And today we are not just gonna go over ghost encounters. We are gonna go over the creepiest ghost hunter encounters with ghosts. So, obviously, everyday people have their encounters. Most people say that they are figments of their imagination or just people being spooked and mistaking things. However, what about professional ghost hunters, paranormal experts, or ghost busters? What about their creepiest, scariest, spookiest encounters? Maxwell, grab your nightlight and your teddy bear. This is going to be a very, very terrifying podcast. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Like our Facebook page and also check us out Reddit, Twitter, Patreon. So, Maxwell, what is your opinion of ghost hunters? People who professionally hunt ghosts, researchers who document hauntings and paranormal evidence of these hauntings.
I'm guessing their primary motivation was personal experience, probably like 95% of them. And they're just intrigued by the whole thing, and they want to solve the mystery, I guess.
Yeah, have you seen any of those ghost shows like on sci-fi or travel channels? There's quite a lot of ghost shows.
Yeah, I've come across a few of them. They're pretty interesting. You know, they go out there with audio recording equipment, video equipment, and some. Yeah,
What'd you think? Did any of the encounters seem legit, or does it mostly seem like it's just embellished? Whereas maybe there was a creepy noise, but then they overreact on purpose for the show, or maybe there was some kind of legitimate paranormal or supernatural activity, but they kind of blow it up to make it seem so much greater than it was for the end for the viewing audience.
yeah. Unfortunately, how TV uh works, um, they tend to they're under a lot of pressure to produce content that get views and attention. So they they tend to they tend to do things that uh, that get them those things to keep their jobs. So
You know what's funny? I think there might be some staging going on as well, whereas maybe producers or part of the crew might set up part of the other, a different part of the crew with kind of ghost scares or like strings on a chair or maybe things like that where they can fake incidents, but the reactions will be real because they're not going to let everybody know about it. Do you think stuff like that goes on?
oh yeah, definitely,
If
most
I were
definitely.
a ghost show producer who was only interested in ratings and money, I'd probably, I guess I'd pull some stuff like that. But that makes the show worse because if there are legitimate incidents, then they're overshadowed by all the fakery and embellishment. So that's kind of a shame where there needs to be, I guess there should be a differentiation between shows that are like 100% legit and then entertainment type shows. Because every now and then there will be documentaries or podcasts where it seems like the researchers are dead serious and they even document, and some of their documented video evidence, there really is nothing going on, and they might say, "Oh, I felt the chill," or "This meter said this," even though I don't see anything. So I'm not sure if that was a ghost or if that's just nothing. See, that seems a little bit more legitimate. I don't know, but of course, it's more boring. So, anyway, let's get into encounters that paranormal experts and ghost hunters have had themselves. So some of these were not on the job, which is pretty interesting. So I have compiled the greatest compendium of encounters by ghost hunters. For the first one, we will go to the Huffington Post. This is an article posted in 2014 by John D. Mims, author of The Tesla Gate. Anyone who has done paranormal research knows that investigations are typically hours of boredom intermingled with a few minutes of excitement. Most of the excitement is due to prosaic reasons, a breeze or creaky floorboards. But some of the time it is not. Those unusual incidents are the ones that keep investigators going. I have experienced some incredible things on investigations and have been with others who have. When it happens, it definitely changes your perspective on life in a hurry. My new science fiction novel, The Tesla Gate, deals with what might happen if ghosts were suddenly among us in huge numbers. And I had no shortage of creepy experiences to draw on. These are the scariest moments of my career. Number one, a father's voice. Of my personal experiences, I will save the best for last. I will start with EVPs, which are electronic voice phenomenons. You familiar with that, Maxwell? That's probably like a staple of the ghost hunting enterprise.
I'm not familiar with the technicalities, but I know that they carry around audio equipment.
These are recordings that collect ambient noise in the room during an investigation, or they can be interactive. The investigators will ask questions to an alleged entity. Usually, nothing out of the ordinary is sensed by those present during the recording session. But when the recording is played back and analyzed, well, it can make your hair stand on end. I have recorded several incredible examples over the years, but there are three that really stick out. First, we did an investigation at a home where an old man had died of lung cancer just months earlier. The house still reeked of cigarettes and death. One of the investigators asked if he was mad and wanted us to leave. The response was picked up on the recording was a very angry and raspy yes. The homeowner, who was the deceased man's daughter, broke down in tears when she heard the recording and identified it as her father's voice. So what do you think of that one, Maxwell?
That's kind of messed up. I mean,
If there's multiple witnesses and nobody's faking unless they smuggled some guy in there with a raspy voice to yell out yes when they did the reading or when they were doing the EVP. I guess that's possible. It's kind of weird though with all these black and white fallacies. It's like if some of them are faked, then some people think they're all faked. So that's obviously logically fallacious. Not that it's weird. No further thoughts on that one, Maxwell? Because the daughter's there with them. She broke down in tears. Huh.
I don't know. Sometimes it could have been, or it could have been that she's in in an environment where she's vulnerable to be looking for that kind of thing, like her father's voice.
2. The Jovial Ghost. In 2010, we investigated a 120-year-old home that now houses a museum. The original owner of the home died in the 1930s. He was well known in the community and famous for his jovial and boisterous laughter. During an EVP session, someone asked if he liked to laugh. On the recording, we picked up a loud belly laugh from a man. I was the only male present in the house at the time. What do you think about that one?
I'm the only what at the time?
Male. So apparently there were only women with him when they were doing this EVP session. So this is the ghost hunter. He's there doing the session and so one of the other people asked, so it wasn't him. So this is John D. Mims. He's doing an EVP session with other females.
Yeah,
One-
yeah, I get it. I get
Yeah.
it. Go on.
Yeah, one of the females asked the ghost if he liked to laugh, and there was a loud belly laugh from a man. And Mims was the only male there.
That's cool.
What do you think?
That's awesome.
Yeah, you know what gets me? It's like there's multiple people around. It's like, are they all hallucinating? Are they all in on faking it? It's like, what's the justification for the people who think this is all fake 100% of the time, under no circumstances or anything real in ghost hunting? So they would have to all be in on it, right? Or someone hid in the house somehow, or they had some kind of device. I don't know. Like, what do you think? Did they fake it, or is it real?
I don't know.
Is that all you got?
Well, there's women, there's dude, there's a belly laugh, and I don't know what else to say.
What do you think about it? Legitimate ghost or not?
No ghost?
Not a ghost? So what was it?
Not a ghost.
It was not a ghost?
Not a ghost.
So who was it laughing on the
I have no
recording?
idea. I have no idea. Someone just walked in trying to pull a prank or something.
But if there wasn't anybody there,
Yeah, but how do we know that?
we don't. I'm saying if there was nobody there. Yeah, if someone snuck well, it was on the recording. So during the recording they didn't hear it. So you're saying someone just happened to laugh at that time, because wouldn't they have heard it if they were all in the room and someone was really there? So that means someone would have either edited the recording after the fact without telling them. So that's your theory?
Oh wait, so I'm misunderstanding this.
So EVPs, so most of the time, EVPs, you cannot hear the ghost's response with your own ears. When you listen to the recording after the fact, you can boost the audio, whatever. After the fact is usually when things are picked up, or responses, moans, things that were not necessarily heard in the room during the ghost hunt.
They would just have to play the audio right away, right live, almost live TV, to get some credence.
Yeah. Okay, number 3, still singing. Probably the most incredible EVP recording I've heard occurred at a tuberculosis sanitarium. Wow, that sounds creepy. There is a particular hallway where people have had experiences with a little girl. Hospital records from the abandoned sanitarium are sketchy at best, but it is believed that a little girl and her mother died there sometime in the 1940s. We had just finished an EVP session and were packing our equipment to move on to another section. I left my recorder running on a wooden platform as we packed away cameras and other equipment. When I went back and listened to my recorder the next day, my jaw practically dropped to the floor. As we were quietly talking amongst ourselves about the equipment, a little girl can clearly be heard singing, the volume going up and down as if she were moving around. Finally, just a few seconds before I shut down my recording to move on, she can be heard a short distance down the hall in a sing-song voice saying, "I'm down in this room." What do you think? That's pretty weird.
Yeah, I missed the last part.
What part did you get up to?
They played the audio. She started laughing, and then I forgot the rest.
Laughing. That was the previous case.
Oh, was this a new case?
This is another EVP recording at a tuberculosis sanitarium.
Oh yeah. It's kind of weird.
What did you get up to on this one?
The tuberculosis.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
So you completely blacked out for the rest of it?
Yeah.
So they finished an EVP session. They were packing up equipment. So he left the recorder running while they were packing up the equipment. The next day, he's listening to the EVP recording, and a little girl can clearly be heard singing, the volume going up and down as if she were moving around. Finally, just a few seconds before I shut down my recorder to move on, she can be heard a short distance down the hall in a sing-song voice saying, "I'm down in this room."
That's kind of creepy as hell.
Yeah, so she's just walking around singing, and then she's telling them where she is, as if she wants them to come visit her, or what? I don't know. That's unsettling, to say the least. So what do you think? You think all these guys are lying about these recordings, and they just fake them?
I don't know. They're probably all real, and they're freaking some weird fucking entities are singing and shit.
I don't know if I'd go. I would say at least a certain percentage of them have to be fake. I've heard a bunch of them, and it's really hard to make things out. So I'm not saying it's tough because in some of them you can hear that it's clearly a voice. In other ones, it sounds like it could just be wind bouncing off of walls or some kind of air moving through ducts or just bizarre things like that. Except in cases where there's no wind at all on a deadly still night. I mean, there's exceptions where you're like, okay, well, that's weird. That can't happen. So there's definitely anomalies. But yeah, I don't know. If I had to put a percentage, I mean, even saying 1% of the EVP recordings out of all the thousands of recordings, if not tens of thousands, are out there are legit, that's still a lot. Even 0.1% is, I mean, that would be a bit. That would be a bit. Okay, number 4, come join us. While EVP recordings are fascinating and probably the best evidence collected for paranormal phenomenon, they do not compare to personal experiences. Very rarely does anyone ever see anything, but hearing and feeling are both every bit as, if not more, terrifying. I have heard plenty with my naked ear, and I think all of those incidents occurred at the tuberculosis sanatorium. The building is 6 stories high, including the basement, and longer than a football field. At the end of one investigation, I and another investigator went to the upper stories to collect our stationary night vision cameras. Everyone remained on the first floor packing away other equipment. When we reached the 5th floor, we made our way to where the cameras were, and just before we got there, we both froze. There was suddenly a conversation going on around us as if we were surrounded by people, but we were the only ones on the floor. Even though we couldn't make out what they were saying, we definitely heard human voices. What do you think about that?
That's creepy as hell.
Can you imagine you're just walking around collecting cameras, and then all of a sudden there's just a whole bunch of voices around you as if there's people walking and talking around you? That's bizarre. I've actually never heard of one. I've never heard of an encounter quite like that one because that's almost even creepier than just one voice, right?
Yeah, that's like,
Because it's almost like you're surrounded. That must be really, really creepy.
yeah.
Any other comments, Maxwell?
Well, I'm thinking about how creepy that thing is, and it's like kind of I don't want to experience that.
Yeah, it's very,
I
very
like
unsettling.
I like my silence. I like hearing the fucking birds and shit.
Well, a lot of times in paranormal situations, all of the bird and animal noise completely stops and it's dead silent, as if they know that there's something weird around and they want no part of it.
That's messed up.
Well, you know about that, right? That's like in every single horror movie. And
I
most
actually,
and
I actually don't. Like, I didn't know that.
it's kind of like it's almost cliche where, the birds stop, the all animal noise ceases, and there's just nothingness. I mean, that's in horror novels, horror movies. It's quite common.
Well, I've seen that. I've seen. I think you're right, but I haven't. I don't know. Maybe it happens so much that I don't notice it. I don't know.
All right, number 5, all alone. On one trip to the tuberculosis sanatorium, I stayed with the equipment on the first floor while everyone went upstairs to inspect the building. About 10 minutes after they left, I heard the most miserable and terrifying moaning I had ever heard in my life coming from the hall. It sounded like a woman in severe pain. I quickly checked the hallway, and of course, no one was there. But that was not the first time I had heard the woman's cries of agony. I had heard her on a previous investigation, but that had been a brief experience while several other people were in the building. The second time left no doubt about what I heard. The room used to have the ghastly purpose of performing experiments on tuberculosis patients. Yeah, some of those old historical accounts of hospitals, especially mental hospitals, where they do experiments on people, because I guess if they think they're crazy or if they have some kind of disease like tuberculosis, that somehow it's okay to do experiments on them, that's really messed up. Some dark history. Dark, dark history.
That's actually kind of cliche too in the horror films,
Yeah,
where they
yeah.
experiment with people and they're all tortured and traumatized and
Yeah, that's a lot of negative energy. Would you be going back to this tuberculosis sanatorium? If all these things are happening, why would you go there? I mean, I guess if you're a ghost hunter, that's your thing. But would you want to go there?
now just I'd stay in somewhere else.
I mean, I guess you could make the argument for going once just to kind of get the experience. But if there's all this creepy stuff going on, I don't know. Would you keep coming back? It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Number 6, go away. There have been times when we've actually had to halt investigations for safety reasons. I kid you not. I was at an investigation in October of 2009 at an old bed and breakfast in Hot Springs, and one of the women in our group suddenly got unexplained scratch marks on her back. 5 perfect lines appeared like they had been cut from 5 sharp fingernails on an invisible hand. We helped her dress the wound and then immediately left. And I'm not sure if you know this, Maxwell, but this is quite common in ghost hunting. There'll be scratches or bruises or red marks or indents on people where a ghost attacked. Now, this is quite bizarre because depending on which theory of ghosts within the paranormal and the occult you believe in, there are some theories that ghosts cannot actually physically touch you or harm you. But yet, experiences like these, they keep coming up. Cases where ghosts have actually left marks on people.
That's pretty crazy.
You've never heard of that before?
No, but I think I've seen it in a couple of films.
So, what do you think? I mean, we're talking ghost hunters getting spooked, just getting really, really spooked, and then just leaving the location immediately. I mean, it's kind of weird. I mean, if that was an open bed and breakfast that just continues doing business, it's just it's weird. Do you want to go check that bed and breakfast out, Maxwell? We'll do a live podcast from the bed and breakfast.
Nah, I'm good.
You're good. You're good with your nightlight and your teddy bear at your house.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about yeah, that has a cool cinematic effect like you know how in films they wake up, they think they're dreaming, and then or they wake up, they think they're dreaming, and then there's a handprint on
Yeah,
their
very creepy.
like
Very
yeah,
creepy. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of alien abduction scenarios like that as well, where they dream they're abducted by aliens and they wake up and they have marks on, like strange marks on them. Yeah, bizarre stuff. Number seven, probably the most amazing thing that happened to me. I was leading a visiting TAPS, the Atlantic Paranormal Society of Ghost Hunters and Ghost Hunters International group from Texas, on an investigation in the tuberculosis sanatorium. I was grabbed by my elbow and jerked backward by something unseen. And that is no easy task considering I'm a fairly big guy. Afterward, it felt like my elbow had been submerged in ice water. When my elbow was examined by the thermal camera, it was indeed 15 degrees colder than the rest of my arm. It was a very interesting and chilling experience, no pun intended. So, this one's interesting because they have their thermal cameras, very good tool. The thermal camera is showing the place where he got grabbed 15 degrees colder. How do you explain that one, Maxwell?
I don't know, but wait, what happens at 15 degrees lower?
I just said it. He got grabbed by the arm, and it felt like his elbow had been submerged in ice water. They put the thermal camera on his arm, and it was 15 degrees colder in the spot where he got grabbed by the elbow.
Are these filmed?
I'm not sure. This is his account. I'm assuming some of them have to be on film because he has to be able to back up what he says. But these were his accounts. So if that's legitimate, how do you explain that?
I can't.
See, if it was like 5 degrees, would be like, well, 5 degrees, that's not much. 10 degrees is kind of a lot. 15 degrees, that's a whole lot. Like if you put an ice cube, if you like put ice on your arm, it would take a little bit of time for the temperature to come down in the spot where the ice is touching. If he just got touched really briefly, he got grabbed by his elbow and jerked backward. And he says he's a very big guy. So for someone to jerk him that quickly and hard, I mean that must have taken what, 1 or 2 seconds? And then it took him another however many seconds to get the thermal camera on it. So it probably was even colder in the seconds between the amount of time it took him to get the thermal camera on there. 15 degrees is a lot. So if, yeah, I mean, average body temperature, 98 and change. So his arm would be 15 degrees colder. I mean, we're looking at the low 80s in temperature versus the high 90s in just the spot where he was grabbed. So it's not his whole arm. No thoughts at all, Maxwell.
Yeah, I don't know about how to explain that. I mean,
Your
yeah, I don't know.
thoughts don't necessarily have to be explanatory. Well, like, what are you thinking about the incident? That's bizarre, right? He's it's mind shocking, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how far self-hypnosis can bring you to drop parts of your body into that lower temperatures.
But it's not just that; it's being jerked almost off his feet.
I'm hoping there's video evidence of this.
Well, whether there is or there isn't, if this actually happened, we're discussing if it happened. He stated afterwards, "Was I scared from any of these instances? I can definitely say they were fascinating. There's no doubt in my mind that there are things that go bump in the night. Sometimes you set out to find them, sometimes they find you."
That's cool.
Yeah, so those were incidents from John Mims. Moving on, Reader's Digest actually had a really nice write up by Taylor Markarian. The spookiest things ghost hunters have seen on the job. These spine chilling stories from real life ghost hunters will have you hiding under your covers. Strangled in a church. One of the first investigations Greg Newkirk, a professional paranormal investigator, ever did still haunts him today. I had taken a documentary film director to an abandoned church long rumored to be haunted, he says. We'd only been in the building for half an hour before a loud knocking drew our attention to the church's 10-foot tall pulpit. For 5 minutes, we watched a thick forest green fog manifest on the pulpit's spiral staircase before it slowly crept toward us. So, what would you do, Maxwell? You're standing in a church, and then a thick green fog just suddenly manifests and starts moving towards you slowly.
I would freak out.
Would you just get out of there? Or would you stay and get footage?
I would leave the camera behind and maybe come back to it next time,
Oh, that's not a bad idea, yeah.
or assign someone else, maybe someone you
So,
don't.
so they stood there for 5 minutes straight watching the fog manifest and slowly creep. That's when all of a sudden, the director Newkirk had brought with him began to frantically gasp for air as if he were choking. Sure enough, he had two bright red handprints wrapped around his throat. They looked like burns. What do you got, Maxwell? Not only do all these people. So he's got this. Actually, it's unclear whether the director has his crew with him at the time or if they're just scouting locations. So, but yeah, the director starts getting choked, and there's red handprints around his throat. How do you explain that, Maxwell? Explanations, thoughts, ideas. What do you got?
I don't know. I got nothing.
Good thing you're doing a podcast on this.
I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking. It's pretty mind shocking. An otherworldly creature, John Tenney, who happens to be a friend of Newkirk's and a fellow paranormal investigator, has memories of his own that would keep even the bravest of men awake at night. Uh-oh, Maxwell, it looks like you're not getting any sleep tonight. The oddest thing I've seen happened a couple of years ago, Tenney begins. I witnessed a small hairy creature about 11 inches tall with deep inset eyes, large ears, and hooves. As the flash from my camera went off, it jumped backward into the darkness and vanished. I don't have any problem with people not believing me because I still don't know if I believe it. And I saw it. Small hairy creature, large ears and hooves. Yeah, I'd like to see his picture of this. Tripped into a coffin. It seems as though supernatural creatures are rather attracted to Tenney, host of the spooky podcast Realm of the Weird, as the hairy being with hooves wasn't the only one to interact with him. Once, while investigating an old cemetery, I heard a distinct voice say, "Careful." He shares, "In my startled state, I immediately began to walk backwards. In doing so, I cracked through the lid of an old coffin and ended up falling into a grave. As I laid in the grave, I don't think I'd ever been more scared." So you think he just imagined someone saying careful?
Yeah, probably.
Probably. Have you ever been poking around cemeteries?
Yeah.
Really? Just for fun, like in high school, or when?
No, I just walked through them. I don't know. I didn't poke him.
What do you mean you don't know? You either walked through them or you didn't. Or is your memory hazy on whether or not it was a cemetery or not?
I didn't. I didn't do anything to. I think I walked through a cemetery when I was younger.
Just for kicks? Or was it like a shortcut to where you were going?
No, I don't remember.
Oh, that's a shocker. Yeah, I've actually been to quite a few during an ill-spent youth. Um, I wouldn't say poking around. I wouldn't say trying to instigate spirit contact. Just kind of in an exploring kind of way. Been to some creepy cemeteries. Never really saw anything. Got some weird feelings at a bunch, but nothing more than that. All right, this next one is right up your alley, Maxwell. Time traveling ghosts.
Nice.
Believe in parallel universes? Time travel? You might after reading this story that Tenny recounts. In the early 2000s, I was working with an older woman who was experiencing what she called ghost children. She drew pictures of what they looked like. Years after she passed away, I revisited her former home to speak to the new owners to see if they had experienced any ghost children. The new owners had not seen any, but their real children had been drawing pictures of the woman who had been my client. Did you get that?
Yeah, that's
So
pretty cool.
So
They,
is she drawing, or wait, she drew pictures of what they look like. He doesn't state here whether the pictures that she drew looked like the real children of the new owners, because that's the missing piece here. If they do, then that's bizarre. Actually, I don't know. If they were just kind of really sketchy outlines, maybe she didn't, maybe they were blurry, whatever. But is she drawing? That's kind of bizarre. It's almost like inverted reality where they see her while she's dead, she sees them while she's dead, but it's like happening while she's still alive. Or are these kind of like rifts in dimensions, tears in the space-time continuum, where her consciousness is as if it's a ghost after she's dead, and it's kind of going in and out, so she sees the children. We discussed this on our Shadow People podcast. Like, what if we're the shadow people in other beings' realities, and we're just going about our business, and we appear as shadow people to other entities in other dimensions?
yeah, that was an interesting theory.
Yeah, that's super creepy. So what do you got? Was it some kind of weird time travel, interdimensional peaks? Like, what do you think of that account?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. They started drawing her dead client or some shit.
His client, yeah, who had died. The new owner's children. I guess he was expecting them to possibly have seen ghost children as well, but yeah, it's weird. Smoke and apparitions. The number of spirits and creatures that Tenny has seen throughout the years is truly astonishing. Despite all his experience, though, he is still no closer to being able to explain any of it. Over the last 3 decades, I've seen a lot that I still don't comprehend, he admits. Full bodied apparitions wandering down the halls of hospitals, ghostly cats vanishing through walls, and smoke like patches of darkness writhing through hallways. After a while, it all seems normal. Do you think if you were a ghost hunter and you saw all of these things, like it wouldn't surprise you anymore? It would just be a regular day at the office?
I don't know. I probably would never get used to that.
Yeah, it's weird because, like, let's say you're a ghost hunter who's seen all of these bizarre paranormal things, and then you'd probably after so many years or decades, you would probably think people that think it's all fake are kind of weird, because if it's completely true reality to you and you see it almost every day, and all these other people think it's all fake, that must be a weird perspective, right?
Yeah,
Like, if you know it's true, you directly experienced it countless times, and then a certain percentage of the population, the masses, the mainstream, they're just calling you stupid, but you see it every day.
yeah, that is kind of weird. Huh.
The fear of reality. After all the strange encounters Tenny has had, the worst he experienced is something every one of us does at one point or another. For me, the scariest thing that can happen to anyone is the psychological confrontation a person can have with their own mortality while sitting alone quietly in a dark room. No one really knows how reality works. Everyone has their own opinion based on whatever facts or belief system they may have. But no one knows exactly what happens after we die. Confronting that as yet unknowable fact is both terrifying and exhilarating. I think you shared your opinion of what happens when you die in a previous podcast, Maxwell. You think everything ceases and your consciousness is just done? Or has your opinion changed after doing all these paranormal podcasts?
Um, I think it stays the same.
So you think when you die, it's just all over?
Yeah, it's just all over. It's just like into nothingness.
So you don't subscribe to the laws of thermodynamics or the laws of physics. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. So the
Um,
energy that you possess, it can't just, how can it be destroyed? It can only be transferred to different state. So if you believe in different dimensions, your energy, if your energy, some people believe that the soul is immortal, and whether you believe in incarnation, reincarnation, or ascension in spiritual planes, or just other dimensions, where if your soul energy exists in infinite dimensions or in multiple finite dimensions, it can cease to exist in the physical in this physical reality, but it continues in another reality or another dimension, a higher dimension, if you will. Here's a logical question, though. Do you think you have enough information of all the secrets of the universe, all of the infinite undiscovered laws of physics to make the determination that everything just stops?
well, I think it's I don't think I'll be experiencing the same experience as I'm having now. You know, words, sights, sounds. Like I don't think I'll be. And then when I do leave, I don't think I'll be aware that I've just left or something, and then experiencing. I don't know. I think it'll just be different.
That's pretty interesting. Do you remember we mentioned some reincarnation cases on previous podcasts, like what happens after you die? Do you remember that one where people can remember their
Yeah,
past lives? So they possess a completely brand new body and brain, but somehow, either through reincarnated soul, their soul somehow has memory that's separate from their physical brain, but their physical brain can access the soul memory. In that case, you might, if you're reincarnated or not reincarnated, if your energy goes to another plane of existence, it might have memory. Do we have enough information to know whether it has memory or not? I don't know. I'm just asking questions because this is the MindShock podcast.
yeah. I wouldn't know. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
What's in the box? One evening last year, as my wife and I were driving home, we received an email from a frightened man in Indiana who had an effigy he needed disposed. Recalls Newkirk, who runs the Traveling Museum of the Paranormal and Occult. It was only an hour or so out of their way, so they agreed to meet in a high school parking lot where the man worked as a janitor. As Newkirk and his wife were waiting, a massive silhouette emerged from the darkness, holding a cardboard box, he recalls. I cautiously got out to greet the man. Then, as he handed me the box, the street lamp above us blew. He just started laughing and informed me it's because, quote, he knows you're here to take him and he doesn't like it, end quote. The man led them into the empty school. Without exaggeration, nearly every light we walked under, while holding the cardboard box, flickered. He unlocked the door to a classroom and sat down behind a teacher's desk, where he proceeded to unfold the flaps of the box and remove an absolutely chilling handmade doll with a twisted face and gaping mouth. The janitor began to mutter things about hurting people, and his fists balled up and he started breathing heavily, Newkirk says. As his huge, imposing figure started to rise out of the chair, I quickly grabbed the doll, wrapped it up in a towel, and threw it back in the box. The janitor sat back down and started to cry. It was clear to Newkirk that something much bigger and much more devilish was behind everything that had been happening. While it was their job to take the effigy into their care, the janitor had his reservations. I'm honestly scared for you two about this thing, the janitor stammered. Lock it up. After you do your investigation, lock it up. Newkirk genuinely believes that this poor man was enduring some kind of evil possession or oppression. Spirit, demon, He doesn't know, but the case is still open and active. What do you think about that? We haven't really discussed cursed dolls or demonically possessed dolls or items. What do you think about all that?
I don't know. I'm thinking of Chucky.
Was that a good movie according to you?
I've never seen it. I only see that
Oh,
doll and
oh
feature and
wow,
shit.
you haven't seen Chucky? What the heck is wrong with you, Max? Well, for someone who likes movies, you really haven't seen that many movies.
I don't know. That fucking little doll scares the shit out of me.
It's actually more of a horror comedy. It's not really yeah, I don't know. It always struck me as more of an obvious horror comedy. I haven't watched Annabelle
Is that how Sour Patch Kids? You know what I'm talking about? Is that how they started those dolls? You know those dolls back in the day, were like weird looking dolls. Did it start from Chucky?
No, I don't know actually. Chucky was fairly recent. That was an 80s movie. So those dolls are from the 80s?
Yeah, I think so.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, it was more of a horror comedy. I've watched most of the Chucky movies. I kind of dropped off after the last couple of sequels because they were getting really, really low budget and crappy. But yeah, the first couple movies were quite entertaining horror comedy. They just didn't have the same creep vibe as other movies do. So yeah, I haven't seen Annabelle though. Have you seen that one?
What's that about?
A haunted doll, quite famous.
Oh, it's recent, right?
Yeah, couple years.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay away from horror films.
Why you get scared too easily?
Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, I don't know. As I get older, it gets all messed up.
Isn't it usually the other way around for most people? It's like they were scared easier when they were younger. As they get older, they get more jaded. It's just a movie. It's not quite the same experience. I don't really get scared as easily as I did, obviously, when I was younger. The creep vibe, I mean, now it's more of psychological horror is creepier. Just the idea of certain things instead of the usual jump scares. But
No, yeah, not the jump scares, but like imagining ghosts and things moving around and shit. I don't like that.
so, what do you think about this case with the doll in the box? You think things can be possessed or haunted objects?
Probably not as likely as human beings, and
So you think this was all made up?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Some some robotics student probably like playing with someone.
And it just drove the janitor crazy. So why is the janitor sitting down and crying about it? We're not talking about the doll moving.
I don't know. He's a crying little bitch.
All right, maybe you would be too if you had a haunted doll. What do you think? That was messing with your mind.
Yeah, that's fucked up. I don't want to see that shit.
All right, the darkness of the mind. After all that Newkirk has seen and continues to see while he investigates the paranormal, it's not the figures or the spirits that appear that are the scariest, but the human mind. Dealing with the unknown is scary no matter what, he says. If you want to know the scariest thing can happen to you on a paranormal investigation, it's witnessing truly unexplained phenomena and having your worldview completely thrown out the window. When you've seen what's actually making that scratching noise behind the wall, you can't ever unsee it. Does that unsettle you, Maxwell?
Well, wait. Are you saying he saw the things that were scratching behind the wall?
I mean, that might have been more of a analogy or a metaphor, but for ghosts that he has seen that made weird noises and he can't unsee them. But I suppose it could have been literal in certain cases, yeah. It is that creepy enough for you, Maxwell?
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to a very interesting article entitled When Ghosts Attack. This was posted Halloween 2008 on CNN, of all places. I thought it was rather interesting, by John Blake. Strange things seem to happen when Grant Wilson enters a room. Human forms materialize in darkened hallways. The dead whisper greetings from beyond the grave. Unseen entities attack and hurl terrified people to the ground. Every day is Halloween for Wilson, co-star of the Sci-Fi Channel's hit show, Ghost Hunters. Close encounters of the paranormal kind would drive most people to look for another hobby, but Wilson says he ain't afraid of no ghosts. That's part of the job, says Wilson, who investigates suspected hauntings with his co host, Jason Hawes. We tell everyone that we train that you'll be punched, slapped, and grabbed. Be prepared for it. If these guys told you that while you were preparing to go to a ghost hunt with them, what would you say? Would you laugh it off, or what would you do?
If they what?
If these guys told you that you'd be punched, slapped, and grabbed on the ghost hunt, what would you think of that?
I wouldn't attend.
You wouldn't think that they were just making it up to creep you out for the ghost hunt? I guess I would probably be skeptical. I would be like, oh yeah, they're just saying that to freak you out.
I would be skeptical, but I still wouldn't go.
Why not? If ghosts aren't real.
I don't know. They might fuck with me and shit. They might have like people, a team to fuck with you and shit.
Anyone who has watched their 401k account evaporate during the recent stock market dive knows something about horror. But Wilson is part of a growing community that prefers getting their chills the old fashioned way. They are ghost hunters, or as they prefer to be called, paranormal investigators. Ghost Hunters, which airs a special live show at 7 p.m. Halloween night, is helping lift the stigma once attached to paranormal investigators. The show has become so popular that the group featured in each episode, the Atlantic Paranormal Society, has spawned imitators across the United States and affiliates in 12 countries. TAPS, as the Ghost Hunters group is informally known, even has its own Beyond Reality radio show, magazine, lecture tours, t-shirts, and groupies. Are you a Ghost Hunters groupie, Maxwell?
Not that I remember now.
So you might have been, but then you forgot. Maxwell Army. Ghost Hunters has made creepy cool, says David Schrader, a paranormal investigator and co-host of Darkness Radio, a radio show that investigates paranormal activity. 5 or 6 years ago, you'd be embarrassed to sit around the water cooler talking about ghosts. But now everybody talks about it. It's gone mainstream, Schrader says. It's also gone Hollywood. Paranormal shows like Paranormal State on A&E, Haunting Evidence on True TV, Dead Famous on the Biography Channel, and A Haunting on the Discovery Channel are trying to mimic the success of Ghost Hunters. Would you agree with that, Maxwell? Would you say prior to around 2008-ish, around those years, that ghost hunting was more taboo and less mainstream, like in the early 2000s or the mid to late 90s?
Yeah, I remember it was like more taboo back in the day. When Medium came out, that show, and a lot of paranormal shows. I think that was the only one I remember. Medium. That was I don't know. It's become more mainstream after that. Not that the show was responsible for making it mainstream, but I think the show followed the mainstreamness of ghost hunting and stuff.
You know what I noticed, and this is completely anecdotal and subject to my own personal experience as when I was in high school many years ago. It seemed like the younger crowd up through probably the early years of college, they were kind of into paranormal stuff was always cool. And then as you got into the upper years in college, it kind of faded off. And then any kind of adult that was into the paranormal or ghost hunting was kind of viewed as weird or gullible or dumb. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I guess so, because you know, a lot of people get more educated and they go through the scientific methodologies, things like that, research, and they start to doubt their beliefs and experiences and
Yeah,
stories.
I'm not sure it even has anything to do with that. I think it's more of just stigma where like adults, even the ones that never studied scientific method, the ones that never are intellectuals in college or even went to college, like once you get a job, you go through life a couple years, it's more of a stigma. Oh, you're an adult that ghost hunts. It's kind of like, whereas if you're like in high school or early college years and you're going to hang out in the cemetery to try to like get creeped out by ghosts or using a Ouija board, at a party or something, it's kind of like, half the people believe, half the people don't believe. It's like creepy, scary, fun, cool. And then once you get up there in age, it's just kind of the stigma. It's silly for adults to be into that. That's what I found. Whereas, yeah, once it got up, all these ghost hunting shows started coming out. It seems like more adults got into it.
Yeah, I could agree with that analysis.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating. I could draw a parallel to pro wrestling. You ever watch pro wrestling, Maxwell?
Yeah, a long time ago when I was a kid.
It's almost like the opposite thing happened in pro wrestling, whereas when people thought it was real or real-ish, and then after a certain, I mean, I don't have a date, I guess probably the mid 90s, even late 90s, pro wrestling was kind of big, and adults at a certain point prior to that, it was kind of okay for adults to be into pro wrestling. And then after a certain point, it was kind of like, oh, well, what kind of adults watch pro wrestling? Other than with their kids. But yeah, it's interesting to see how pop culture and mainstream views change, evolve, or devolve. But anyway, back to this article. Paranormal investigators aren't just chasing ghosts anymore, they're chasing television gigs, Schrader says. Everybody I know has a pilot in development, including me, Schrader says. They throw it around like frisbees. It's become a joke. The paranormal shows have also created a paranormal circuit. Families and friends attend ghost hunting conventions, retreats. One was dubbed Ghost Stock. Man, we should have went to that. Swap tips on ghost hunting gear and make pilgrimages to famous haunted places like the Stanley Hotel in Colorado, the setting for the Stephen King movie The Shining. I've never been to the Stanley Hotel. Do you think we should go out to the Stanley Hotel one day, Maxwell? Do a live broadcast?
Let's do it.
All right, we got to set that up. Why they chase ghosts. Many of these amateur paranormal investigators are inspired and freaked out by what they see on ghost hunters. Some of the incidents recorded by ghost hunters are mystifying. Ghostly forms appear on camera. Chairs lurch across rooms by themselves. And voices of people long dead are played back to their wide-eyed relatives. In one of the most famous Ghost Hunters episodes, a cameraman is grabbed and hurled to the ground, though no one appears to touch him. The cameraman is so shaken that he sobs and quits the show. Wilson says people who think they have a ghost at home should not try a do-it-yourself home ghost repair. A person who uses Ouija boards or anything else to contact ghosts can unleash malevolent spirits. Have you ever done that, Maxwell? You ever played with the Ouija board?
No, I don't know how to use it.
Yeah, I never did. I was never into that too. It was, you know what's weird? As a kid, I never believed in any of that. But there was this just feeling in the back of your mind. It was just like, don't mess with it. Even though I didn't believe, it was kind of weird. It's like I didn't want to. It was weird. I guess I wasn't 100% in my conviction. Because if I was 100% in my conviction that there's no such thing as ghosts, then it wouldn't matter to play with the Ouija board. I guess there was some doubt in my mind. I don't know. Would you have played with one? You never played with one in any of your school years? It was kind of a popular thing to do. I mean, I didn't either, but I mean, most of my friends had at one point.
Nah, I don't know. I'd probably just watch other people play with it, and I'll have my hand on a doorknob ready to go.
That's funny. You might not be ready for what happens, Wilson says. Some ghost hunters say they entered the field because, like Wilson, they had personal experiences with the supernatural. Others want to know if there is something beyond death. Others, like Marley Gibson, an author and paranormal investigator, says they're more scared by current events. We're living in a world where we're fighting two wars. We've got poverty, homelessness, people not having health care and a job. People want escapism, says Gibson, author of Ghost Huntress, The Awakening, a forthcoming book that follows the exploits of a 16-year-old girl who forms a paranormal research team. Ask ghost hunters if they get scared, and many give the same reply. I don't do scared, just startled. Gibson says many ghost hunters go into investigations armed with strong spiritual beliefs. I've never met such spiritually grounded, religious, God-fearing people as I have in the paranormal community, she says. I felt a very large finger or a paw poke me in the back. Sometimes paranormal investigators, though, admit they experience what Schrader, the Darkness Radio co-host, calls "oh bleep" moments. Schrader had one last December when he apparently took his job home with him one evening. He visited his ex-wife and children after coming back from a ghost hunting retreat and decided to spend the night in the basement. Around 3 in the morning, he says, he heard his then 1-year-old daughter screaming. He ran upstairs to hear her say that a shadow was watching her in her room. He comforted his daughter and returned to sleep downstairs. His wife then called him an hour later on his cell phone from her bedroom and whispered, "Get up in my room. There's something here and I can see it." Nothing was there, but Schrader says some spirits had apparently thought it was okay to pay a visit to his family. He says people who are open to the existence of ghosts sometimes become beacons that attract spirits. You know, that's a pretty good point. We've discussed this many times. We've discussed heroin addicts or drug addicts being more susceptible to paranormal activity, demonic entities, ghosts, whatnot, due to their state. It's kind of, I mean, is it similar to the reticular activating system in your brain where if you don't know something exists, you won't see it? I mean, we use this example many times. Like if you buy a certain type of car and then you're driving out in the road and you see them everywhere, whereas before you bought it, you had never seen them, and the frequency is almost like alarming, and that's due to your reticular activating system.
So you're saying like these ghost experiences are like the RAS?
Not necessarily, but someone who doesn't believe in ghosts, it's almost like their brain is less susceptible to those frequencies or that band in the light spectrum that where they would see these entities. Whereas someone else who, let's say, knows they, it's almost like your belief dictates your reality, right?
Yes, of course. I believe a lot of these encounters have been affected by RAS phenomena, not phenomena, but psychological nature of
Well,
humans.
yeah, there's also the theory that, let's say, a demon just popped up. So, this isn't actually a theory, this is proven scientifically. Your brain only interprets a certain amount of information that's in front of you. So, semi-related to RAS, but not directly, because your eyes can only process however much information per second. So if you're looking at something, supposedly the brain will simply not interpret something that's too extreme to your reality, almost like it's protecting itself from you going crazy. So it's almost like there's a self-preservation. So if there's a whole bunch of demons just hanging out with you, they have their arm around you and you guys are just chilling, and your brain almost will delete that information to keep you sane and keep you surviving. Even if it really is there, your eyes simply won't see it, even if it's there. Or they'll see it, but the brain won't interpret that information.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, crazy, crazy stuff. Schrader decided to solve the problem by calling for a supernatural version of pest control. He blessed the house with holy water and called in 2 demonologists to cleanse the house. No more ghosts. So, do you think that's just a coincidence that when houses are blessed or they use holy water or sage or some of these old time remedies to get rid of evil spirits? Isn't it bizarre how sometimes it works? Is that just all a coincidence?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, like, I'm thinking more of the energy that they put into the ceremony that produces,
That's pretty interesting.
the results rather than the actual water or whatever they use or
So it's
smoke.
almost like the energy related to their belief. So it's like a weird placebo that penetrates the universe.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's very, very interesting, Maxwell. Very interesting theory. Patrick Burns, a paranormal investigator and co host of Haunting Evidence, had one of his teeth chattering moments when there was no one around to call. He says he was working on a documentary on ghosts from his home computer one night when he felt something touch him. I felt a very pronounced poke with a very large finger or possibly a paw just above my belt line on the back, he says. Now, the average person might have taken that as a cue to run from the room, but Burns is a professional, and besides, he has his own paranormal television show. He shrugged and kept working. Would that have been you, Maxwell?
What's that?
What do you mean?
Would I kept on working?
Yeah, he's sitting at his computer working on his paranormal documentary when something touched him, a finger or a paw above his belt line on his back. Would that freak you out?
That's messed up. I jumped up on the computer.
You know what's bizarre? Have you ever had, like, not necessarily itches, but strange sensations similar to an itch that just happened randomly?
No.
Really?
Oh, I see what you mean. Like just random, like super itch, and then you have to scratch it.
Not necessarily itch, almost like just a sensation. Like, not necessarily like something is touching you, but almost like an itch that's not itchy. Like, it's just a sensation. Like, you don't necessarily have to itch it. But it's not like a feeling of pressure like a touch. It's just a sensation.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but I don't think so.
Yeah, that's weird. Are those just ghosts messing with you? I don't know. I think I've had quite a few. I mean, I think most people have them. I don't know. So he keeps working on his computer. Then he says he felt the room temperature drop. Cold spots are often associated with hauntings, but Burns kept working because, as he said later, no way is my house haunted. Finally, he heard a thud that sounded like a body slammed against the wall. The impact is so hard that it shook the house, he says. I throw off my headphones and say, okay, you have my attention now, Burns says. After that, nothing else happened. It just wanted me to acknowledge that it was there. That's kind of weird. What do you make of that?
Um, they just wanted to acknowledge that I was there. I don't know.
The ghosts are just attention whores?
It's possible.
Sometimes encounters with the living can be just as strange as encounters with the paranormal, ghost hunters say. Wilson, the Ghost Hunters co host, says he's more leery of people than ghosts. Paranormal investigators like him and Burns are now so famous they have adoring fans. Wilson is a roto-rooter plumber by day, but he had to stop answering residential calls because too many people were breaking their toilets just to meet him. And Hawes, his ghost hunting plumbing partner. Though Wilson says he's never been scared by a ghost, he still sounds shaken by one encounter. He says he once met an entity that displayed a personal interest in him. She appeared in front of him, displaying a tattoo of his face stenciled on her leg, and asked him what he thought. That entity was a fan Wilson met during a public appearance. What do you think, Maxwell?
That's kind of messed up. So like that fan died.
No, I think this is kind of a joke. It's kind of a joke. Like, he was never scared by a ghost, but he's shaken by encountering a human who had a tattoo of his face stenciled on her leg. He thought that was creepy, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, so that had nothing to do with ghosts. He just comparing it to
Yeah, so
people.
a fan just walked up to him and showed him a tattoo of his face on her leg.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up.
Would you want girls to have tattoos of your face on their legs?
I'll be flattered.
Would that creep you out or no?
I'm good.
That's funny. All right, we have saved the best for last. I know how much Maxwell loves videos. And photographs. So we'll be getting into photographic and videographic evidence. These last two encounters by ghost hunters have actual documented evidence. Are you ready for this, Maxwell?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, first, the background. This is actually from Inside Edition. These ghost hunters claim spirits posed for a photo with them. This was posted October 25th, 2018. How conveniently. Right before Halloween. Ghost hunters have the difficult job of capturing evidence of their encounters with the supernatural, and sometimes that means putting themselves in harm's way. While exploring Revesby Abbey in Lincolnshire, England, paranormal investigators Craig Jones and Matt Wood posed at a spot with what they call static spiritual energy, inviting any spirits in for a photograph. The results were spooky. What we can say for definite that there was an energy buildup around us when we asked for them to have a photo taken with us, Jones told Cater's news agency. He added later, when we looked at the photos, in every one that was being taken at the time, we could see it moving around us. Okay, so check this out, Maxwell. So what's interesting about these photographs is it's not just one anomaly like a flash, a bouncing light, because in a lot of the ghost photographs that are orbs or whatnot, I mean, here's multiple photographs of this thing floating around them. Coincidentally, they said it happened right after they asked for ghosts to pose with them in the photograph. So it's not.
I'm watching it now. There's two dudes on the stairs.
Yeah, but you see how in the different photographs where this ghost mist or whatever, it's moving around them. It's not in one spot. There were multiple pictures. I guess they didn't take a video. That would be interesting to see a video of that, but
Oh, these are photos, like multiple photos.
yeah, so they just took a bunch of pictures and the orbs are you see how the orbs or this whatever thing, is it just a smudge? Because a lot of times people think it's just a smudge, it's a refraction, but there seem to be multiple photos and this thing is moving around them. So either they faked all of them or what could that be?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
What do you think? Is this a legit ghost phenomena?
It looks pretty good. I mean, it's not. I don't know. Have they looked into manipulation?
I mean, this is the only information
Oh, wait.
available. So these guys invited a ghost to take photos with them, and this entity, or this something, a smudge. But there's multiple photographs and multiple smudges. So unless they faked them, this is a step beyond the classic orb or simply bouncing light overexposure. Because normally, when you only have one photograph, or even a series of photographs, it only shows up in one of the photographs, or it's in the same spot in all of them, which could be like a smudge on the lens. It could be some dust refracting light. But when it's that big of a size and it's moving all around them, the same as they experienced or they said they experienced in person, that makes it a little bit more legit in my book. What do you think?
Wait, they actually said they experienced some kind of feeling, or they saw it at the same time as the photographs.
This is what they said. What we can say for definite is that there was an energy buildup around us when we asked for them to have a photo taken with us. So they kind of felt it around them. And then when they looked at the photographs, it's moving around them. It's not just in one spot.
Ah, I see.
So that leads it more credibility than most, I would say, unless they just faked it. It's a smudge. They smudged the photographs on purpose. But at least they went through the trouble of smudging it in different spots.
Yeah, make it look better.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to our last one, which is the most extreme. Tony Ferguson is an avid ghost hunter. I'm assuming this is not the UFC fighter. Is an avid ghost hunter who said he was attacked at a cave in the Brecon Beacons, South Wales. People have told me about having paranormal experiences in the cave, but nobody had taken any video or pictures, so I decided to explore, he told Caters. Immediately upon entering the cave, he sensed a presence, he said. Then I saw this mist come at me. It went straight through my body and left me feeling really winded, he said. I felt like I was going to pass out. As soon as it happened, my first thought was, I need to get the hell out of here. It was too much. So take a look at the video in the cave. So it's a weird fog type mist. It's not too pronounced. It's relatively light. And it just kind of, and then you could see it again. It's It's pretty weird. What do you think? It's captured twice. It's captured down at a slight distance, and then also going through him. It comes right at the camera as if it went straight through him, and then he got the hell out of there.
That's weird.
What do you think? I mean, it's
Wait,
definitely.
he almost passed out? That's weird.
He said it left me really winded.
Yeah, that's weird.
I felt like I was going to pass out. As soon as it happened, my first thought was, I need to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
What do you think? Does that look like a legitimate video to you? There's a lot of ghost
is.
accounts of mists that ghosts kind of manifest as mists or fog type manifestations.
Yeah, I think they made a few movies based on myths and stuff.
You think this one was legit?
It looks pretty good. I mean, like it looked like the mist conformed to the objects around it, so it's kind of cool. But even then, like, you could have had a mist machine or some shit.
I don't see that. I don't think it could be a mist machine. I think it had to have been faked. Either it's real or it had to have been faked in post, and they had to have edited it because they could just superimpose on top of it, and then he could just make up the story about what he felt, unless it was real, because I don't see how a mist machine can just manifest like that out of nowhere. Like, it's almost like a little tuft moving on its own. How could a mist machine do that? It would leave a trail. It just doesn't seem like it could have been practically.
Well, yeah, because most CGIs can do that good of a job. So
yeah, it could be CG, but I don't see it as being practical. I don't think they faked it on location. It's either real or they faked it in editing. So that's all I got on that. Hopefully, our listeners were thoroughly mind shocked with these creepy and spooky encounters from actual ghost hunters and paranormal experts. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Like our Facebook page. You can also check us out. Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. And if you become a patron, you actually get to choose topics for the podcast. And depending on which tier you go on, you could actually join us on the podcast. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
and Maxwell Powers.
Have a good night.
Ghost are the devil. Hello, this is Bruce McGuire back with another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. This is Rick Davis. And Maxwell Powers. And we got a good one for you tonight. We feel a little scared. We'll be discussing ghosts. We wanted to discuss ghosts in the Halloween episode, but there wasn't enough time. So, yes, ghosts, phantoms, specters. Oh my god. Apparitions. Otherworldly entities. We're gonna go ahead. What? Quick rundown. Let's take a tally. Maxwell, do you believe in ghosts? Man. That's rough. No, but I get scared to walk in the dark and shit. Because if I watch scary movies, it's not that I I don't know. My imagination just takes over and it imagines things that aren't there. But hold on. We're gonna have to put some parameters on it because there's so many things that ghosts could be. Because I definitely believe in ghosts, but I don't know if it's the traditional take on ghosts. Because being a Christian, I'm sure that when you die and you accept the Lord Christ into your heart and you go to heaven and what have you, you're not going to linger and you're not going to stick around. But what we see as ghosts, I know there's other dimensions, and I know that sometimes you can break through the veil
that separates the dimensions, and so who's to say that ghosts aren't us just seeing entities from the other dimension? Now, or what if there's demons? Like, I'm sure there's demons, and so, like, what if you see a ghostly apparition and it's really a demon? Like, there's so many, the parameters, we're gonna narrow it down,
Let's define the ghost then.
Because I think there's all kinds of things.
The traditional explanation for a ghost or spirit is someone who was once alive in a non-physical manifestation.
That's staying in a non-physical manifestation now after they've died,
Right, so their body is buried or wherever, who knows, and they're in a non-physical manifestation, so you can see them, but you can't touch them, but supposedly you might be able to smell them or sense them. Or and kind of feel their ominous presence. Now and according to this definition, there's good ghosts and there's bad ghosts. Sometimes there's just restless ghosts that want to cause trouble, or other ghosts that died such a violent death that they are trapped in our world and they can't move on, and sometimes they need help in seeking justice or whatever.
Well, because I mean,
closure or something.
There's so many workarounds, because like even when a person dies and they have an out of body experience, and they're floating up and they look down and they see their body on the operating table, and then they're resuscitated and they go right back in and they remember it. So I mean, for a short time they were a ghost, but also like now think about it though. If you go to a place where some kind of terrible event happened, I'm not opposed to saying that there are echoes and that echoes can linger. And like if something really bad happened and say the spirit itself is gone and it's either in heaven or hell, and something all you Catholics out there are like, what about limbo? There is no limbo. You can go fuck yourself. But it's either heaven or hell and you're not stuck in between. But if there's an echo, and that echo is so loud and reverberating in a specific area, who's to say that a person who comes along after and sees that,
So you're talking about like imprinted energy.
Oh, well, of course, and that could be to an innocent bystander a fucked up ghost.
Have you ever been to, we're broadcasting live from Los Angeles, but we've all traveled quite a bit. Have you ever been to Savannah, Georgia, the most haunted city in the world?
I try not to go to Georgia because they're really prejudiced down there and they don't like white people.
Oh my God. And what about Southern hospitality? Everybody was nice.
Actually, I did a movie in Georgia, so I did go to Georgia, and everybody was really nice.
Yeah, everybody's super nice.
They were real nice. It surprised me.
Yeah, in Savannah, so supposedly the whole city is built on a graveyard, on a cemetery from like the Revolutionary War era, and then a whole bunch of people more died during the Civil War, so then it's kind of two cemeteries, and it's just a whole lot of death there, some of the bloodiest battles. And so basically the entire old city is built on multiple cemeteries. And then there's also, I forget the name of it, but it's a historical battle hill. And I walked there, and it was rainy and dreary and everything. But still, you could feel a sense of dread. Like, even before I read that there were like thousands of people killed there at once. Even before I read that, so I wasn't sure. Like, it could have been a park. Like, I don't know what this is. And I could already feel it. Then I read it, I was like, oh, okay. And then they also have like the most haunted house. I forgot the name of it, but I actually went on a ghost tour there. It was really cool. We went all around and then to the Savannah Cemetery where it was really, really creepy. That's where they filmed this one video of this ghost. It's hailed as one of the legit videos of ghosts. Like this little boy levitates in the middle of the day and a whole bunch of people saw it, and there's a video.
Yeah, but
there's a video of it? Yeah, there's a video.
But like psychic impressions, like if you think about the South, if you think about the South,
if you look up Savannah Cemetery Boy Ghost, maybe you can find it.
Yeah, but if you go down south and then you think about psychic impressions or just death after death after death, think about it though. How many hundreds of years did they have slavery where people were born into slavery, lived as slaves, and then died? Like, those are going to be some restless motherfuckers. Like, hundreds and hundreds of years of, praying for someone to come save you and not being saved, over and over and over again. There's going to be layer upon layer upon layer of dead.
Now, this is a whole other podcast, but there's an old saying, no one is more enslaved than he who thinks he is free. So if now I wasn't around back then, but supposedly they used a lot of brainwashing tactics to make the slaves think they weren't slaves.
Nah,
You want to talk about it? Or
no.
Is that the video?
Yeah.
You found it?
No, I don't want to say. No, but
You
yeah,
want to
but
see it?
no, because but the thing is,
It's a good topic.
Will you take the chains off me? No, you're free. Well, right there, they're like, something? Okay, I'm free, but I don't like the
Well,
chains.
didn't they say, oh yeah, but at the other plantation, you'd be treated so much worse. You're lucky to be here, so they wouldn't want to leave, right? They use tactics like that.
Yeah, of course. But the thing is like you can put a dog collar on a dog, and the dog, doesn't like it. So they're not gonna like it. And,
No, of course not.
And you have hundreds and hundreds of years of them going, I may not be a slave because I was mind washed and brain tricked, but this was fucked up and now I'm dead. But then again, maybe they're so happy once they died, that they don't linger.
Well,
but anyway, I'm just saying.
So that was pretty much my only experience in Savannah with weird stuff.
Yeah.
It was definitely weird. The walking through the cemetery at night, going to some of those haunted houses, and now I don't know what it was. Not gonna say it was ghosts.
But how long are you gonna be able to have this discussion before it turns to evil?
Well, hold on. Let's get the definitions on the table first.
All right,
so that's
all
the
right,
traditional definition.
No, Casper the Friendly Ghost. An apparition is the tradition. Oh, yeah, someone who was alive that's now dead. Okay, that's one.
That's the traditional one.
Yes.
Okay, so some people say, now this is one of the most interesting ones. I'll go through the simple one first. Okay, other dimensional beings that were not previous humans in this realm.
Mm-hmm.
They're simply...
And we can see them, yeah,
right.
we look through the veil of dimensions.
So that would not include, for example, someone seeing their dead parent or grandfather with the same clothes that they died in. So that would not be one of those.
Yeah.
So, okay, and then the third, and so these don't necessarily have to be human. These are just non-physical entities.
Yeah.
Spirits, whatever.
And we probably look to them like they look to us.
What?
Usually, right? They usually have clothes on them, or no?
Who?
Ghosts, like.
Well, the traditional ones, yes, because they would be wearing whatever they died in, I guess,
okay.
right? Or whatever they usually wore.
So for some reason, they just kind of bring it.
And the
It's interesting. I don't know. I figured you'd be like.
No. We can elaborate on that because I got some opinions on that too.
entities from other dimensions would be wearing whatever
they're wearing,
like spacesuit. Either they could be wearing spacesuits or they could be monsters.
Well, yeah, but also,
like
and if we can see them, and they look like ghosts to us, they could probably see us, and we look like ghosts to them.
Here's another interesting point.
Think about
That's
that.
interesting. I've seen that.
Here's another interesting point. It doesn't necessarily have to work two ways. So
It doesn't.
The human eye can only see what it can see. So there could theoretically be demons and crazy entities sitting next to us right now, and we would never know.
Yeah, and we could be sitting next to them, and they might never know.
Correct.
But I also.
Or they might be able to see us, we can't see them, or vice versa. Any of the combinations could be true.
Oh no, absolutely, and I kind of view it.
Sometimes like there are reported ghosts where the ghosts are really like they don't even notice.
Oh yeah, they
it.
don't
Just
know.
kinda
Yeah, they walk
yes,
right through you. But I also view it like, how they say if you're looking at a shooting star or a falling star, you can't see it because you have to see it with your peripheral vision or whatever, your whole retina thing.
Vaguely.
And so, like, if it's falling, you always see them out of the corner of your eye, but when you turn and look, they're gone. And you know that the actual trajectory of it, you should be able to watch it complete its arc, but because you look straight at it, it looks like it burned out, and they're like, it didn't really burn out, you just looked at it. So they tell you that if you see a falling star, don't look at it. Look at it with your periphery vision. Don't turn your head and look at it.
And this is probably a topic for another podcast, but what is a falling star? But anyway.
I know. That leads us places that we don't want to be right now.
But why'd you bring that up?
No. He meant why?
You didn't. Oh, because well, if you let me finish, because well, you too, because he stopped it. If that holds true, I also believe that you might only be able to see through the veil of dimensions or see a ghost with your peripheral vision, because haven't you ever been out and you see something over there and you turn and you look like, what the fuck, and you jump, but then there's nothing there? Wouldn't that hold true too? So if you see something out of your periphery,
that's really creepy.
Don't turn and look. Pretend that you don't see it, and then you can watch it.
That's pretty creepy.
Well, all right, so you remember you said that you had some feeling when you were in Savannah?
Yeah.
All right, so this is kind of fucked up, and
I actually took several hours worth of videos, and supposedly everybody that takes videos captures something, but I never actually looked at the videos.
Look at it.
Just
Next podcast.
I had an experience
Let's bring
kind
it
of
in.
like that though.
Should bring it in. We'll watch it.
I advise everybody to do or to not do this because there's some fucked up adverse effects and there's some awesome effects. So we went to the cemetery. And we used to walk cemeteries because we loved the whole cemetery thing, and we'd always go and walk cemeteries and hang out at cemeteries and walk at cemeteries. Oh, in the middle, we went to like as many as we could because it's kind of nasty and kind of creepy and kind of fucked up. And so we went to this cemetery in this location, and we walked around it, and then we walked to the bottom of it, and we got to the point where all of a sudden we saw all these old tombstones that were overgrown with grass and what have you, and they weren't maintenance anymore. And we're like, that's kind of messed up. And we went and looked at the tombstones, and they were a lot older. So apparently the cemetery was like, oh, everybody buried here, their relatives are dead, let's just not keep it up anymore, which is kind of fucked up because I would think it would be incumbent upon them to keep the graves clean and the tombstones clean or whatever. And so we went, and the further down in the cemetery we went, the worse it got. And so then there were mausoleums that weren't kept up, and the one had this little teeny buttress above the door, like a little teeny flying buttress above the door, and it had fallen out. So I was like, oh shit, I can climb in through that. And so I climbed up the grating on the front door and climbed through the buttress into the mausoleum. And then my friends, for the most part, were fat and awkward at that point, and they couldn't climb up the front of the tomb. And so they looked through the grating into the tomb, and they're like, dude, man, what's in there? Tell us, what's in there? And so me being the badass that I am, it's like midnight, the middle of the night, in an unused part of a cemetery, and I'm in a mausoleum whose door is locked. Like, so, I fell down and broke my leg, I can't get out. And they're like, well, you'll have to fend for yourself, dude, So, anyway, there were, like, probably 8 crypts, I'm trying to think what they were. It was like, there was more than 8, because it was like 4 on the bottom, 4 in the middle, and then 4 on the top. And and they had the stones in them with the names of the people who were entombed within. And all the way to the right, there was like an empty one. So I guess they hadn't filled it. Like, this was a family vault and they hadn't filled the vault in. And there was like rakes and hammers and tools, because I guess that's where the groundskeeper was keeping his shit, And then next to it was all these bricks, and they were like, and so some of the tombs were bricked shut. So I guess maybe people had broken in and taken the headstones off of them, and so the cemetery was bricking them shut. And there was one that was partially brick shut, but the top half was open. So I was like, well, let me see what's in here. So I grabbed it, and it was loose, so I rocked it back and forth and pulled it out, and the whole brick part of it fell out to the ground. And I looked in. And have you ever seen the supermarket rubber balls? Like, in the supermarket, they have those plastic balls, and and they have like weird tie-dye pattern on them. Like Food Town used to have them. So I saw one of those balls with a weird tie-dye pattern on it, and it was sitting in packing the styrofoam packing pieces. The little teeny styrofoam pieces. And I'm like, why is a supermarket tie-dyed rubber ball or plastic ball sitting in styrofoam pieces? Like, and I was gonna grab it and pull it out, and then I saw that the styrofoam wasn't styrofoam, because you have to figure, I'm in this mausoleum in the middle of the night, and the only light I have is, because this is back before cell phones, and I didn't have a flashlight with me because my friends had the flashlight outside, so I had moonlight lighting this shit up. Okay. And I saw that it was a deteriorated pillow, and the edges of the pillow were still intact. So I saw all 4 corners of the pillow, and then the foam was whatever was inside the pillow, because the pillow had deteriorated, and that was what was left. And then I saw that the tie-dye that I thought was the rubber ball was a head, and that was what was left of the skin. And it was skull and pieces of skin attached to the skull. And then I saw all the hair that was off the side, because all the hair had fallen off the top. and that was the skin on the scalp and the bone. And then I looked, and then I said, oh my God, it's a head resting on a pillow. And I looked as far back into the crypt as I could, and I saw that there was, like, it was a little teeny body with like it looked like a nightgown, and it went back. And now this is, and I guess, like, the inside of the mausoleum, I'll just give you some kind of arbitrary, it was like 16 by 16, whatever, you know. I stepped back when I realized that it was a head, and it was a lady or a girl. And all 4 walls moved in on me. And I remember to this day, the walls moved all the way in and to where they were touching me. And so the crypt where she was moved right up to my face, and I turned, and both side walls moved right up to me. And I said, that's fucked up. How did the walls move? And I knew what it was. I'm like, oh, wow. My body is so shocked, or my mind's so shocked that this is a body. And I jumped up, and I grabbed the bar above me, and I jumped up and caught the bar and stood on the bar and ran and climbed out the buttress so fast. I couldn't jump out because it was really high up, and I couldn't climb down. And so I climbed up to the roof and got stuck on the roof of the mausoleum because I panicked so quick. I was like, oh my God, let me get the fuck out of here. So then I go home. So that's a fucked up story. I go home and I go to sleep. And all my friends and I told them what I saw, and I'm like, oh man, that was fucked up. I go to sleep and I shut my eyes, and a little girl in a nightgown flew into my bedroom and tried to talk to me. And I'm like, what is the, like, and I kept trying to figure out, because it was almost like a lucid dream where I could interact with it, because I felt like I thought I was awake, but I was asleep, but I could control myself. And she kept trying to talk to me, and she kept trying to tell me something, but she couldn't make any sound. And so she was doing hand motions, and she had long blonde hair, and she must have been like 10 years old maybe. And I'm like, and it wasn't scary at all, but she was in a long nightgown, and she was like really pretty, and she was all like faded out pale white, and she was so white, and it sounds weird, but everything else was like a blue. And I couldn't figure out what she wanted and what she was trying to tell me, and she kept trying to tell me something, and she kept trying to tell me something. And so then I got up the next day, and I didn't think about it. And then that weekend, my friends who were with me, they had asked me to go back to the cemetery, and I'm like, nah, dude, I'm done. I'm done with this. They went back with flashlights and ladders and climbed up and put a ladder and went through the hole, and then lowered a ladder down and went in, and they examined her, and they examined one of the headstones that was off to the side, and it was a 10-year-old girl. It was a little 10-year-old girl who was buried there. And I didn't know it was a girl, because I thought it was an old lady. Because she looked like she was bald to me, but apparently the hair had fallen off. So I thought it was an old lady, and it was only a 10-year-old girl. And so a 10-year-old girl came and tried to tell me something, and I didn't know that it had anything to do with the cemetery, because I thought I saw an old lady. They went back and found out that it was a 10-year-old girl. And so it's some fucked up shit.
Did you ever see her again?
I didn't go back, and I couldn't figure out what she wanted. No, she never came back. And the only thing I could imagine is she wanted me to go back so she could tell me something, but I ain't falling for that. Because, like, what if that day my name wasn't first on the credits? Yeah, that's right, yeah. Fuck that.
Did she seem angry?
No. She seemed like there was something wrong. Like, she seemed distressed and there was something wrong. It was the stereotypical, you have to solve, there's something wrong, solve, why am I dead, solve this crime, why am I dead?
Alright,
You had that sense.
Hold on.
Like, when you saw that, your dream or whatever, like, you had that sense, like...
She was trying to tell me something, yeah, she was trying to tell, yeah, she was...
That's some fucked up shit.
Yeah, and I didn't go back.
When you first told it, I thought she was telling you, don't mess with the dead.
No, she was disturbed, she was upset. Yeah. And I don't know if she was upset because my friends were out there fucking with her body, or no, they went back the next day. So no. But, yeah, I don't know. It seemed like she really wanted me. She wanted me to help her with something. And the only thing I can figure out is help solve my death, and I wasn't going back.
All right, now let me get into the final definition.
It wasn't far from here.
Oh my God!
It's down. You know
We're not going
the
there.
guy
We're
who
not
wants. You know the guy who's going to do our podcast on Bitcoin that lives down the street.
Oh my God!
It was down there, and that's the town, because it was that one. And if you go down to the bottom back in the woods, that's where it was. We can go see what she wants.
She's probably still around.
She probably is.
Well,
Oh, that's
she's
terrible.
like 50 now.
Well, let me.
She like 50. She was at least.
Well, you don't know when she died.
Well, it was enough to be deteriorated.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they told me the date and stuff because they
All
found
right,
the date.
listen. So let me get to the final definition,
All right.
which is creepy and ties in a little bit with what you said. This last one is what I would probably say might be the most likely,
Okay.
even though they could all be true.
Yep.
They could all be false.
Yep.
This one, just based on all the information I have seen in researching many, many different occult topics, this is what I believe is
Alright.
the most likely definition of a ghost.
Yep.
In every scenario. So even the people that see family members, they're not really their family
Because I got
members.
some messed up shit. All right. I'm probably going to elaborate on what
They
you
are
said.
some kind of demonic entities or negative energies that feed off your fear and pain.
Oh yeah, you gave me.
And
this
so,
theory.
yeah, so they will pose as potentially dead family members to get people to interact with them. And that's why when you said she wanted you to go back, if that
Yeah.
wasn't really her,
Oh, I know.
and it was just a manifestation. Now again, I still leave the door open. I think they could all be true.
Yes. Yeah.
So
yeah, yeah.
all of these definitions could be true, but in most cases, it might be some kind of an entity that is not. It's just physically taking the form, and
To
they
lure
vary.
you- to lure
right,
you in.
exactly.
And that's why I wouldn't go back.
To like do some
Whatever.
crazy shit.
Yeah,
Like,
who
Or just to
knows?
come back and die. Just come
Who
back
knows?
and have the mausoleum fall in.
program you or something.
Or just if they're parasitic, if they're non-physical parasites from other dimensions.
Oh, yeah, they get stronger.
They just need your fear and pain.
Oh,
they
and
just
they're-
need your fear.
oh,
They don't
yeah.
even need to kill you. They're just parasites.
Oh, yeah, there's...
Oh, so just merely seeing them and being fearful of ghosts
Exactly.
actually
Feeds them.
Yes.
Feeds them.
So if you
Well, that's why you know how it's like super corny, but in a lot of movies, if you love the demon or if you love the ghost, they hate love. They're like allergic to it. So that's like the anti. So that turns them off.
Because I hear a lot of stories like
Yeah, but...
when people see ghosts, like a lot of them they don't experience fear at all. They're just kind of like they just observe and
Yeah.
oh wow. This
Well, yeah,
lady.
but there's also a slightly contrary view on the love thing, because a lot of, like with the succubus and the incubus and the whole thing, a lot of people start to embrace it and it gets
But
stronger.
don't they embrace
And-
in lust and not real love though?
Yeah, but I mean, if it's going to be synonymous at that point, if it's a parasite and it's getting stronger, if you're sitting there like thinking that you love it, your emotions, any emotions, your extreme fear or your extreme love, it gets stronger and stronger. Anne Rice covered a lot of that in The Witching Hour, and that's one of the most horrific books ever. I mean, as far as being
Is that
scary.
recommended?
It's one of the best books that you will ever read. It
Oh,
is.
Man.
All right, hold on.
Oh man, there's already too many.
Anne Rice, The Witching Hour, is 1,000 pages long.
Wow.
It is singly one of the best books. Like, I don't want to say it's the best book I've ever read, because there is hold on. But 1,980 pages of the best book I've ever read, in the last 20 pages, I'm still upset about. Pissed me off to no fucking end.
Wait, is this the Witching Hour?
Yeah. The last 20 pages got
read it.
all right, but hold on. But she covers a lot of this, and a lot of times, Anne Rice, like H.P. Lovecraft, when she writes, there's a semblance of truth, and you're like, is she writing from experience? Is she writing from research that she shouldn't have done? Why? You get the feeling that she knows something, and she's trying to put what she knows in fiction so that she can sell it, and those who know will learn from it, and those who don't know just think it's fiction, because there's some fucked up shit in that book that disturbs me to today, and the reason it disturbs me is because it rings true. It rings true, and the worst of it rings true. But that's also to carry on to what you had said earlier about a parasite being who needs emotion, because a lot of what I think happens, what if, all right, I'm just posing this, what if it's a demon, or what, you know, or what we define as demons, or what we think is a demon. It doesn't have to be a minion in Satan, but if you think demons are minions of Satan, so maybe it is, whatever. What if that when somebody dies, that's the closest they can be to life? Because a body that was alive for X amount of years, when it dies, that really is the closest thing to a dead person is the closest thing to a living person you can get. That's a really weird concept. Think about it for a second. So a dead person is the closest thing to a living person you can get. What if the spirit goes into the body after you bury them or after they're dead and tries to reanimate it because it's still a working body, it's still a functioning body per se. There's still cells, and it might not have
going into zombie mode.
It might have no, but it might not have deteriorated. So what if that entity goes into the dead body and tries to live, but whatever caused the body to be dead leaves it dead, so it can't animate it, but it can pick up on its appearance, its memories, because the brain cells are still there, its look.
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
And well, that's because I've been thinking about it for a while, and it bothers me. So now, what if it can mimic that? Because when it goes into it, it's like, oh wow, this is what that person thought, this is what that person loved, this is some vague memories, and if it's in the form, it can assume that person's look. Now, what if it remembers a house or remembers a place, and when it can't get the body, to get up, it can't make the body move? What if the longer it stays in the dead body, the more it starts to think it's that body? And what if it waits? Terrible. What if it waits like a year in the dead body and finally gets up because it can't get the body up and goes back to where the memory, and it goes back to its memory, and so it goes back to the house. It goes back to the house.
You just added a new definition.
And if you go there, you might see it, and it will look like the body it inhabited for a week, a day, a year. And so if you describe it, someone will say, "Oh my God, that sounds just like my mother." And then it was wearing what the body was wearing when it possessed it. So you're like, "Oh yeah, it had a long gown and it had its hair in a bun." And then you talk to it, and it has vague memories of what that person remembered. So even if you have a seance or a Ouija board and you ask it a question, you might get, "How did you die?" "Terrible murder." "Well, who do you love?" "Denise." And Denise is the daughter, and her mother got killed. And you're like, 455 Lincoln Avenue. That's the address where my mother was murdered. But you can't get anything more, because you ever see in these seances, you can't get a whole lot. You get particulars about one thing, but you can't get a lot about another. What if it's just because it absorbs some of the leftover memories? Now, that's what really bothers me, and that's what worries me, because it could be a representation of your loved one and be the exact opposite. That's horrible. And that little girl really was that little girl.
But is that really... Yeah, but is that really that more horrible than a demon posing that would have that information?
Well, but it kind of is a demon posing, and we don't know how much it remembers and how much it doesn't, because if it doesn't...
The only thing is the intentional versus unintentional.
But it might be unintentional too, because if it's a really powerful demon, it might realize and use it. It might use it, and if it's weak, it might not realize. And it might be confused, like the people in the Philadelphia.
But isn't the one that realizes scarier than the one that doesn't
realize? No, but I'm just saying that the one that realizes might not get stuck in a location or a place. It might move on, because if it realizes it, it might say, "Why am I haunting this fucking house? That was just an impression. I don't need to stay on this impression."
Yeah.
Whereas like the Philadelphia, you ever go to the Philadelphia prison?
No.
And they let you do tours, and it's real fucked up, and there's like people who, that you can hear people yelling still in some of the cell blocks, and they give you a tour, and some of the
Alcatraz, and supposedly it's haunted, but that one I didn't really get anything there.
Yeah, but the Philadelphia one, they only let you go on Halloween and at night, so it's already a bad situation. But some of the cell blocks they have locked up because it's so bad that they can't let people in there. And so when you walk by it, you look down and they're like, "Yeah, that one's closed this year because it's unmanageable this year." And you look down and you're like, that's messed up.
I think so. I think I went with
you and Jay. Yeah.
Did I go with you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, with Jay, I think.
Yeah.
No.
That's all right, because no one knows who that is. So that's what I think a lot of times, because that would explain why they're here, why people see them, why they have information, and it doesn't get in the way of, God's not going to let a Christian spirit float around and not come to heaven.
Well, you know what's really creepy, though? If all of them are true, so you get X percentage of this definition is true, X percentage, because why wouldn't it be, right? Because they could all be true. And you wouldn't know which when, which is, that's what, like, I guess that's what you're saying is really scary, because if it really is the loved one, or if it's not.
Yeah.
Because if there's X% chance of either being true, you would never really know.
Oh, no, it would be impossible to know until you're dead. And that's one of the risky things, because if you die, I think you have all the answers.
And I don't really want to tie this in, but...
Oh, no.
This ties in, next episode is probably Mandela Effect. Maxwell's a big expert in this one. But,
Nelson! that the demon possessed his body and animated him in the last 10 years of his life. It wasn't really him, because he was possessed in prison.
But get this!
I don't think
get
I'm an
this!
expert, but I
Maxwell,
did look it up a lot.
Did you see the variation where the Mandela Effect is 2012, we all died, we're all ghosts living on Earth, and we don't know
I
it.
heard about that.
And then the little glitches in memory are from the real world that we lived, and this is all a ghost world.
That's an interesting one, actually.
Like the season finale of Lost.
Well, I didn't see it.
I just ruined it for you.
Oh, okay. I wasn't gonna watch it.
No, there's no need to watch that. That show was messed up.
But anyway, so yeah, those are all the definitions. What do you think, Maxwell? Especially that last one.
That was an interesting talk.
Yeah.
And he brought up something interesting. Something.
What do you think about that?
It was really cool. I like it.
All right. So, to tease you a little bit, the witching hour has a different view, and I'm not going to give a lot of information. I'll just make it so that you'll be like, oh, I better read this. There's something like a spirit or akin to a spirit or some entity or something that keeps appearing, and the modern person in the book who, the protagonist sees this spirit or entity or visage or whatever from a distance, and it's always in a yard, and she starts researching, and all of her ancestors at one point or another saw this spirit but couldn't make contact, and so she started researching her whole family, and that spirit was always somewhere, either in a photo or somebody wrote it in a diary, but they all hid it. So she had to research it. So when she found like an old photo of her mother, there was a picture of it in the background, and then she found her grandmother's diary, and her grandmother mentioned her friend and described it, and it was the same outfit that was in the photo of her mother. And then she started researching her family history, and every female in her family history had seen it or interacted with it wrote about it or thought about it. And then Anne Rice, the genius that she is, she went back and told the whole family history, but from not looking back or researching it, what really happened. So because you saw what the protagonist was doing, then at a certain point she flips and she does it from the spirit or entity's point of view, and it tells where it really started. And
you're already telling me too much.
And where it really went. And so sometime, I think it was like in the 1800s, the spirit tried to. It started. One of the old men was dying, and he actually saw it. So he's one of the only men that saw it. And so he worked with the entity, and the entity kept him alive longer than he should have been, because he was too weak. He was too weak, and he was like really sick. So with a symbiotic relationship, the entity was able to keep him up and keep him alive a little bit longer than he should have been alive, because his heart he would have had a heart attack if he kept trying to walk, and so with the spirit's power, he was able to stay alive a little bit longer than he should have been. And they were at dinner once, and the body of the grandfather or whoever it was started flaking and deteriorating, and the father, the old man, the great grandfather or whatever, had died, and the entity was trying to keep his body animated because he had died, and since he had worked with the body to stay alive, he was able to keep it moving just a little bit longer because it wasn't like he was possessing it. It was like an agreement. But then while they were in agreement at dinner, like the body had died and the entity's like, well, let's see how long I can run with this. And so it lasted like a couple days, and the person had died, but it was still coming down to dinner, and it was still eating, and it started to decompose. And some of the people started noticing that it was decomposing, and then the spirit wasn't able to keep it going any longer. But it had kept it going for a day or two after its host body had died. The book is fucking terrible. It's so scary.
I don't even know if I'm
It's so scary.
All right, well, it's in line with that. Do you know the history of alcohol,
No,
Maxwell?
I don't know your history of alcohol.
No, not really.
Okay, so alcohol is actually, it's Arabic and it's thousands of years old, and the original name is al-Ghul. Ghoul, as in a ghoul, a demon.
Person
Alcohol,
eating flesh.
and that's why. Well, that's why they also call alcohol spirits. You drink spirits. So
that's
basically, what alcohol does, it changes the composition of your body, the molecular composition, because it's mostly water, and when you drink alcohol, it changes it, and it supposedly opens you up for demonic possession or possession from other spirits or ghouls. And that's one of the reasons, you're not supposed to, the Bible says no, you're not supposed to drink, you're not supposed to engage in any of that. And also, if you look at people going on like murderous rampages, like that's what alcohol does. It corrupts you. Like, most people don't drink alcohol and then go out and give to charities or do good things. I mean, maybe some of them do.
Some of them do.
Some of them do.
Some of them get all nice and shit.
They get drunk and they give away $1 million.
They get possessed by a good spirit, but usually like murderous rampages and people killing their whole family, like they're drinkers.
Well,
That do that.
Well, and it's funny that you say that too, because with religion, transcendental meditation, like where you completely empty your mind and empty your body, supposedly leaves you susceptible to some kind of possession.
I haven't heard that before.
So do you remember the transcendental meditation that was going around like in the 70s? Like L. Ron Hubbard was a big practitioner of like transcendental meditation. Well, it became dangerous because you had an exponentially increasing amount of people losing control of themselves and not realizing it, because they learned to clear their mind and become a complete blank slate, and that supposedly made it a lot easier for whatever is out there to, and you can say, okay, maybe an alien possessed them, maybe their dog, inhabited their body and they started peeing on fire hydrants, whatever, but, or demons possess them, but completely clearing their mind of any semblance and making a complete blank slate supposedly opened them up to possession. Now, if you read, the different religions say you're not supposed to, do drugs and alcohol to the point where you black out and lose control, because when you black out, if you look at demon possessions,
you're not supposed to do it at all.
well, I know, but I'm just saying, if you look at like possessions and people who've killed, like you said, killed a lot of people and then said it wasn't them,
they didn't remember it,
and they don't remember it, that leads to that as well. So if you're completely inebriated and you black out, who's to say something can't jump in?
Yeah, it's messed up.
Yeah.
But the other variables on it are, if you have like a really, really strong spirit or soul, then those are the people that don't get drunk as fast, and so they're less susceptible even if they drink. So some people can get away with it, some people can't.
Yeah, and do you think that goes hand in hand with hypnotism?
Yeah,
because those people, I think, are harder to hypnotize as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's so funny because, the alcohol, and that's why it's called spirits. It's all like, it was all known at one point, and now it's kind of just fell by the wayside. But if you look it up, you can still find all that out. Because, so it's weird stuff. And people have actually written pretty extensively about it, especially on exactly how the chemical process works of the more alcohol you ingest, on how, so basically, they break it down into physics and chemistry, whereas entities, when you change your composition, the entities like you get closer to what the entities can manipulate. So it kind of like thins that veil.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really messed
It's like
up stuff.
it's almost like they're grooming us for, here, drink, and then that grooms us to their possession.
Yeah.
But ghoul is something that eats human flesh too, so has that crossover.
Well, isn't that the newer definition?
I think that's the original definition of a ghoul.
The Arabic definition?
Might not be the Arabic.
The Arabic one is cool. I think it's cool. Khul.
Oh, so ghoul might be a derivative thereof.
It was a later offshoot. I think.
Yeah, because ghouls are something that eats flesh.
Yeah, that's the newer incarnation.
Yeah, and I'm reading Tokyo Ghoul, the Japanese animation, and that is about creatures that eat human flesh. It's actually really good.
That sounds scary.
Tokyo Ghoul is really good.
So one more thing. I know you had an experience in Amityville.
Oh, geez. Yeah,
you want to share that one now that we're on topic?
Yeah, that was terrible.
In what?
Amityville, where the Amityville horror took place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I actually went there. But I do have to go back and say, when I saw the ball that was in the styrofoam, and then it turned out and I realized that it was a bald head, and that was the pattern on the bald head, and the hair, I thought it was an old lady. And when the little girl came to me, I didn't associate it with it because I didn't say, oh my God, it's her when she's young. I said, oh my God, why is this little girl bothering me?
Yeah.
And then when my friends found out that it was a little girl, then it clicked. And I think in my original telling of the story, I might have said that I saw that it was a little girl, but whatever. But yeah, so that's why it was strange, because deductive reasoning wouldn't have led me to think that I didn't think it was a little girl. So when whatever came to me as a little girl, that's why it freaked me out a little bit, because then I found out it really was a little girl.
One final time with that one, which I didn't mention, little kids' imaginary friends.
Oh,
The world throughout history. We should definitely touch upon that one, because that's really creepy.
There was a TV show 2 seasons, like a couple of years ago, about that. About the little.
That would make a great movie.
There were little kids.
Just like ghosts.
Little kids that
friends.
had friends, and the little girls would talk to it, and I think it ended up being aliens, but it was all messed up. It was really scary. But yeah, because I really do believe that I didn't have any friends like that when I was little.
Neither did I.
And I should have been the one, because I'm a writer and artist, so if anybody was going to be crazy enough to see something, it would have been me.
But can you imagine the amount of cases?
Well, yeah, but you want to know something?
It's absolutely insane.
Since I was looking, they probably said, "Oh no, this one's a problem because he can draw. He'll out us." So they probably steered clear of me.
But don't they honestly not care about being outed?
Well, I
because
don't
they
even
know
know,
the
but-
adults aren't going to believe.
But they also
that,
knew
so
that
they
I
have
couldn't
their
manipulate.
foothold.
Yeah, but I knew they couldn't. They probably looked at me and said they couldn't manipulate me, because I had 4 different cases where I tried to get into child molester's house and bake cookies with them, and they wouldn't let me in either. So that's some fucked up shit. Because there was this lady who let every day we would go to her house.
All right, hold on.
And
Rolling.
all right, there was this lady. I lived in this apartment complex, and I guess we were all 8, and every day, and she was kind of pretty, and I thought I was going to marry my kindergarten teacher, so I was always trying to get with older women. And so we all would go on her porch, because she was kind of pretty, and she would talk to us, and there was a bunch of us. It was a bunch of guys and a bunch of girls, and we'd go sit on her porch, and she'd talk to us. Then she'd go inside, and she's like, "Oh, I have to bake now." And we're like, "Oh, can we help you bake?" And she's like, No. And so then she's like, "Well, why don't you come back tomorrow and I'll give you some cookies," or whatever. So then we would come back the next day, and we're like, "Oh, we want some cookies." And she's like, "Oh, well, I ate them all. I gave them away." Now, I have, as far as images and memories of images, I have a near photographic memory, because I can draw it or write it. So I remember exactly what I see. And so things when I was little, I can go back and think about them now. And I didn't get it when I was little, but they make sense now, because I can see the picture exactly what it was. And I'm like, oh shit, that's messed up. And so this is one of those, because I remember her exact. I remember all of us sitting there exact. And she's like, "Oh no, I ate them all, but I need to make more today." And then I don't know how many days, it was a couple days of that. And then she's like, "Who wants to help me? Would one of you want to help me?" And then we were all like, "Oh, we want to go in the house. So we want to go in and bake cookies." And so she's like, "All right, you." And like she picked this, one of the little girls or whatever, and every day she would pick a different kid. And we were like, oh my God. And we were like, she never picks us. This is terrible. And all of us who didn't get picked would moan and groan and then go away. And because we would sit on her porch for like an hour. And we're like, oh, when are the cookies coming? And we're like, it's a hot summer day. Let's go play in the woods. So we would leave. And then we'd come back the next day. And then she'd come out and she's like, well, we ate the cookies yesterday. I brought some out and you guys had left. And there was one person still here who waited and I gave them a cookie. I'm going to bake cookies again today. Who wants to come in? And then she picked somebody else. And once finally she picked me. She's like, oh, come on in. Come on, you can come in. And I was so excited. I was like, yeah, I'm going to get to go bake cookies. Yeah. And so I went into her house and she showed me around and she's like, here's the kitchen. Okay, well, you got to go outside now. And I'm like, wait a second. I didn't get to do anything. And she ushered me back outside and then she picked somebody else and then they went in and then they baked the fucking cookies and the rest of us that weren't picked were upset and then we went away. I looked back on it and I was like, wait a second. That bitch was a lesbian child molester, because now when I think back, no matter who she let in the house, she only took the one little girl, and that one little girl was the girl who went in the house and made all the cookies. So she picked me, let me come in, and then made me leave after like 5 minutes, and I remember the person who went in after me was the little girl that always went in, that always baked the cookies. And she was the one getting that lady's love.
What happened?
Oh, because it was so obvious. It was all a setup and she groomed us. She's like, oh, I'm going to bake cookies. Nobody can come in. Come back later. And then it was like, oh, would somebody want to help me?
Did it ever
Oh, no, it never came out on the news. But I know it for what it is. Studying all of these modern cases.
Wait, do you remember the little girl's experience,
there is
baking cookies?
No, because
she looking back, you must have seen something.
Because that little girl eventually she moved away and we didn't talk to her. And then the lady moved away and we didn't talk to her. But and it was the whole summer, and I tried so hard to get in. We would knock on the door, knock on the door,
sure,
and knock on the door.
Maybe she just liked that little girl.
It's kind of like
no, it's not. It's not off topic because it's. I'll get back to it. But anyway, years later, I saw her again, and she had come out as a lesbian, and she was
girl or
the lady,
and
she had like her younger lover with her, and that's what made me go, wait a second. That's why only little girls, she might not have molested them, but that's why only little girls got to go in and bake the cookies, because that's what she liked,
So yeah.
I something, but I was ready, because if she had molested me, I'd be telling you guys, something, man. When I was 8, I got with this hot lady who ended up being a lesbian. That was my first lesbian experience.
Wait, how is this on topic?
Okay, because. All right, hold on.
I asked you about Amityville because of your Amityville experience, and then you brought that up.
Yeah, but there was a point, because I was trying to get molested by child molesters, and it didn't work.
Was it imaginary friends?
And
imaginary friends being ghosts?
And the imaginary because the imaginary friends wouldn't come to me because I knew they were around, and I couldn't get them to come to me because they knew that I wasn't gonna be, either I was gonna be willing or unwilling. They knew they couldn't manipulate me, because every time there ended up being a child molester in the neighborhood and I tried to get with them, they always made sure that I got out, because I look like one of the dangerous ones. They're like, oh, that one will brag about it. He'll go to 7-Eleven with photos in his wallet and say, yeah, I did this lady. Because there was another lady in the same apartment complex. I got into her house, and all the way down, she was a black belt and in karate. And I got into her house, and she took me to her sanctum sanctorum, and her little hidden place where she had a hidden dojo in her basement with sliding doors, and there was a bed in her dojo, and I ran over and jumped on the bed, and she was like, yeah, you're gonna have to leave. And I'm like, I went into her house every day for a week.
Yeah.
And then she started telling me about her secret place. And then I was like, I need to see her secret place. So every day I'd go over there and ask to see the secret place. And every day she would say no. And then finally she took me down to her secret place. And then when I got down there, she's like, you're going to have to leave. And then after that, she didn't let me back in her house. That's some fucked up shit.
Alright, so imaginary friends all around.
The imaginary friends did the same thing to me. They saw me and they're like, nah, man, he's dangerous. Keep him at a distance.
No, but forget about you for a second. Just in general, Maxwell, what do you think?
What?
Imaginary friends, demonic entities, possible ghosts, because kids...
Possible molesters?
Kids that haven't been indoctrinated into a certain way of thinking might actually see more truth, as opposed to saying, these aren't real. So if you think something's not real, you're not going to be able to see it for what it really is.
Well, it's the same thing as fairies and unicorns and all kinds of shit, you know? Yeah, no, but I'm being serious, though, because there's something like the little people, because you have all kinds of reports about the little people, like over in Ireland, who talk to the children, but the adults don't see them. And the children are like, well, they always run away when the adults come. They always run away when the adults come. You know, so it's not just invisible friends. There's friends that the kids can see that leave before the adults get there.
Yeah, this got really creepy. Anyway, so go Amityville.
But, all right, so I go to Amityville when we were in college. We went on a road trip, and so we were like, let's go to Amityville, because that was one of the exits. So it was like an hour away. So we got back onto whatever road, and we drove, and then it's like Amityville, next right, or whatever. So we went to Amityville, because we wanted to see where the Amityville horror was. And we drove around, and everything was fine. We're all excited, and we're all happy, and this is great, and I have a super big gulp, and everybody's excited. And we couldn't find where the house was because we didn't have Google or, little computers in our hand that we have now. And so we had to stop and ask directions. So we stopped at a gas station, and they're like, yeah, you go down there and make a left and another left and another left. Everybody's always down there or whatever. So we did all of that, and we still couldn't find it. And so there was this guy. We were driving up and down every street. And it's still like kind of cool, and everything's like, we're all excited. And there was a guy standing in the middle of the street. And it's like 2 a.m. And we're like, well, ask him for directions. Now, looking back on it, I'm like, oh shit, if I'm in Amityville and there's a guy standing in the middle of the street, I'm not going to stop and ask him directions, because that does not bode well. But anyway, we pulled over and stopped, and we asked him, we go, where's the Amityville horror house? and we had to ask 3 times, because I think he thought we were saying, where's the Amityville horror house? but we're like, where's the Amityville horror house? And finally he understand that we were saying horror house. And he just points down to the end of the street. And we're like, this is the street? And then he like gestured that we had to make, like, at the end of the street we had to turn, and then that would be it. And so we're like, okay, cool, thanks. And we thanked him. And we drove to the end of the street, and we turned. And when we turned, all the hair on my arm stood up. And I was like, what the fuck? And it felt like if you put your fingers in your ears, like if you push on your ears, you can still hear, but everything gets muted.
Yeah. Like underwater?
Yeah, it felt like it was muted. Like right now, I can hear myself talk, but it's all weird. Yeah. And it felt like pressure, because it felt like someone was just pushing on my chest. And yes, you could say, oh wow, he's on the street and now it's psychosomatic and he's psyching himself out. But I don't generally react that way. Yeah. And so it wouldn't bother me. It was just an oppressive feeling that came over me, and I'm like, as an innocent bystander, I'm like, oh, that's fucked up. I feel like someone's pushing on my chest and I can't hear. And so we drive down the street and we see the house. And it's a little bit different because I guess the boathouse isn't connected to the house. And I guess in the movie the boathouse was connected to the house or something like that. Like in this one, the boathouse is like across the street and down by the water or whatever. And the guy at the gas station had told us that. He's like, oh, there's 2 places. You got to go down by the water if you want to see the one. And you go to that. And we got out of the van and stood in the street and looked at the house. And that feeling didn't leave. And we hung out. We went up and looked at the house, but we didn't get real close. Then we crossed the street and went and found the boathouse and walked around there. And we were there, like, running around for like 20 minutes.
And everybody had that feeling?
no one said anything, and then we're like, yeah, we better go. And then when we were driving away, we had to pull over, and the one kid started throwing up, and we had to stop the van, and he threw up, and everybody had some kind of adverse effect, and none of my friends had attributed it to maybe some kind of malevolent presence, you know. And immediately I was like there's an oppressiveness around this whole fucking street, and yeah, our one friend threw up, and the other was nauseous, and literally when we got about a mile away, it was like there was no pressure on my chest and I could hear again. It was really, really strange.
Should have tried to go back just to see if it was going to go.
No.
Just keep going back and forth to verify.
Was it up a hill or something?
No.
Was there like some kind of air pressure?
No, not at all. And the one kid, he just kept throwing up, and then after we left, like, it was just really, really strange.
Because if you had gone back and forth a couple times, and if you had kept throwing, then it's perfectly fine as soon as you leave the
If I had gone back to see the little girl in the mausoleum too, you know, it's.
Maxwell, you have any experiences with the supernatural ghosts?
Or any presence, or any.
I remember the most real one for me was that when I was washing dishes. I was small, so I had this little step-up stool. I'm washing the dishes, and I hear footsteps coming right up behind me. And then it was coming around the corner, and I was like expecting somebody, and the footsteps kept coming to all the way to the stool. It freaked me out. I dropped the dishes and the sponge, and I just ran through whatever it was, and then I just went, and that scared the hell out of me. That was fucked up. It bothered me for a week, because like when you're in a house and you've experienced people walking through the house, you know where the sounds are coming from.
Yeah.
So you know, like when someone's like walking behind, like coming up to the, because I had a lot of brothers and stuff. Yeah. So like then, like back then, I knew it was like there should be someone walking in that, and there was no one, and that I ran so fast, and I can't believe I went through instead of the other way, because there was another path, but I just went through that way because everyone was on that side. So like, I don't know, I went to be with people rather than going around, because I don't know, maybe the ghost will chase me that way or whatever.
Oh shit. Yeah, but you know, now that you asked him about, because I was just telling some I know in my family some other fucked up shit happened. Like one of our friends talking about the spirits and alcohol. Yeah. One of my brother's friends was kind of like mentally ill, and it wasn't completely diagnosed, so we don't know if it was like manic depressive. I'm sure he was manic depressive, like old terminology. I'm sure that he was chronic schizophrenic, old terminology, what have you. But all of the above. But he was also an alcoholic that was prone to like blackouts. And when he would black out, it was almost like he became another person. So it was like a split personality, because you'd meet him on the street and he would be coherent and able to talk and able to speak, but it wouldn't be him, and he'd be drunk. And other than smelling the alcohol, and if people were with him and he drank for like 4 hours, other than that, there was no indication that he was drunk. It was like he was somebody else. And he tried to commit suicide a bunch of times, and he would always call our house and say, "Oh, I'm going to kill myself. I'm so depressed. I'm going to kill myself." And so, like, whoever was home would talk to him. Like, I was always too little to talk to him when he was going to kill himself. But, like, if my brother wasn't home, my mom would talk to him. And so he called once, and he's like, "I'm so depressed. It's just this overwhelming feeling of depression is sitting on me. You know, I'm gonna kill myself, you know." And my mother was like, you know, "Where are you?" And as he said, I think he was like, but my mom's like, okay, where are you? And he goes, "Late." And at the same time, a voice goes, "Chicago." And my mom's like, "What?" My mom goes, "What? Whoa, where are you?" And he's like, "I'm in Chicago." And my mom's like, and my mom got so freaked out that I don't remember, but she, like, the look that came over her face, and she's like, "Are you by yourself?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm in a room by myself in a motel." and she's like, nobody's with you at all, you're by yourself. And he's like, yeah. And she told that story for years, because then later he didn't remember even having the conversation, and he was by himself, and something said that he was in Chicago at the same time as he was trying to say where he was. And so that's all kinds of fucked up, dude. That's kind of freaky.
I was actually going to bring up, so you know haunted houses?
Yeah.
And like houses built on
Cemeteries and sacred ground.
So I kind of had or like a newer house is built on something else. I kind of had the opposite experience. So in the house that I grew up in, there would always be like freaky noises at night. Freaky noises at night, footsteps in the attic. So anyway, as soon as the house got remodeled, all of that completely stopped. As soon as the house got remodeled.
Oh, wow.
So no more weird nothing.
So they fixed it.
Well, some people say that it's just like a draft or something, but a draft is not footsteps.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Heavy footsteps,
Yeah.
intentional footsteps, because it sounded like somebody was walking slowly and deliberately.
Yeah, yeah.
Not quickly or whatever. So it wasn't like a rat scurrying. It was very deliberate. And then I don't know what you fixed it. How, I don't know, but it was just weird because there was quite a few. I mean, it wouldn't happen every day or anything, but quite maybe one or a dozen or two instances when it was really creepy, and just over years. And then I can't remember a single instance since the house got remodeled. And when it got remodeled, like the basement stayed the same.
Yeah.
Like the main bones of the house didn't really change.
Yeah, but apparently whatever offended got,
so who knows?
Yeah, that's terrible. And nothing ever again. Well, so that's cool. So maybe it was just the nails that were used in the upper levels.
No, because it would happen on the lower level too. Like the lower
yeah,
bathroom.
but it carried through. And once you got rid of those nails, the whole place was.
But anyway, so we went over a lot of stuff.
All right, wait, hold on. I got one more. So my brother, and this is messed up, because this will leave you trying to figure out what happened. Because if you remember how we talked about spirits that possess people, or if they're other people or spirits faking it.
Yes.
My grandmother was still alive at this point, and my brother was outside working on his car, and he heard footsteps, and he turned around and jumped because there was a lady behind him, and he's like, "Oh shit, you scared me," and he asked her, he's like, "Oh shit, what are you doing? It's dark here," like, because it was at night, and he was working on his car at night, and he asked her name, and she told him a name, and he's like, "Well, what are you doing here?" And then she disappeared into the darkness, and he thought she had just walked back back a couple steps, because he was working with a spotlight that you hang under the hood and whatever, outside in the driveway, and so he thought she just moved back, and then he shone the flashlight and she was gone, and it really freaked him out, and she was dressed weird, and he told my mother, and the name she had given him was apparently a name that my grandmother had used when she was like a teenager. And he described what she was wearing, and my mom went and got a photo of my grandmother when she was a teenager, and it was the same clothes, and she had given the same name, but and he had never seen the photo, and he had never known that. And so that one leads to all kinds of speculation.
Well, you reminded me of something. You actually reminded me of something. We forgot one definition.
Time travel.
I was just about to say, timeline overlaps.
Yeah.
So, because if she was real in her timeline, there was some kind of glitch crossover.
Yeah,
I forgot about that one.
I read a samurai book called The Autumn Bridge, I believe it was, and the Domio or whatever. And the Lord always had this apparition that he talked to, and she was a ghost, and he would talk to her, and she could only stay for a little bit, and then she would disappear, and he would talk to her, and then she would leave, and she would try to give him advice and help him. And somewhere in the book, like when you got to the second half, it flipped, you realized that she was in another time, and he was
That's pretty cool.
he was appearing to her as a ghost, and she was talking to him because she was from the past. And so she could give him answers about questions he had about the past. And then when it flipped and you were with her, and they're like, oh, are you going to see him tonight? And she's like, he doesn't always appear. And you're like, and you're trying to figure out what the hell's going on and who's this lady talking to. And then when he did appear and he was in his ghost form, you realized that that's who you spent the first half of the book with. And now you're with her.
Yeah, it's messed up.
And he's the ghost. And so she's looking, and he could tell her about the future. She's like, oh, well, what's going to happen with this land? What's going to happen with that land? Because she always asked him questions, and he figured, I'll give her answers because it's all common knowledge. So he's like, oh, this conquered that conquered this. And then he would ask her questions about the past. And so they would always give each other answers, and they both thought the other one was ghosts with special powers. It was really, really cool.
Well, and in that theory, if the ghosts don't know they're ghosts and they're just simply experiencing their own timeline,
Yeah, they're not even
then
ghosts.
both sides are confused.
Well, yeah, but both were alive when they were talking to the other.
Yeah, so
So it's like a
that's the other
time-space continuum.
I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, it's like a time or coexisting,
true.
alternating
So that
reality.
explains that one.
Yeah. And so that could have been what my brother had seen too. Yeah.
Because that opens up the door to a whole bunch of bizarre cases I completely forgot about.
Yep.
But
Exactly.
what do you think of that, Maxwell?
That was interesting.
Yeah, because people who are haunting places,
Yeah.
they might
just
be
be living their own
they
timeline.
live in their own timeline, and they see
Yeah.
you and they jump. That was
And
actually
then
in one of my
back to what I
novels.
said before, if all of these are true and each one is a certain percentage,
Exactly.
that's a crazy, crazy madhouse world.
That was in one of my novels. I had an apocalyptic event, and everybody who got caught in the epicenter was trapped, and they didn't know that they were dead, and so they stayed in the castle that they had gotten blown up in. And then in the future, when people came back to the castle, there were places where it looked like people were rebuilding the castle. And they're like, who's working on this part? Because it was an old, decrepit castle. But you'd walk down this hallway, and all of a sudden, everything would be restored. And you're like, someone must be restoring this. Like, who's restoring this? And then they would see people, and they would hide on them because they thought that they were like invaders, but they were really the people who were trapped and who had died. And so, that was in one of my books.
Also reminds me of Synchronicity. Santos Bonacci, this occultist scholar.
You won't do the Golden Dawn, but you'll do...
Well, he talks about synchronicity, which is the common threads of all religions being true, and all the ancient civilizations, since all of their origin stories and philosophies, a lot of them are all very, very similar.
What did Aleister Crowley think about that?
We don't need it now. We don't need to go down that one. But anyway, thanks for joining us again for an edition of the Mind Shock podcast. Hopefully it shocked your mind accordingly, and you are satisfied, listeners. Until next time, Bruce McGuire signing off.
Rook Davis.
Maxwell Powers.
I do.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is Bruce McGuire. And Maxwell Powers. And we are going to go over an idea that for some reason I have never heard anyone argue. And it is just such basic logic within paranormal conspiracies. Aliens, Bigfoot, demons, witnesses that are called crazy, and why. Once again, if you like the podcast, feel free to donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit the like button. Feel free to share it anywhere across social media platforms.
questions, comments, theories, just leave them in the comment section. Like our Facebook page. You could also check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and patrons do get priority in requesting topics to cover. So if you want to be a patron, check out our Patreon page. All right, Maxwell, here's something that just boggles my mind, or mind shocks me to no end. Obviously, we know most people are not logical. Most people are too cognitive dissonant. Most people argue from ignorance and condemn without investigation, which is the height of ignorance. However, obviously, a lot of these alien abductees, people who think they've been haunted by ghosts or Bigfoot encounters, some of these people really are crazy, right?
I'm sure.
They're delusional, rambling. I mean, some of them say they talk to aliens every day. Like, we can agree that a certain percentage are complete Looney Tunes, right?
Yep.
A certain percentage. Now, how come nobody has asked this question? If what they are alleging is true, actually happened to them, wouldn't that drive them crazy? And wouldn't they appear to be as crazy as they appear to be?
Sure. Yeah.
So how is saying they're crazy discrediting them in any way? Because if their story is true, shouldn't they be crazy? How many people would remain sane after these completely insane stories and accounts? Like, if you're abducted by aliens, or let's say aliens abducted you multiple times, they performed all these weird experiments on you. They did some mind control, whatever. If you remember it, how sane are you gonna be?
Yeah, it's a good distinction. Um, yeah.
For whatever reason, I haven't heard, like, I really haven't heard anybody address that, and that's such a basic. It's just such basic logic. If we're looking at it objectively and scientifically, without engaging in the circular reasoning fallacy, so without saying, "Oh, their story is false from the get-go," so approach it objectively. If their story is true, would the average normal person remain sane after it? Or similarly, the people who think, let's say there are certain people like those targeted individuals. Do you know about that, Maxwell?
I heard of the concept.
Yeah, so if the government is keeping tabs on people, which once again, I don't find that outlandish, because once again, if you see what's been declassified from MK Ultra and some of these other top secret government experiments on unwitting US civilians, what has been classified that will never be unclassified or declassified, is it really out of the realm of possibility that they would be doing some kind of experiments to see how citizens react to being tracked or whatnot? We don't know what it is. Maybe those specific citizens were involved in some kind of paranormal phenomena, so the government is keeping tabs on them, not necessarily even on them. Like, if these interdimensional entities are stalking these individuals for whatever reason, and the government wants to monitor what's going on, they have to monitor the individual, right, to see what's going on. So if this person really does see these black unmarked government vehicles, government agents, if they think their phone is tapped, what if it is? And if this goes on for an X period of time, nobody believes them. How sane are they going to remain if all of this really is going on? If they're talking about these weird mind control weapons or energy rays that they say they're being targeted with, if that's true, how sane are they going to appear if the purpose of those weapons is to drive them insane or frequency?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Well, I have to say they did a great job in that campaign to promoting the conspiracy theory term. The label conspiracy theory
Yeah, to
has been
discredit.
has
Yeah.
been it's been probably the most effective counterattack against truth seekers, and it's been very effective. I mean, all you have to say is conspiracy theorist, and you're pretty much shut down by 90% of the population.
Yeah,
So
you know what's hilarious though? If you substitute conspiracy theorist for critical thinker, is there really that much of a difference? Because what is a conspiracy theorist? It's someone who's logical enough to not just swallow any BS propaganda put forth by proven liars, at least in X percentage of cases. So someone who just doesn't simply trust on blind faith, someone who's not a devout religious follower in mentality, that's a critical thinker, right? So how is that different than any conspiracy theorist? Now, the conspiracy theorist could be wrong, but they're still a critical thinker. So what I find hilarious is how conspiracy theorist is supposed to be a derogatory negative term, but to me, if you just swap it out with critical thinker, is there really that big of a difference?
Yeah.
Because I think a minority of conspiracy theorists are what the stigma is. The ones that just think everything is a conspiracy, everything is the government, because that's not scientific either. You have anomalies, you don't necessarily know the responsible party, but you know there's an anomaly. You have enough of a brain, you have enough logic to consider alternate explanations, especially when there's money to be made. I mean, is a conspiracy theorist really anybody other than someone who just follows the money? Someone who's critical? Someone who uses deductive reasoning? I mean, conspiracy theorists are pretty much just detectives who are unwilling to take an official story at face value simply because of history. Because if history teaches anything, those superficial propaganda at face value stories, they're always wrong or incomplete. So you're right. It was an effective campaign, but I think especially in recent years with the rise of the internet and people just getting alternative viewpoints and the overreaction and censoring of people, that makes you think, because if they're really just full of it, why bother to send, like, why? It seems like there's been an aggressive campaign to censor and silence. If those people are just talking obvious BS nonsense, why not let them talk? I mean, you actually brought that point up on our Marilyn Monroe podcast, which is a very good point. If someone's viewed as crazy, especially if they're telling the truth, isn't it in the best interest of the government to allow the crazy people to talk? Because whatever their points are will be dismissed because they seem crazy. So hiding the truth in plain sight is almost better because nobody's going to want to revisit points that are made by crazy people because they're just dismissed as crazy ramblings.
I made that point.
Yes, you did. Maxwell Army. So yeah, I'm just saying, I really don't know why this could, because you like, I've seen a lot of documentaries. I know you've watched a lot of documentaries. You've watched a lot of movies. It seems like such a very basic third grader counterpoint. If these crazy conspiracy theorists who've had experience with this stuff, if they really did witness what they witnessed, if these alien abductees really did get abducted, isn't the normal rational expectation that they would be driven insane? And people get driven insane over far less than that. Far less than that. So why wouldn't the majority of abductees or contactees or people with these experiences, why wouldn't they have gone insane?
Yeah, good point.
So yeah, it's mind-boggling or mind-shocking on how this just simply is not addressed. Why do you think people don't address this in these documentaries? It's mostly like they're mocked and ridiculed and they just take it. Someone should just bring up I mean, I think a child can come up with this logical counterpoint. What do you expect their mental health to be if this actually really happened to them? I just it's mind shocking, and we haven't specifically brought it up before, so I really wanted to tackle this aspect of paranormal phenomena and how the discrediting of these people just goes on. They're mocked, they're ridiculed. I mean, Joe Rogan goes on and on many podcasts on like how people with Bigfoot encounters or people with alien encounters, they're just completely insane lunatics, deluded, deranged. I mean, if it really did happen to them, wouldn't they end up that way? It would almost seem the majority should end up that way. I mean, the human psyche is very fragile. People go insane over 1% or less than 1% of an ordeal like that, especially if it was multiple ordeals. I mean, can you imagine?
That's a good point. Because I just imagine myself if I did see like a Bigfoot or a, what do you call it, the Wolfman? What do you call it?
Dogman?
dog man,
Yeah.
if I saw something like that like a month ago, I wouldn't be the same today. I would be, I would have nightmares every night, and
Yeah.
people would talk to me, and I would hear something in the background and go insane, and people would think I'm crazy. And then if I tell them what my experience was, they'll think I'm completely insane
Yeah.
because they don't believe in Bigfoot or Dogman or whatever. Now that perpetuates the whole craziness vibe, and then you start to doubt yourself. Maybe, I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's crazy. Cause now, like yeah, that's how you drive yourself crazy. It's like when other people don't believe you, and you're just telling the truth, and then yeah, and then you start to doubt yourself. Like, wait, Did I delude that? Did I imagine that? Are people right? But I know what
Yeah.
I saw. And then you keep going around this loop. Like, I know what I saw. I know what I saw. And then now you have to try to convince other people. Now look even more crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a good point that you
And
that
now
you
can you
brought up.
imagine? And now can you imagine? Let's say you were a woman who was impregnated by aliens and had some kind of alien hybrid baby, and then that alien hybrid baby was taken from you during another alien abduction. How if that really happened? How many people could remain sane after that? Just think about it. Like you would be completely insane. But that doesn't mean your story didn't happen.
Yeah, I guess that's the time. Like, I mean, that's how these groups form. I mean, I'm sure there are alien abduction groups that you can attend and be part of. I'm sure,
Oh
like
yeah, of
I would
course, yes,
say, I'm
yes.
sure
They're
like
big ones.
a big 30% of them are completely insane, imagining things, and then there's like 60% that are actually that were actually abducted.
Yeah, I mean, I have
And
no idea what the percentages are, but
yeah,
I'm just
but yeah,
saying
I'm just
it's almost like a chicken or the egg scenario. For some reason, supposedly logical scientific people, they can't fathom that a person would not remain sane after some of these paranormal, supernatural, or just anomalous situations. The more extreme, the more insane. So it's a kind of a chicken or the egg scenario, and I don't want to fall for black and white fallacies because those are quite annoying. I'm sure there's a certain percentage, like you said, they were insane before they hallucinated an experience.
I'm thinking of another personality and reaction to supernatural phenomena. Um, like for example, someone who's like really stoic, and you ask them like, "How was your weekend?" Oh, I just got abducted by an alien. I saw this aircraft, and I saw this alien. Shook my hand, and he wanted some information, and then he let me at the spacecraft, and then felt like an hour,
You know
something like
what's
that.
funny? The masses would probably dismiss that account as well because he would be too. They would say he was too stoic. They would say someone
Yeah,
who went through that.
I think the only people who would believe him like are people who've known him for years.
Yeah,
Like they've never, like let's say like a 50-year-old person, and they've known him for all their lives,
yeah,
like 40
yeah,
for 40 years, and they've never heard him lie, and then all of a
yeah.
sudden he just comes out, yeah, I saw an
Or
alien and a
other,
UFO.
yeah, or other extreme Stoics, which are they're definitely the minority. But that just goes to prove that the masses, their cognitive dissonance is so extreme because they're going to grasp anything to dismiss a reality that they can't fathom or makes them too uncomfortable. Because if the person's crazy, they're just going to assume they were crazy all the time, not even factor in that that kind of an encounter would make the average person completely insane. Or if someone's too stoic and casual about it, they'll say, "Oh, they didn't really happen," because someone who went through that wouldn't be that calm. So no matter what, the cognitive dissonant masses will always dismiss witnesses or people who've experienced paranormal phenomena. So I think that's why psychology is so interesting and I think critical to understanding some of these paranormal and supernatural phenomena because if you don't have this information, like again, it's just so basic. I'm really surprised more people or this just hasn't been talked about more, but that's what mind shock is for. We go deep and delve into every aspect of the paranormal and the supernatural, and we talk about things that nobody else talks about. Logic at the forefront. So that's just something to keep in mind when dealing with the paranormal, with dealing with these supernatural phenomena and the people who say they've experienced it. I would say it would be much more rare for someone to experience something extreme and remain sane. I mean, obviously there could be a certain percentage of that as well, but I would say that's the minority, wouldn't you? Most people that have had extreme encounters should be crazy.
Yeah.
So the minority would not be crazy. So we hope you enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it. Like our Facebook page. Questions, comments, leave them in the comments section. And you could also check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
We'll catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And tonight, we are delving into the paranormal. We are going to go over police officer encounters with the paranormal. The scariest, spookiest, and most haunting ghost encounters from cops themselves. What do you think about that, Maxwell? Does that lend more or less credibility to these encounters?
Probably more.
In the eyes of a layperson, it probably would be more, because I guess they would think that a police officer might not want the stigma or the criticism of reporting any kind of ghost or paranormal activity, because they're supposed to be in some kind of official capacity. Whereas some random nobody, they might be doing it for attention or making it up. They have less to lose, where a police officer, they value their credibility, most people would say. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to let those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Also, you can follow and like our Facebook page for exclusive updates, and you can check us out, Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. Just check the description. Any questions, comments, thoughts, theories, or your own paranormal encounters, leave them in the comments section. All right, Maxwell, have you previously heard of any law enforcement encounters with paranormal or no?
No?
I know law enforcement and government officials, their accounts are usually viewed as more credible by the layperson, but it's particular in the UFO field. Because there were several UFO encounters and UFO cases where police officers were literally chasing UFOs in the sky, and they reported it, and they didn't hide it. So some people found those more credible. They couldn't sweep those under the rug to appease their cognitive dissonance quite so much as a random nobody. All right, so we're going to go over the best and most frightening accounts, the most credible accounts from a few different sources. Right now, we're going to start with the Occult Museum, and this is theoccultmuseum.com. Think about it. Who would make a better witness than a cop? Police officers are trained observers. They venture into the unknown every day. So it's hardly surprising that some of the best paranormal experiences we've ever heard are from members of law enforcement. Here are 10 of the most chilling ghost stories shared by the men and women in blue. 1. The Key Holder. Myself and a buddy on my squad responded to an alarm.
The incident location was an old office-type building that had been converted to doctor's offices. There was a pharmacy attached to it. Our dispatch received a motion signal from an upstairs office. Keyholder arrives on scene and we go in to secure the building. The stairs were locked behind a door that, of course, the keyholder didn't have keys to. So we took the elevator up to the second floor. Not the most tactically sound option I know. Elevator opens to a pitch black hallway, except for one overhead light at the end of the hall. We start checking doors, and so far all are secured. We get to the last office, and sure enough, the door's unlocked. We make entry and observe it to be an unused office. The door opened to a sizable waiting room and reception area. There were about 10 or 12 exam rooms, all cleared with no hiccups. We exit the office and immediately something seems off. That is when I realized the overhead light at our end of the hallway that had been on was now off, replaced by another light over the elevators. I look at my squad mate and he is completely white. I ask him what is wrong and he says, "Weren't all those doors we just checked closed and locked?" I tell him, "Yay." So my buddy says, "Well, now they're all standing open." Sure enough, all the offices down the hallway we had just checked were now standing open. Pucker factor sinks in at this point. Would that freak you out, Maxwell, if you just cleared a building and all the doors were locked? You turn around, you turn back around, and now they're all open and the lights are different?
Yeah, that would bug me out.
You got your night light on right now, or is this too terrifying for you, Maxwell, like with the Shadow People podcast?
I got my nightlight on.
Okay, cool. So we start clearing offices and securing offices. We finish the last office, and on our way out, just before we turn the corner to get into the waiting area, the main door just slams shut. Then our radios start going nuts with some kind of static feedback. Now I just want to get the hell out of there. We get back in the elevator and head down to the first floor to make contact with the keyholder again. However, keyholder is nowhere to be found. I contact dispatch and request a callback number for the keyholder so I can advise him of what we found. Dispatch states that the keyholder was still en route to us and was advising an ETA of 5 minutes. I advised dispatch that we had already been out with the keyholder. Dispatch requests I give them a call. I call dispatch and she tells me there is no way we were out there with a keyholder. She states that the alarm company had only just made contact with one. Eventually, the real keyholder arrives on scene and I ask her about the man that had let us into the building, the first keyholder. She asks me to describe him, so I did. She states that it sounds like one of the doctors that used to lease the office on the second floor at the end of the hall. She then states that he had committed suicide at his summer home several days ago. I still won't go back there. How do you like that one, Maxwell?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of scary.
So we have a police officer and their partner too. So we have two police officers corroborating each other on this story. So it's not just one. And dispatch and the dispatch records and the second keyholder.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Unless that original keyholder was someone as of yet unidentified. Well, they said that it looked like, if it looked like that guy, then it was that guy. But I mean, what are the possibilities here if it's not paranormal? Is there somebody who just happens to look like the guy that committed suicide a few days ago and he just happens to show up with the keys because he saw the police there? But then again, he would have had to have seen the police arriving and it had to have nothing to do with dispatch. And he would have had to have a key. No thoughts, Maxwell?
No, just trying to listen.
Maxwell Army, good thing you're doing a podcast. The listeners are here to listen. You're here to give your very astute and wise thoughts and analysis.
But I was just thinking about the cops. Did they go on, like, you know how they make reports and stuff? Like, did they go on record for their town to, like, with that, or did
Well,
are these reports on, like, to a reporter or something?
I don't know. There's no information here on the occultmuseum.com about exactly how these reports were given. I mean, we're going to go into Reddit reports too of just people who are claiming to be police officers and they're giving their reports. I'm not sure to what level they were verified, but you just gave me a thought. They would have had to have put up some kind of a police report or notation of what had happened. So there should be a record of this. So I'm not sure what you're alleging that they didn't want to go officially on record to state that, because they wouldn't have to, because all they would have to put down is that they cleared the building and nobody was there, right? They could have put strange activity, doors locking or unlocking, and I guess a normal person would probably say, "Oh, there's probably something wrong with the locks. They didn't stay, or something like that, right?" Nobody would say, "Oh, there was a ghost in there."
Yeah, I got you.
So, all right, let's go to the next one. The abandoned hospital. So that's ominous right off the bat. A few years back, prior to being a sworn law enforcement officer, I worked as a security guard at a hospital. Sounds cool, and it was, except for the fact that it was 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. I worked alone, and the hospital I guarded was abandoned. Would that be a job that you would accept, Maxwell?
Yes, yeah, no.
A year prior, the hospital built a brand new facility to replace their 5-story tall 1900s building. When the employees and patients left, they left everything in place. It looked like the people just disappeared in a hurry. Partially full of coffee mugs, uniforms hanging on coat racks, wheelchairs in the halls, everything as it was with a good coating of dust. I was always a third shift kind of person. I don't get night jitters or scare easily, but this place could do it to the best of them. Every night I would walk or ride a wheelchair through the halls that were supposed to be empty and unused. Every night I would end up having to close doors and relock them. I don't know how long I'd be able to do that job. What do you think? You just lock a door and then it's open again? That's weird.
That's kind of messed up. That just has to happen once and I'm out, because I don't know what the hell happened.
I think I might last twice, but that's about it. Okay.
Yeah, but by the way, that's the most common story that I hear. I've heard it from my brother's friends. It's always doors opening, like, you know what I mean? Like they leave and then the doors are open. That's like the most common thing I hear.
Do they live in a haunted house or something?
Well, I don't know. They left that house.
Oh, okay. Was that a wise move? Because
Yeah,
is that why they left it?
no, because it's messed up. Because like they would shower. All the cabinets are closed, and then when they get out of the shower, all the doors are open, and like all the cabinets are open, but the door remained locked. So like, and they would have visitors come. They would have visitors come over, and then they would come down. Like, they didn't even put their shirt on. They just go on a dining table and start eating with their shirt off and all wet and shit. And they're all white and, like, I don't know. It's just this is the stories that I hear. So
Okay. So, but is that why they left the house? Because of all this weird activity?
oh yeah. They left it. They completely believe that it's completely haunted.
How
So
long did they stay there?
I'm not sure, but it's happened to the owners, and then I don't know. They eventually sold it because they just couldn't stand it anymore.
Did they ever find out if anybody was killed in the house or anything like that?
No, I don't think they went through that much research. They didn't bother.
They were
It was
just
just
out.
it was
Okay.
just like I don't know, and they always had this sense of, like, I don't know, this weird feeling in the house. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, it's a weird feeling, and plus the doors. That's
That all start like day one when they moved in? Or did it take like a week or
um.
two?
And I have to ask more about this. I really, it was just like a quick talk about, like, ghosts and stuff. So, like,
Yeah.
I just remember their friend came over. They took a shower, and then they came running downstairs with their with their they're still wet and shit, and they just went on a dining table and started eating, and then they were like, "What's the matter?" And he was like, "No, I don't know, nothing." He just couldn't talk. I don't know.
Okay, so every night I would end up having to close doors, relock them. I would walk one floor, move up to the next, and continue on. I got a little shaky when an hour after already walking a hallway, I would have to turn off the same hall lights and close the same doors again in the building. So it didn't even last an hour. That's pretty creepy. Oh man, that's rough. Because then you can't, if it was like the next day, you could be thinking maybe you have maximum memory and maybe did you really lock it or did you really not lock it? But if it doesn't even last an hour, that's rough. Okay. Or when I would be walking a hall and then I would hear footsteps on the floor above me, doors opening and closing, elevators moving from floor to floor, phones ringing, nurse call lights going on, etc.
Man, how long did this guy stay on the job for?
I don't know. I mean, we'll see by the end of the account. But
Dude, it only takes one of those for me to get out of there, dude.
well, he said he doesn't scare easily. So like, who knows what he was thinking? But that is kind of weird. So he's going to be. So basically, everything in terms of sounds and lights, everything is operating as if the hospital is operating. There's just no actual physical people there. That's what his account is saying here. There were only 3 times I got the I hate this expletive feeling. First time I was checking offices on the 4th floor. There was a light on in a locked hallway. No surprise. This hallway hadn't been renovated since the place was built. Short of electricity, so everything was from the 1920s. Unlock the door, flip the lights, walk out, relock the door, and then turn to leave. Behind me, I hear the flip of a light switch. Through the frosted glass, I see the lights went back on. I left the hallway alone that night, so he didn't bother going in to shut it all off. But wait, what's creepier? The lights going on or off, or you actually hearing the light switch get flipped on, but there's nobody there?
That sound would creep me the fuck out. Like, I would, oh my god. I would run, dude. I would, like,
That's really creepy. That's bizarre. Yeah, usually in most accounts, I don't know if I remember people actually reporting that they heard the flip switch. Usually it's just strange light activity or doors being already opened or closed or unlocked. I don't recall actually people hearing the switches flip. All right, second time was riding an elevator between floors. I was taking the elevator to the top floor when at about the 4th or 5th floor, I hear laughing and muffled talking. It gets louder as it got higher. Elevator makes it to the 5th floor, doors swing open, absolute silence. Of course, every light was on the floor, even in the patient rooms. I check high and low, not a single living and breathing person in the place except for me. What's scarier though, if you're in an abandoned hospital and you find all the lights off or all the lights on? Is it scarier to find all the lights on knowing that nobody could have turned them on? Or is it scarier if the place is just dark and creepy?
the dark and creepy would, yeah, I don't know.
It's weird too, right? Especially if these ghosts are demonic, don't demons not like light? So it seems like a lot of these ghost stories where there's light activity, are they just playing with someone? So if these are interdimensional entities, like we've discussed in other podcasts, and they're kind of just playing because they want to get your attention, kind of like an animal playing with another animal, or just a curiosity, sort of one entity to another entity. Are they trying to get the human's attention, and this is just a weird game?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I think it would creep me out if all the lights are on and they all turned off. That would be the worst combination.
I don't know, because if there's like a problem with the circuitry, I don't know. It's weird because that's why the sound of a light switch being flipped, that's not a problem with circuitry. If lights are flickering or randomly turning on or off, that could theoretically be explained by circuit issues. I don't know what could explain a physical switch flipping without anybody flipping it. That's just weird, especially if it's at some old place. I don't know. It's pretty weird. Okay, third and worst of all was just an average night. I'm on the lower level locking a door in a corridor. The door had a glass middle, but on the backside it was covered by white tape. The room it led to was dark, and the hallway a few feet behind me was partially lit. So the glass acted like a perfect mirror. Everything normal, key in, lock clicks, turning the key. When behind me I see the full outline of a person walk past me in the hallway. Clear as day, just a full shadow of a person walk past. I just froze for about a second, and then I ran into the hall after the supposed person. No one, just silence. Awesome gig, but after a year, so he worked there for longer than a year, Maxwell.
Wow, that's crazy.
So awesome gig, but after a year, it felt like I should have been an exorcist with all this stuff happening. The other guards that worked on the days opposite to mine had the same stuff happen, except they always saw nuns walking into rooms just outside of an old rectory chapel on the third floor. Better nuns than something else, I guess. So that's kind of weird. So it's not just him. There are other security guards report similar activity. Now he did not report ever seeing those nuns, but he said the other people did. That's weird. Okay, so any final thoughts on that account, Maxwell?
I don't know. I'm impressed with the year employment thing.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Because he said it was standard for just doors to become unlocked, lights to come back on, and he would have to shut them off and relock, like sometimes after just an hour. That's a lot of work, man. If you have to redo everything every hour, that's a ton of work. I hope he got paid well. All right, the third account. Did you see Grandma? When I was a municipal cop, I was sent to a missing person runaway juvenile call. The town I worked in was inner city and poor, but it was one of the better streets in town, and the family was squared away. The husband and wife were both educators. While I was taking the report of their runaway teenage daughter in the family's living room, an older daughter who was in the room pointed toward a hallway and yelled, "Grandma." The husband ran into the hallway yelling, "Mama." The husband returned to the living room and asked, "Officer, did you see her? Did you see my mother?" I told him I had not and asked him why it was remarkable that his mother had walked down the hallway. The husband replied, "She died last year. We see her walking around the house all the time." I took the rest of the report while standing on the front porch. So that was enough to get this officer to just move from their living room to the front porch. Is that weird, Maxwell?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I mean, this account's not that remarkable. It would be more remarkable if the officer had seen the grandma. Because then that would be convenient, right? Because if you're claiming you saw something, oh, by the way, there was a police officer in our house at the time that also saw it. That leads a certain credibility, right? All right.
Yeah.
Fourth account, The Eyes That Watch. Oh, that sounds like a horror novel. I work for a tribal police department, and believe me, the spirits here can get to you. There is a section of Florida road between Dade and Collier counties known as the Western Camps. Dade Collier Airport is located here. Anyway, while on midnight shift, I was patrolling this area and called an area check. My radio worked absolutely fine. Just then, that commercial for the movie Fourth Kind played on my FM radio. I immediately became spooked. Have you seen that movie, The Fourth Kind?
I think so. Is that the UFO film, right? They made it like they made it seem like a documentary, but it wasn't.
Yes, to a degree. Yeah, it was a creepy movie. I think I saw it when it first came out. I don't remember it too well, but I remember being relatively freaked out, and it was based on a true story, I believe, which made it even freakier.
I don't think it was. I thought it was. I don't know. They made it seem like I had to. it's something that you watch and then you have to research it to see if it's true, and none of it was true. I think it was completely fictional.
As part of the marketing campaign, they used fake stories, but here are the real stories. So this is on topsecretwriters.com. This was published May 2012. The real story behind Nome, Alaska missing people. The Fourth Kind is an American science fiction thriller that was released in 2009. Set in Nome, Alaska, the story is based on the mysterious disappearances of 24 people in Nome from the 60s to 2004. According to Box Office Mojo, The Fourth Kind was a box office hit, making $47.46 million worldwide from an estimated $10 million budget. Despite enjoying considerable box office success, The Fourth Kind was panned by critics, with some deeming it has been insensitive to the families of the missing victims. In an analysis of The Fourth Kind, Rotten Tomatoes, a website devoted to reviews, information, and film news, summed the film up as follows: while it boasts a handful of shocks, The Fourth Kind is hokey and clumsy and makes its close encounters seem eerily mundane. I would disagree with that. I mean, I'm not easily freaked out, and I thought this was a relatively freaky movie. Maybe it makes a difference if you watch it in the middle of the night versus during the day, but I don't know.
Well, wait, let me ask you this: when you saw it, did you s- did you see it as a documentary, or what was your mindset on it?
Oh no. I actually didn't even think when I first saw it. I don't really remember. I'm having a Maxwell moment. I'm pretty sure I didn't think. I'm pretty sure I viewed it as a fictional horror movie. And then when I looked it up online, I found that supposedly it was based on truth after I watched it, not before.
Mine was a little bit different because I was trying to figure it out. I'm not sure how I started. I think I didn't see it in the movie, so that was a lot. So when I first saw it, I was trying to figure out if it was a real documentary or it was like fictional, like what do you
I
call it?
knew it was. Oh, I knew it wasn't a real document. I knew it was a fictional movie. I
Yeah,
just thought they were.
I didn't. So it
Oh,
was weird for me. So like when I started seeing all this phenomena happening, like like I was like, wait, there's no way that was actually what happened. Like this would be like worldwide news. Like it would be, you know what I mean? Like it would be a I don't know. It would be proof of uh that thing. So I don't know. It was just so I was skeptical and I had to look it up, and then I was kind of disappointed that they made it seem like a real documentary when it
I
really
didn't.
wasn't.
I didn't get that impression at all. I didn't think they were trying to make it look real. It looked to me like it was a fictional movie using a fictional plot device as being like a pseudo documentary. And then only after I watched it and I looked it up, and it supposedly, that's when I saw some of the marketing things. I was like, wait a second, I mean, that was really creepy. I wanted to know more about it. Because I think it had, what does it say? At the beginning, it said it was based on true events or something. I never took it literally that anything filmed was real. It was only after so I thought from some of the marketing afterwards, after I watched it, I looked it up. And I was like, wait a second, did they really use these psychoanalysts' tapes or whatever? Are these real tapes? And then that was part of the marketing scheme. But either way, it was a creepy movie, and it made you think a little bit. And it made me look up other similar cases where there were recorded therapy sessions where similar things were heard. I don't think any of them were filmed, but there were audio sessions that were very similar to what was depicted in the film. That's what makes it creepy. But let me finish this article. Nome, Alaska, missing people, truth versus fiction. The true part of the story is as follows. In 2005, FBI homicide detectives did in fact investigate the mysterious disappearance of 24 people that had taken place in Nome between the 1960s and 2004, which caused locals to initially think there was a serial killer involved. According to the Anchorage Daily News, most of the victims were Native men who had traveled to Nome from surrounding villages. The FBI determined that there was no real reason to suspect a serial killer, and instead came up with the explanation that, quote, excessive alcohol consumption in a harsh winter climate, end quote, were to blame for the disappearances. I mean, that's kind of silly, though, because if that were the case, why not any of these other towns? had anywhere near this rate of disappearance. I mean, it doesn't. That's kind of a illogical explanation. But anyway, however, the fourth kind is based on a conspiracy theory from the movie producers as to why those people went missing from Nome and that they were actually abducted by aliens. The footage in the film that shows hypnotherapy sessions taking place between Dr. Abigail Tyler, played by Mila Jovovich, and the patients who claimed they had been abducted. The movie was dubbed as being, quote, the most disturbing evidence of alien abduction ever documented, end quote. Between the FBI dismissing the Nome missing people's case as being due to excessive alcohol consumption and a harsh winter, the movie producers cashing in on the story by producing a fabricated tale about alien abduction, it is hardly surprising that the families of those who had disappeared are upset about the lack of closure. UFO sightings in Nome, Alaska. Being located on the very edge of the continent, local UFO watchers feel a special kinship with Nome. And according to Huliq.com, Huliq, there are regular UFO sightings in the Nome region throughout the year, with ufologists thinking this may be a region for a sort of command center for alien life on Earth. Despite the so-called UFO sightings that regularly take place in Nome, proof that the alien explanation behind the Nome missing people was fabricated was made in 2009 when Universal Pictures, the company that made The Fourth Kind, had to pay a settlement for creating fake news accounts to promote the so-called documentary film. A report made by Fox News stated that Universal Pictures agreed to $20,000 to the Alaska Press Club to settle complaints that fake news archives were used to promote the film. According to the report, Universal Pictures had created a series of fabricated online news articles to promote the alien abduction movie, and the articles posted had the appearance of coming from real Alaska newspapers. Although in this day and age, some people would argue that there's really no difference, right, with fake news. These fake news reports included an obituary and news story allegedly taken from the Fairbanks Daily News Miner about the death of one of the movie's leading characters, Dr. William Tyler. Besides being forced to pay $20,000 in compensation, Universal was also required to remove the fake news articles from the internet. The problem at that point is that the damage had already been done. The originals had gone viral, and there were many thousands of believers that continued to believe the story was real, even though the fake evidence had been removed from the internet. You know what's weird, though? I mean, a lot of this is logically fallacious, though, because just because you fabricate evidence doesn't mean that something isn't true. Same thing with Bigfoot. If people are making fake Bigfoot videos, does that mean Bigfoot doesn't exist? If you make fake cat videos in your backyard, does that mean that cats don't exist? I mean, I'm not saying they do. It's just, I always find it so silly when everybody falls for these black and white fallacies that if something is faked, that must mean it can't be true. All that means is that that particular thing was fake. But anyway, the real Nome, Alaska missing persons cases. So with the alien abduction story behind disappearances being a proved fabrication, I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, alien abductions are theorized in a lot of cases. I mean, I'm not saying there's any proof behind them, but if a ton of people go missing somewhere, especially somewhere with UFO sightings, I'm sure that was brought up as a theory. And movie producers wanting to make a movie about it to cash in. I mean, that doesn't seem as outlandish as this article is making it out to be. So what's the real story behind the missing people of Nome? In an article published in the LA Times titled Alaska, Land of the Lost, Alaska is described as follows. In its rugged, lonely vastness, there are so many ways and places for people to disappear, so many reasons the missing are never found. According to the article in 2004, 3,323 people were reported missing in the state of Alaska, far higher than anywhere else in the country. Since police began recording the numbers in 1988, wow, they only started reporting in 1988? Do you find that strange, Maxwell? I mean, really? 1988? That's pretty recent. They have received at least 60,700 reports of missing people in Alaska. But if you were aliens looking to abduct people, wouldn't you abduct them from Alaska and not from a highly populated city like New York or LA, Chicago? I mean, it's kind of, a lot of these so-called debunks are very fallacious because if you are an alien looking to abduct people, why would you do it where there would be more people would see you, especially if you're trying to be stealth-like about it? Because if they weren't trying to be stealth-like about it, obviously they would just start abducting people in Times Square or on the White House lawn or whatever, where it would be obvious. So they're trying to be stealth-like. So wouldn't Alaska be a good place to abduct people?
I would if I were an alien, I would do Alaska, I guess, or Hawaii. Hawaii would be cool. I'd probably choose Hawaii. It's a nicer place.
What do you mean nicer? If you're an alien trying to remain low key, I mean, Hawaii is a pretty popular tourist destination. You got planes coming in and out all the time. You got a lot of people living there compared to Alaska. It's quite different. All right. Getting lost in Nome. As Alaska Land of the Lost article states, people vanish by accident and by design, by fluke of nature or quirk of circumstances, by foul play, misstep, and bad luck. As Newlik.com states, Nome is located 2,000 miles north of Brays Point, sitting on the very edge of the continent. Hewlick.com erroneously implied that is because of Nome's isolation, wilderness, and vastness that it has experienced a rash of alien abductions. This was a theory that was grossly exploited by Universal Pictures for the movie The Fourth Kind. However, a more logical explanation being the mysterious disappearances in Nome between the 60s and 2004 is that Nome, being situated on a particularly remote edge of a state that is defined by its rugged, lonely vastness, is a place where there are many ways for people to disappear. Well, also, if you're an alien looking to abduct people, you would want some place where other things could be blamed for the disappearance so they wouldn't be on to you, especially if you're aliens with vast intelligence. So to say that it's more logical, that's kind of weird because without having more, again, the problem is always lack of information. Because if it turns out that aliens were responsible for at least a small portion of these disappearances, then how silly was it to write these things off? Condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance, of course. Okay, so because of that, there are many reasons the missing are never found. The odds are very good that none of those reasons have to do with aliens. Well, how would you know what the odds are without having all the information? Like when you're calculating odds for, let's say, a lottery winner, you know how many people bought a ticket, you know what the chances are of picking the numbers are, you know what the chances of winning are. So you have all the information so you can state the odds clearly. When you have very little information, how could you determine odds? So again, this article very fallacious, but we went a little bit on a sidetrack. But anyway, so it looks like the producers did a pretty good job of mixing and matching things to make it seem like this could be a legitimate story. So Nome, Alaska, of course, home to many UFO sightings. So they coupled that with a usual amount of missing people that is not found in near other cities in Alaska, coincidentally, or at least not to my knowledge. Somebody can chime in and correct that stat if there are other cities in Alaska that have a higher missing person population than Nome. But it seems like they mixed and matched, and there are hypnotherapy sessions that are recorded of alien abductions. So whether they were specific to the Nome case or not, it seemed like the producers really cashed in by mixing and matching real things in ufology to create the movie. Does that clear that up, Maxwell?
Yeah.
All right. So how did we get into that again? The eyes. This police officer's account is talking about the. Okay, so let's go back to this. This account is called "The Eyes That Watch." So this is from a tribal police department in Florida. While on midnight shift, I was patrolling this area and called an area check. My radio worked absolutely fine. Just then, that commercial for the movie The Fourth Kind played on my FM radio. I immediately became spooked. A couple of miles down the road, I called another check and got nothing but loud static. Since I was near the end of my check, I decided to turn around, and when I did, I froze. Tons and tons of eyes staring at me from the water, in the trees, and on the road. I couldn't tell whether they were alligators or whatnot, but I flew back east to familiar territory. Another officer who works with us said he was doing the same check and heard someone knock on the back window of his patrol car while he was stopped. He stepped out of the vehicle with his weapon drawn but saw absolutely nobody. I hate going out there. That one's kind of creepy. So, wait a second. So, tons and tons of eyes. So, not just from the water, not just from the tree area, but also from the road? So what are the chances that alligators or some kind of animals would just randomly congregate all around her and stare at her? That's a scene right out of a horror movie, is it not, Maxwell?
Yeah.
That's all you got?
Yeah.
Maxwell Army. Yeah, that's a pretty creepy one. I don't know what to make of that, but apparently it looks like this only happened to her once, maybe? So, I don't know. It's kind of weird. All right, let's move on. Number 5, last call. My old partner told me this one. Enjoy. Back in 87, an A7 Corsair crashed into the Ramada here in Indianapolis. The story was there was a Boy Scout troop staying in the hotel. One of the boys placed a call to his parents after the crash and said, "Dad, tell mom I'm fine. Everything is all right, don't worry." And the line was disconnected. The parents were already watching the news and saw what was happening and drove to Indy to get their son. When they arrived, the chaplain from Wayne Fire broke the bad news that their son was killed in the crash. The father said there is no way because he spoke to his son after the crash on the phone. The chaplain explained their son was found in the lobby where the majority of the damage and fire took place. He was found by the payphones. Later, it was determined that a call came from a lobby phone 20 minutes after the plane struck the building. All right, that's really creepy though, because if he's found in the wreckage and it was a bad wreckage, so you could clearly tell that everybody died on impact, how was a call placed 20 minutes after the crash from the lobby phone? And then what? If he survived, he wandered back and climbed into the crash to die? And no thoughts, Maxwell?
No.
Good thing you're doing a podcast on this.
Yeah. Wait, repeat what happened?
Why didn't you just pay attention?
I did, but I can't recall.
This was a super short one. There's not much to recall. There was a plane crash, and the parents of one of the victims of the crash received a phone call from their son who's on the plane. In the phone call, reportedly, the son said, "Dad, tell mom I'm fine. Everything is all right. Don't worry." And the line was disconnected. The parents were watching the news while the father got the call. So they immediately drove to Indianapolis to get their son. When they arrived, the chaplain from Wayne Fire told them that the son was killed. That he was their son was found in the lobby where the majority of the damage and fire took place. He was found by the payphones. So it's unclear whether he was in the wreckage by the payphones or completely out of the wreckage by the payphone. But anyway, the call took place 20 minutes after the crash. So if could he have survived the crash? So what I'm saying is if the crash was a really bad crash and it was determined that everybody died on impact because that's the kind of crash it was, how could the son have walked to the payphones, made a call, and then either, if he didn't collapse right there, if the body was found more among the wreckage of the plane in the lobby, then that doesn't make any sense because that would mean he would have placed the call and then climbed back into the wreckage. So that's twice that I went over this relatively short account. What do you got?
Gotcha. And all the timelines are legit. I mean, they all check out.
It said that it was determined that the call came from a lobby phone 20 minutes after the plane struck the building. I only have the information that I gave here. So you can ask me all the questions you want. I only have the information here, which I gave to you. That's all we have to work with. So if you want to make a commentary on if it was really corroborated or not, that's perfectly fine. But I gave you all the information that's available.
Okay, that's weird.
So I repeated all that just for that's weird.
Well, it's, I don't know. He probably turned into a ghost, picked up the phone, called up the parents, and said, "I'm okay," but he didn't know he was dead, and I came back. I don't know.
That is pretty creepy though, right? Like let's say if you did die and then you're a ghost and you don't know that you're a ghost, so then you just go about your business as if you're not. I mean, that's pretty creepy, right?
Yeah.
And at which point, if you find out you're a ghost, do you die at that point, depending on the scenario?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Or is it some kind of sixth sense situation? All right.
Yeah.
Let's move on to case 6, the Shadow Man. I guess this will be a favorite of yours, Maxwell. By the way, if you haven't checked out our Shadow People podcast series, we have quite a few episodes going over Shadow People theories, and Shadow People accounts. So you can check those out on the channel. Okay, I was sitting in the flat of a hill monitoring traffic. It was about 2 to 3 a.m. Where I was sitting, it's a well-known spot where an unsolved murder victim was found about 26 years ago. No other officers would sit here, even though citizens are constantly doing 15 to 20 miles per hour over the limit in this area. As I was sitting there, I saw a shadow cross the back of my unit coming from the passenger side. Almost immediately afterwards, the shadow came up to the driver's side of my unit and then across the front. Mind you, it's completely dark in this area, and the only lighting around me is from the moon. Thinking the worst, I turn on all my lights to light up the area to see if I can see who or what is around me. Nothing. I figured it was time to leave that area. Once I got to a lighted area, I stopped and realized that my camera was recording from where I hit my emergency lights. I reviewed the footage, and you can see where a figure starts from the driver front of my unit. Then for a half a second, the entire camera goes black, as if someone put their finger over the lens. Then it goes back to normal. Needless to say, I haven't sat back in that spot yet. So that's kind of weird. No thoughts, Maxwell?
No, I'm good.
Good thing you're doing a podcast, man. I can see why you're some people's favorite podcaster, because you always have the longest and most relevant stories to share on the podcast. This makes me think of how many police officers out there never report paranormal activity. Similar to how many pilots out there would have never reported UFO activity because they're afraid of the stigma, right?
Oh, definitely.
And other cops are probably much worse than other pilots, right? In the police locker room, how badly would they make fun of somebody who said there's a ghost banging on their cop car? They would never hear the end of that.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next one, the haunted church. I used to work for a private police security firm as a patrol supervisor. On one of my patrol routes, we had a huge church that was also a private daycare and kindergarten. It was my responsibility to clear and secure the building every night between 3 and 4 a.m. Uh-oh, that's the witching hour. That's just asking for trouble. Due to recent instances of doors being found left open in the morning. In the early 1900s, the building was a schoolhouse, and supposedly a fire had killed several children trapped inside. I didn't know any of this prior to working for the company. I only lasted about a week on this route prior to requesting that the church be moved to earlier in the shift. Several extremely creepy things happened while assigned to the church. So this officer only lasted a week before wanting to do something about it, as opposed to that security guard who lasted over a year at the abandoned hospital. Would you last a week, or would you? Yeah, you said you'd be out there that first night, right?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so several creepy things happened while assigned to the church. My first night there, I had just walked down the very long main classroom hallway to clear all of the rooms, and when I turned around to walk back up the hallway, there was a red balloon floating in the middle of the hallway that was definitely not there prior. In the old pastor's office, there was a lamp shaped like a lighthouse that sat on a table in a large window. When I would pull up to the church, the lamp would be the first thing I would see in the office window. It was always turned on. However, when I would go to lock the pastor's office from the inside, the lamp would always be off. When I would get back into the car to leave, the light would be back on again. No, that's gotta be the messing, because why else would it be that unless the ghost or paranormal entity was specifically messing with the person, right?
Yeah.
That's all you got?
Yeah, it's kind of messed up. Like, I don't know. It's kind of like a ghost is joking around. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like specifically picking that time It's just, I mean, that's just, these entities must really like screwing with people. All right. One weekend, the church was having a bake sale and the kitchen was full of plates of cookies and brownies, etc. There had been a note left on the door telling us, security, that we could help ourselves to anything in the kitchen, in parentheses, within reason. I cleared the kitchen and noticed a large plate of chocolate chip cookies. I continued past the plate to clear the rest of the kitchen, and when I went back to the plate of cookies, there were only 3 left, where there had once been at least a dozen or more. And I also had the usual phenomena of previously closed locked doors being found open just seconds after closing and locking them. Okay, seconds. I mean, that's crazy. In the other accounts we went over, it was like an hour, a day. I mean, this is seconds after closing and locking them. So they're clearly messing with this person, right? Another officer that filled in for me one evening quit the very next day because he reported that he was checking the main chapel. The pipe organ started playing itself. That would have been you, Maxwell, right? You would quit that first night.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, this is all kind of weird, but if these ghosts are children, I mean, children like to play around like that, right? It's almost like an in-your-face teasing kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty bizarre encounter. All right, let's go to number 8, the water tower. It's been a while, but I only have one. Get a call for an alarm at a new water tower they are building. Alarm company also has cameras on site, so when the alarm activated, so did the cameras. The alarm company advised that there were 2 teenagers observed going under a sign. I was already in the area, so I was on scene quickly. The alarm company stayed online and said they have not passed the camera again. A few more units get there and we are checking the site for the sign. Well, we find it and it's not a sign. It's a piece of construction equipment. And when you go under the sign, it leads to only one place, the entrance to the water tower. So we go inside and immediately hear people talking. We shine our lights toward the next landing and it stops. So we are giving commands and all that, but no response. We are considering climbing up there, but the ladder is being held on by a carabiner, and we can't figure out their harness system. We call one of the workers out, so it takes him a bit to get there. We're sitting there BSing inside the tower because it's cold and decide to turn our lights off. After a minute, the talking resumes, along with what sounds like someone walking or shuffling around. We shine a light up and it stops. We do it 3 or 4 times and it's the same thing. Guy finally gets there and goes up the ladder, checks the level and the next level and the actual bowl. No one was up there. So this is a more innocuous one. However, what jumps out at me is this is a new water tower they are building. So it's unclear whether this tower itself is the new one or it's an old one and they're building a new one next to it. We don't really know, or they're rebuilding. If it's a brand new one, isn't that uncommon to have ghosts at a brand new structure?
I don't know.
You don't know anything about hauntings, Maxwell? Never seen any movies? Usually it's the old haunted house, right? The one that's had murder. I mean, if you build a brand new house, unless it's on some kind of burial ground, don't hauntings usually happen at older houses where bad stuff happens?
Yeah, they probably built it on top of a cemetery or something.
But if they didn't, isn't that uncommon?
Very uncommon. They probably followed the new owners.
Oh, so more of a residual haunting of the company that owns the the water tower. That's an interesting theory, Maxwell. All right.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're talking about the tower. I forgot.
Oh man, Maxwell Army. All right, next one. 9, a guardian angel. A traffic guy at my agency was catching up to a DUI suspect, no lights or sirens. The suspect was easily 300 to 400 yards ahead at, so this is 3:30 a.m. Uh-oh. The witching hour. On a very long stretch of semi-rural road. The
What does
left
that mean? What does that mean when you like witching hour? I don't get it.
The witching hour is usually viewed as 3 a.m. or between 3 to 4 a.m.
Wait, what? Why is that?
because that's when witch activities is the highest. Supposedly that's a time of I mean, it's mentioned a lot in the occult. It's some kind of spiritual time when the gateways between worlds are open. You never heard about that?
Wait, is that why it's like bad to sleep at 3 a.m. or something?
Wait, what are you talking about? Everybody's asleep at 3 a.m.
I mean, going to sleep at 3 a.m.
So, I mean, we could do a podcast on this in the occult. Witching hour it's been kind of reattributed to the midnight hour, but originally it was 3 a.m. Some people even say it's between midnight and 2 a.m., but I've seen 3 a.m. It's also been known as the devil's hour. And so that's more of it's usually associated with 3 a.m. It kind of got remanufactured into some kind of into midnight just because it sounds better. Middle of the night, the midnight hour. But the witching hour, the devil's hour, was officially 3 a.m., not midnight. Some people actually believe it's a mockery of the hour of Christ's death because supposedly Christ died on the cross at 3 p.m. So that would be the opposite of something godly or Christ-like at 3 a.m. at night. But we'll do a dedicated podcast on that regarding the occult witching hour. But what was your point? Oh, because I said this is 3:30 a.m. Okay, the left side of the street was lit by streetlights and the right side was dark. Both cars were moving fast, about 80 miles per hour or so. You following, Maxwell? I'm going to have to repeat this 2 or 3 more times.
Wait, what happened?
I'm giving another account of a police encounter with the paranormal, and you don't seem to be paying attention.
So what happened?
A traffic officer was chasing a DUI suspect without his lights or sirens. This is 3:30 a.m., a long stretch of semi-rural road. The left side of the street was lit by streetlights. The right side is dark. Both cars are moving at about 80 miles per hour. His dash cam video showed the suspect vehicle lose something from its rear, and it turned out it was the suspect's rear bumper. After the bumper stopped tumbling, the video showed a black figure dart into the roadway from the left, the side lit by streetlights. Pick up or move the bumper, then dart to the right side of the road where it was dark. The video showed nothing on the right side of the roadway when the officer drove by the area. The officer did not see this occur at the time, but instead when he reviewed his video in the car to find out where the suspect lost his bumper. The dark figure had no reflecting clothing on, as most joggers, dog walkers do in the area, and was definitely in the right place at the right time, as the officer most likely would have hit the bumper due to his speed and possibly crash. So this is supposedly some kind of ghost or shadow person looking out for the safety of an officer chasing a DUI suspect. So did you follow all that, Maxwell? I'll say it again.
Yeah, I followed that actually. That's weird.
Oh, that's amazing.
I mean, it's weird that I followed it.
I know, that's why I said that's amazing.
Yeah, but it's probably because you said actually it was your second time. Wait, was it your second time?
For the second time, I redid just the intro. I only said what happened with the bumper.
That shit was interesting. So that the shadow person freaking took out the bumper
in a
so
split
the officer,
second. In a split second, so that the officer didn't even notice while it happened and only saw it on the dash cam.
Wait, I gotta see this. We could search that, right? It's probably on YouTube or something.
I don't know. There's no name. These don't have the names of officers because I guess they don't want to be known.
I'll look that up later. Shadow person saves cop from tumbling to death.
From bumper? From suspect losing, from DUI suspect losing bumper?
Shadow takes out bumper to save officer.
All right. Let's go to the last one here, the fallen officer. I wasn't present for this, but heard this from coworkers. It was the second week of April a few years ago. Around 2 a.m., a young junior female officer was coming off shift and walking to the locker rooms past an empty admin area. At that time of night, the office is all cleared out and can be eerie. She saw an older male officer standing there that she didn't know and said hello as she walked by. He ignored her, and when she looked back over her shoulder, he was gone. Of course, she was creeped out, but told herself she was just tired and imagining things. A couple days went by, and she saw a picture of the same officer she had seen that night posted on a wall of fallen officers. That officer had killed himself with his service weapon a couple of years earlier, during the second week of April. He used to have a desk near where she saw him. I didn't know him very well, as we have a large department and we didn't work in the same areas. In all of my dealings with him, he was very talented and skilled at his job and had a clear passion for it. It was a big loss. There's another one watching over us. So, a fairly innocuous tale, but just there seem to be a lot of these stories, not just with police officers, but if you look at all of these accounts of ghosts, it seems like people see a ghost, but you know what's weird? Sometimes it's reoccurring, but sometimes it's not. Do you think I just came up with a new theory now? Are you ready, Maxwell? Are you ready for a mind shock?
Yeah.
In cases of recurring hauntings or visitations by somebody, by a ghost, what happens, like this woman, this female officer that saw this ghost, as soon as she saw his picture as a fallen officer, did she never see him again? Because something happened in her brain, either through the reticular activating system or whatever, some kind of a weird byproduct of that, where if she doesn't believe in ghosts, she wouldn't be able to see him now that she knows that he was dead. Whereas before she knew he was dead, like the brain didn't close off as much, so it didn't filter it out. Because what if he's there all the time on the second week of April, but everybody who knows he's dead can't see him? So only people who don't know that he's dead would be able to see him.
That's interesting.
And what if it's the same for all of these ghost sightings or hauntings or whatever? Once someone finds out that someone is dead, I mean, everybody's different. Everybody has different belief systems. But if it's some kind of a weird function in the brain where you find out that person is dead so you couldn't have seen them because you don't believe in ghosts, then you'll never see them again because it closes your ability to see them. For the same reason maybe children or animals can pick up ghost or paranormal activities more so than adults, because adults who don't believe, they're not open to seeing that part of reality. So because they don't believe, they can't see what's right in front of them, whereas children or animals could. No thoughts on my theory, Maxwell Powers?
That's a good theory.
All right, let's go over a couple of more police encounters with the supernatural. This is an article written by Brent Swanser on mysteriousuniverse.org, January 6, 2017. The job of a police officer is a noble profession, to be sure. They are here to serve and protect, to deal with the dangers that lurk in the shadows and beyond the corner, and to keep us safe from the often violent world we live in. Yet do these officers of the law sometimes have to deal with dangers not only from our own world, but those from beyond the veil of our reality? Do they sometimes have brushes with the unexplained and the paranormal? Apparently, yes, they do. Police officers surely must see some strange things on their patrols, but nothing quite as strange as some of the reports that have come in over the years of cops who have apparently had encounters with something they cannot explain, and possibly direct contact with entities beyond the barrier that separates the world of the living with the world of the dead. Here we will look at some reports of high strangeness that have allegedly been made by various individuals within the law enforcement community, and which show us that this profession can be far weirder and more frightening than one might guess. There is actually a surprising vast number of paranormal encounters reported by law enforcement, so many that it is hard to even know where to begin. One official police report contains a very strange story indeed. In one case, an unidentified officer who was called to a residence on a call referred to as a 5150, which is assigned to a psychiatric problem of some kind. When the officer arrived, an elderly woman who turned out to be the homeowner greeted him to tell him that her son had taken drugs and was convinced that when he entered his room, he could see an old man in a World War II uniform hanging on a noose from the ceiling. When the officer spoke to the son directly, the strung-out man claimed that he had been told not to enter the room by the spirit dwelling within, because it was the angry spirit's father who was supposedly hanging from the ceiling. The officer entered the room and found no body hanging from the ceiling by a noose as claimed, And it was at that time that a veteran officer purportedly arrived on the scene who told the other officer that he had been called to that very same residence years before to investigate a case of an older man who had hung himself there in that exact same bedroom. Apparently, the victim had been a World War II veteran and had fully decked himself out in his old uniform before ending his own life on the noose. I mean, is this like the movie The Scent of a Woman? What was that? With Al Pacino, where he tries to kill himself in uniform. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I saw that one.
I mean, he was going to shoot himself in uniform, right? Because that's they when they commit suicide, they do it in uniform. Apparently, is that like a
Yeah,
veteran
a
thing?
lot of people do that.
It was certainly unsettling for the younger officer who had no knowledge at all of such a depressing past case and began to wonder if there was something strange at work on the premises. Perhaps something not of this world. So okay, we've talked about this before. Taking drugs can alter your brain waves, obviously. So does that make you in tune with the paranormal or able to see the paranormal, whereas someone who's not under some kind of influence cannot see? So again, the illogical will write off any kind of paranormal reported by a drug user as, oh, well, they're on drugs, they can't be trusted. I mean, that might be true, but that they can't be trusted. I mean, science is skepticism, but we don't know for sure, right? So if drugs really do open up some portals and enable you to see the paranormal, enable you to see more of reality or thin the veil, so you'd be able to see that, that would increase the chances. Same thing we talked about with demonic possessions and demonic influence. If you're a drug addict and that has weakened your spirit to a certain point where you could be exploited by some of these demonic entities, does that increase or decrease the chances? Skeptics of demons or the paranormal, they never want to answer any kind of logical questions like that. But what do you make of this case? Because the other thing that I noticed that was really, really unique here is that the strung out man claimed that he had been told not to enter the room by the spirit dwelling within because it's the angry spirit's father who's hanging from the ceiling. So this isn't the spirit that's hanging. So the son of the spirit, who's also a spirit, is telling the drug user not to enter. I can't recall any other paranormal case like this. Can you, Maxwell?
Yeah, that's interesting. But why was I'm wondering why the kid would be angry.
Because his father committed suicide?
It's kind of weird. So are they seeing both both entities? Like,
The strung out user, apparently, right? Because how else? He said he could see an old man in a World War II uniform hanging on a noose from the ceiling. When the officer spoke to the son directly, the strung out man claimed he had been told not to enter the room by the spirit dwelling within, because it was the angry spirit's father who was supposedly hanging from the ceiling. So the elderly woman said that the son had taken drugs and was convinced that when he entered the room, he could see an old man in a World War II uniform hanging on a noose from the ceiling. So that's what the mother reported, or an elderly woman. Maybe she was his grandmother, who knows. But when the officer is speaking to the son directly, I guess the son doesn't want to go in the room because there's also an angry spirit there in addition to the ghost hanging from the noose.
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Very bizarre. All right, let's go to the next one. Just as spooky as a report from a police officer from rural Nebraska in the 1990s. The officer claimed that he was patrolling an area of derelict, abandoned buildings where copper thieves were known to be at work in the middle of winter, with snow blanketing the scene everywhere. One house in particular was known for suspicious activity, and the officer passed by the house at 7 p.m. to discover nothing unusual. However, when he passed by again, he noticed that the back door was open even though it had not been opened before, and there were additionally no footprints in the film of snow on the ground. Sensing that something weird was going on, the officer then allegedly called for backup and went in to investigate. So this is another added edge here. This is another added variable because in these other cases of abandoned buildings or haunted houses, you can theoretically say that it could be a kid that snuck in and is playing tricks, right? If they're opening or closing doors or putting on or taking off lights. But now if you have a cover of snow and doors are opening and closing and there are no footprints in the snow, for people to come and go. What do you think about that, Maxwell?
That's more likely to be more phenomena or paranormal.
When the officer arrived at the door, it was obvious that there were not only absolutely no footprints in the snow, but none in the copious amount of dust strewn on the floor of the decrepit abandoned house either. Indeed, it looked for all appearances to have not been touched in years. Thinking that the wind must have merely blown the door open, the officer then reported a loud bang coming from upstairs, followed by the eerie sound of children laughing and a ruckus of various bumps, scrapes, and thuds. The officer at this point was convinced that there were some kids up there goofing around, and he ordered them to come out. When there was no response, the policeman made his way through the piles of broken furniture and strewn about debris towards the stairs, all the while calling out to the trespassers without effect, which made him begin to think it was maybe just an animal rummaging about, despite the fact that he was quite sure he had heard the distinct sound of laughter. When the officer reached the second floor, he claims that all of the thuds, bangs, and laughter abruptly went silent. What happened next was decidedly odd, as the officer himself says this. As I get to the top of the stairs, I hear a thump in the bedroom to the left. I carefully peek around the door, and it's an empty room with a small pile of plaster and wood debris in the middle. No kidding. Sitting on top of the pile of debris was a page torn out of a child's book with a picture of a police officer on it. The hair stood up on the back of my neck. I got out of that room, quickly cleared the other rooms upstairs, and got the expletive out of there. Told dispatch nobody was in the house, locked the back door, and never went back in there again. Everybody's waiting with bated breath for your thoughts, Maxwell.
So she saw some like diary or some shit, and then a cop's picture was there, and then she decided to leave.
All right, there's no diary. I don't know where you got the idea that the officer was a female.
Yeah, I lost track.
I don't know why you would assume he was a female. So it said policeman, and there's no diary. It was a children's book, and ripped out of the book was a picture of a police officer. There was a page torn out of a book. It actually doesn't say there was a book of any kind. It was a picture torn out from a children's book. So I guess some kind of child's book. And there was a police officer picture torn out of a page of the book on top of the pile. No other activity. No footprints in any of the dust. No footprints in the snow outside of the house. So this is clearly a case of somebody messing with the officer, right? Because not only... So this can't be a case of simply a window into another dimension or some kind of recorded activity at a location that just keeps replaying in the energy field, because this is clearly a case where an entity knows that a police officer is coming and they want to let the officer know that they know. Do you find that creepy, Maxwell? No thoughts? You know we're doing a podcast, right?
Yeah, I'm still not following.
Oh man, Maxwell Army. There's an abandoned house. The officer drives by the house, everything's fine. When he drives back the second time, the back door's open, but there's no footprints in the snow. When he goes in the house, there's a lot of dust, and there's no footprints in the dust either. He hears laughing and rummaging upstairs. So he goes upstairs. He goes into a room, and there's nothing in the room except a pile of debris. On top of the pile is a page with a picture of a policeman torn out of some kind of children's book. Just that page with the policeman. You don't follow that, Maxwell. I summed it up in like one sentence.
Yeah, but the policeman that was looking at that was the police officer in the book.
Wait, what are you talking about? It's just a picture of a police officer. You've
Yeah,
never
well, I
seen a
don't.
children. You've never seen a children's book. They have pictures like this is a policeman. This is a fireman. This is the mailman. Yeah, this they just
Oh,
tore.
okay. So like it's like a message to the police officer that saw that.
Well, I don't know. That's why we're discussing this on a podcast. This is the only. How would we know whether it was a message or not? All we can do is discuss.
Well,
And
I'm thinking that's what the
what
the
I said is this. So sometimes people explain paranormal or ghost activity as some kind of energy or some kind of an imprint in the space time continuum in a specific location. So that's why sometimes ghosts go through the same actions. So it's either a ghost wandering somewhere or doing a specific task, and they either do it every night or they do it on the anniversary or whatever it is. They just do the same thing as if nobody else is there. So this could not be explained as that because clearly there's some kind of an entity unless you want to go through unless you want to be a really hardcore coincidence theorist and say there just happened to be a page torn out of a children's book on top of a pile of rubble or debris and nothing else in the room for a police officer to discover. I mean, I guess that's a possibility, but the officer said he heard laughter and scuffling or rummaging about like kids playing. So I guess you could say it was just the kids messing with the officer saying that they can see him, but he can't see them, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know. Comes out of a. It looks like a good movie scene, definitely.
Yeah, very disturbing and quite a unique case. I don't know if I've heard of a case quite like that. Okay, let's continue on. Creepy cases like this are numerous. Another officer was called to a residence out in a remote rural area in Wyoming at 11 p.m. on a suspicious activity call. Upon arrival, the officer and his partner were told that there was some frantic screaming coming from a nearby creek, which they heard for themselves several moments later. The unearthly screams sounded like they were coming from a woman who was in severe distress and terror, and the police officers promptly went to investigate. As they drew closer, the screams apparently got even more desperate and laden with sheer, unadulterated horror, growing louder and louder to the point that it seemed for sure that there was some sort of brutal crime taking place. When the officers approached the location from where the screams were thought to have uttered forth, they found absolutely nothing out of the ordinary, even after they did a complete search of the vicinity and cried out to whoever had been responsible or the target of the barbarity. The baffled officers then started heading back to the house, and it was then that another scream pierced out from behind them even closer than before. Another sweeping search turned up nothing at all, just utter silence. The policemen then apparently searched around yet again with their flashlights and heard another extremely loud scream that lasted for around 30 seconds. So 30 seconds is a long time, Maxwell. If someone's screaming for 30 seconds, do you think you would mistake that scream for some kind of animal noise or something other than a human screaming for their life?
um, yeah, 30 seconds. You said.
The latest extremely loud scream was 30 seconds, yes, in addition to all the other screams.
Yeah, then you can start figuring it out because like initially sometimes like a whistle from a truck or something can sound like a human screaming, but
If you're a police officer who's routinely investigated crimes of people screaming, I think you would probably know, right? I mean, I don't know.
no, not really. It takes about 30 seconds. It takes a few seconds because like your brain goes on alert and it kind of
Yeah, but
panics.
if you were paying attention, they're here for several minutes tracking screams and they're checking out the area with screams and they're drawing closer to the screams. The screams are described as sheer unadulterated horror that sounds exactly like a brutal crime taking place.
Okay, this then yeah.
So this goes on for a while, then they search the area, then there's silence. Then as they walk away, there's a 30-second scream. Then there's no sign of anyone after several intensive searches. The officers are forced back to the home and tell the family that they should call if they hear the same thing again before leaving. Oddly, the night had been inexplicably silent other than the screams which ceased as abruptly as they had started. One of the officers at the scene would say this of the bizarre incident: "I still don't know what it was. As an avid outdoorsman, I know no animal makes a cry like that, especially one that can move stealthily without being spotted by flashlights. Something else that weirded me out was that it was completely silent while the screams were happening. During summer in Wyoming, there is always some type of ambient animal sounds: frogs croaking, crickets chirping, owls hooting, coyotes howling, etc. But there was nothing until we were leaving and the screams had stopped. Then a frog started croaking. It gives me the creeps just thinking about it still." So basically, during these screams, all animals and ambient noise, insect noise, everything completely turned dead silent so that everybody could hear the screams. And then when the screams stopped, the ambient noise resumed. No thoughts, Maxwell?
Nah.
All right, let's go to the next one. Another sinister tale comes from a former cop on a military base who was tasked with working the night shift. Because in an article like this, of course he was, on this base, as on most, nearly every building was rigged with alarms, which were constantly monitored. If an alarm went off, the cops could go and snoop around to see who or what had set it off, requesting entry into the building if they thought it was warranted. The witness in this particular case claims that he was on patrol one night when there was an alarm tripped at the base's elementary school. The patrol dutifully went there, searched the entire perimeter, and found the building to be totally secure. A false alarm. They continued on, and around 20 minutes later, the alarm was sounded at the very same location they had just checked not long before. Now things were getting interesting. The patrol arrived at the building once again to find the door to the boiler room in the basement open, which it definitely had not been before. Thinking that there was perhaps an intruder, they checked it and found no one there. They left and got another alarm from the same location around 15 minutes after that. The frustrated patrol headed back and allegedly still found the premises to be secure, so they decided this time to stake it out to see if there was some prankster coming in to set off the alarm by pulling on the doors. The two officers sat there and waited to see what would happen, and for a while nothing did. But then the alarm inexplicably went off again as they were sitting there. At this point, they radioed in for the building custodian to actually let them inside the building, after which they systematically searched every classroom, room, and hall in the building. They saw nothing unusual until they noticed a maintenance door open with the lights on in the tiny room beyond. What happened next can be described by the witness himself. "We walk down there and look in. No one's in it, and that door is locked when it closes. We look in there and we find a single footprint of a bare foot made of water. Left foot as a recall of a small child. Freaked the living hell out of us because no one reported a missing child and the entire building was clear and still locked up. No one left, no one entered, and we checked every inch of that damn place. Literally a 3-hour deep sweep, including ceiling tiles. Freaked the ever-loving expletive out of us, and to this day, my partner refuses to go into that school. Speaking of which, schools are really expletive spooky when they're empty." So that's an interesting one, right? There's only a single footprint, like a wet left foot, like the wet footprint of a child, but just one, and no other ones. What do you think, Maxwell? What do you got? And keep in mind, they did a 3-hour sweep of the entire place, including looking at ceiling tiles.
I got nothing.
Good thing you're doing a podcast. People want to hear your thoughts and analyses, Maxwell.
I lost track.
I just recapped it all in the last 30 seconds. They did a sweep of the whole school, 3-hour sweep, including ceiling tiles. And the only thing they found in one room was a single wet footprint of a child. Just one.
That's weird.
Yeah. So alarms constantly going off. Nobody could have set them off. And just a single footprint. That's like beyond weird because in some cases they find a few footprints, but then they come from and lead to nowhere. But this is just one footprint. That's kind of weird. And if it was wet, like recently wet, that means it probably would have evaporated in another hour or two or whatever. And how did it get there? So it's kind of no explanations, Maxwell.
That's weird.
I know. That's why
So
we
wait,
don't
so
know.
so what so what happened after that?
They didn't say. They said this guy said he never went back to that place.
I don't blame him.
Okay. One police officer made the report that he had received a call from an elderly lady who insisted that there was a young girl running around in her yard at night, perhaps up to no good. When the officer arrived, the weather had taken a turn for the worst, and it had started raining heavily, with thunder echoing over the horizon. Nevertheless, he made his way to the yard and shone his flashlight out there into the rainy black, announcing that he was the police and that the intruder had better come out. There was no response. When he came back in, the visibly shaken elderly lady greeted him with a panicked, "She's inside the house." Soon after, the cop saw a girl of about 13 years of age run from one side of the house to the other. He told her to freeze, yet when he approached her, he claims that she disappeared into thin air. You still following, Maxwell?
Something disappeared into thin air.
Man, how do you lose it that fast?
Wait, is it a girl or something?
Yes, a 13-year-old girl. What are you doing while I'm reading this?
I'm trying to follow.
So someone's running around in the yard. The cop checks it out. There's nobody. The elderly woman who made this who called him, she says she's inside the house. So the cop goes inside the house, and upon approaching her, she disappears into thin air. Writing it all off as a mere trick of shadow and light, the officer continued to tell the girl to stay where she was, but the elderly woman then shouted out that the girl was now in the yard again. The baffled police officer was stumped as to how the girl could have possibly gone by him undetected to get back outside again, but looking outside, he saw that she was indeed standing there in the rain. When he went out to finally apprehend the mischief maker, he claimed that she was once again nowhere to be seen, and a thorough check of every inch of the yard turned up nothing. With no perpetrator in sight, he told the old lady to calm down and to call if the strange girl happened to reappear again. A few months later, the officer found out that the old lady had died and that new people had moved in, after which calls began to come in from the new tenants, claiming that a young girl around 13 years old was running around their backyard or even in their house. Any thoughts, Maxwell?
Yeah, that's creepy as hell. But like, they didn't report it as a transparent figure. It's just like a normal kid.
Pretty much. So, yeah, pretty much. From this officer's report, they couldn't tell that it wasn't a physical person until she disappeared right in front of them. You know what's weird? All of the illogical skeptics, they claim that all these countless people are just hallucinating or they just want attention. I mean, is that their position? Because we've gone over this a number of times on various podcasts. Because what motivations do like in certain cases you could go ad hominem and you might be justified to a certain degree. Because if someone really wants attention and they just have nothing better to do, but we're talking families, business professionals who have better things to do than to waste their time making fake police calls and all these things. What motivations do all these people have to lie? I mean, I would say 90% of all of these reports and cases, these people are genuinely reporting what they believe to be happening.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And what motivations do any of these police officers have to lie about any of this?
I mean, it's exactly the opposite. I mean, they could lose a lot.
Well, that's why I'm saying how many unreported paranormal events are there out there that we'll never know about because police officers were too scared to report them or they didn't want the stigma.
Yeah, definitely. I would say a lot of them.
In some cases, rather than just generally spooking everyone, ghosts seem to be trying to help law enforcement. In the early 1980s, some officers from the Oklahoma City Police Department apparently were called to a residence whose occupants had complained of weird paranormal activity. When the officers arrived, the homeowners were reportedly all out on the front lawn as loud bangs and the sounds of shattering glass emanated from within the home. They claimed that the activity had started from nowhere and that it was all being done by an unseen presence. Thinking that there was a violent intruder inside, a canine police dog was unleashed to go scout it out, but it would purportedly refuse to go anywhere near the residence, instead, circling, growling, and whining outside. When the ruckus from inside the house died down, some officers ventured within to check things out and found that although the interior had been totally wrecked by someone, no one was in fact there. A complete search of the house and the area turned up not a single clue that anyone other than the family themselves had ever been there. So these police officers stood on the lawn with the homeowners while the inside of the house was completely trashed and the dog would not go inside. And then they searched the house, nobody went in, and the house is completely wrecked. What do you make of that case, Maxwell?
I don't know.
That's all you got?
I got nothing.
Maxwell. Another creepy tale involves an Oregon state trooper who was dispatched to answer a call concerning a man with a gun to a woman's head. When the officer and his partner arrived, a woman was cowering and crying, groaning over and over again, "He shot me, he shot me." Considering the woman had no apparent visible injuries, the officers informed her that she had actually not been shot and that she was okay. The mysterious woman gave her name but refused a ride in the patrol car and wished to remain where she was, so they had no choice but to leave her there. Back at the station, one of the officers looked up the woman's name and learned that someone with the very same name had been shot and killed by her husband years earlier, and that the suspect had never been apprehended. You weirded out yet, Maxwell?
Yeah. Uh,
That was a short one. How did you not follow that? Someone called in an Oregon state trooper that there was a man with a gun to a woman's head. The officer
I got that part.
the officer and the partner arrived, and it was just the woman at the time there, and she kept saying, he shot me," but she didn't have any actual injuries. And she did not want to ride in the patrol car or go to the station, so they left her there. When they got back to the station, they looked up her name, and someone with her name had been shot and killed by her husband years earlier, and he had never been apprehended.
That's messed up. Wait, so these officers actually made contact with a physical person. That's not even like a. That's so weird. Like they actually.
It doesn't say whether they touched her or not, but they walked up to her. I mean, I'm assuming. I mean, I don't know. Would they touch her normally? Don't they give blankets to people in shock? Wouldn't they have an ambulance also sent out? I mean, well, this is the early. Well, actually, let's see here. This says it's the. Actually, it does not have a date here, so we don't know how long ago this was. But normal protocol would probably have some kind of EMS personnel, right? Because she might be in shock or whatnot. They just left her there, though.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going. It was odd enough as it is, but things would get even weirder and more ominous 2 years later. The same officer from that original call was out on patrol when he apparently got yet another call of a man with a gun to a woman's head. Spookily, at the same location he had once been before. When he arrived, he found the same woman standing there, and she allegedly pointed to the home and said, "There. He's in there." When the officer entered, he apparently found a man on the ground with his hands up. The man was brought in, and when his name was run through the databases, it turned out to be the same name of the very husband who was wanted for the murder of the woman whose name had turned up 2 years before. The spooked police officer would say of the case, was it just luck that we should be there when he was there, or was it a ghost wanting justice for her murder? To this day, it still creeps me out to think about it. I hope she's finally at peace. What do you make of that, Patrick?
That's the most fucked up story I've ever heard. I mean, it's actually not actually fucked up, but like kind of it's almost like a happy ending.
Well, what's kind of weird, is it normal? I guess it is for certain murderers to return not only to the scene of the crime, but after a certain period of time, he's going to return and live back in that same house. Is that weird? I don't know. Is that weird?
Wait, yeah, but he just entered to check out the place, right? I mean, the place is empty, right, or no?
I don't know. It doesn't say.
I'm thinking like people who commit crimes, they kind of go back to their place of murder.
That's usually serial killers, though. In crimes of passion, do they really do that? Like, if a husband or a boyfriend in a crime of passion killed his wife or girlfriend, he would get out of Dodge and never come back, right? He's not like a serial killer who's gonna. I mean, I don't know, unless he is also a serial killer, but usually it's serial killers that return to the scene of the crime, right? And this is years and years after the fact. So he waited till everything died down and then he went back to live in the same house he lived in before. Is that kind of weird? Also, who's making these reports of a man with a gun to a woman's head? Is it neighbors seeing ghosts? Or is it the ghost who's calling in the call? Or who's I mean, we don't know. I don't think they should have that information on who made the calls, but we don't have that right here. But yeah, that's weird, right?
Yeah, that is weird. I'm thinking it's like neighbors, because I mean, ghosts. I don't know. I could be wrong. Ghosts can't really touch physical things.
Maxwell wrong? Maxwell is never wrong. That's why we have a Maxwell army. This would not be the only case of an apparent ghost helping police out. Another officer reported pulling over a man for speeding. As the policeman was getting out of the car, he reported that he heard the passenger door of his vehicle close and turned to realize there was a female police officer calmly sitting there in the car. Since he had not called for backup and there was no other patrol cars around, the whole thing was immediately strange, and the officer returned to his vehicle to see who this stranger was. He claimed that when he approached the policewoman, she told him he has a gun by the seat, before vanishing into thin air right before his eyes. The cop warily approached the car he had pulled over with extra caution and arrested the man, after which he discovered that there was indeed a gun by the seat, just as the ghostly woman had warned. Spookier still, the man was found to be wanted for the murder of a policewoman 20 years earlier. Did you follow that, Maxwell?
Yeah, I actually followed that one. That's crazy. So, like, I'm curious. That's crazy. A lot of these reports, like, they don't mention that the entity that they see, they're not transparent. They don't even mention that. So they see actually a physical person.
Yes, disappear directly in front of them. Yeah, so
Yeah, they don't mention any transparency or anything.
No, they do not. That's why they're so shocked when the person disappears in front of them. If the person had been transparent, there'd be a lot less shocked, right? If they just randomly disappeared.
Yeah.
No, they're seeing a ghost. But a similarly helpful ghost apparently called out to police who were on the scene of a car that had crashed upside down into a river after careening into a cement barrier in 2015. This vehicle had carried 25-year-old Jennifer Grosbeck and her 18-month-old daughter. The crash has been reported by a fisherman an estimated full 14 hours after it had occurred, and authorities were not expecting that they would find anyone alive at the scene when they finally arrived. When officers saw an arm waving about in the water through the window of the mostly submerged car, they nevertheless went through effort to see if anyone had perhaps lived, and it was at this point that all present could clearly see a woman's voice calling out for help. The startled officers rushed to save the woman, who they thought had survived, only to find her very dead, waterlogged body lodged within the vehicle. Although the mother was obviously dead, they noticed that the baby was still alive, managing to escape a watery grave by being suspended from the ceiling in an air pocket out of the cold water. Although the baby was unconscious, the police were able to speedily get her to a hospital where she was able to make a complete recovery. Officers who were present were baffled by the clear woman's voice they had heard and credited it with helping them get to the baby in time to save her life. Thoughts, Maxwell?
I lost track. I just remember she got back in time to save the baby's life.
Wait, what did you just say?
Some girl got back to her a baby to save her life or something.
No.
So someone just came back in time to save someone's life.
No.
What the hell happened?
So, well, maybe you should pay attention so you would know, Maxwell. Jennifer Grossbeck and her 18-month-old daughter, there was a crash. Okay, so apparently this is in some location that's not frequently traveled because the crash was reported by a fisherman. This was 14 hours after the crash had occurred. So everyone assumed that anyone in the crash would be dead. This was a car crashed upside down into a river after it went through a cement barrier. This is 2015, it's pretty recent. So one of the first officers saw an arm waving in the water through the window of the mostly submerged car. And there was a woman's voice calling for help. When they got to the car, the woman was dead. But the baby was alive because the baby was somehow being suspended from the ceiling in an air pocket. But the baby was unconscious, but they saved the baby. Did you follow that, or do I have to say it 10 more times?
Gotcha. The lady died. The baby survived because there was an air pocket in the car.
But somehow the baby was being held up in the air pocket. That's what it says. And the officer said they heard they saw an arm waving and they heard voices. So was it the ghost of the mother trying to get the police there quicker to save the baby? No thoughts, Maxwell?
I don't really know.
The medical examiner ruled that Grossbeck had died as a result of blunt force injury of the head. So I guess that means she died on impact. So how could she have been talking and waving 14 hours later for the police to come? No thoughts at all, Maxwell?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that detail with the arm waving and stuff.
And the voice, a woman's voice.
So she died and made a ghost of herself, like really quick to save the baby.
And so I found an article about this. It is still unclear how she managed to survive hanging upside down in her car seat for 14 hours with no food or water. The temperatures were near freezing throughout the night and morning.
This is for the kid?
Yeah. Well, it's a baby, 18-month-old baby.
That's crazy. It's only like 14 hours though, right? It wasn't like 3 days or anything.
Yeah, but 14 hours is a lot for a baby.
Yeah, no, I know. I wasn't arguing that, but just like, I don't know. I thought for some, and never mind.
Anyway, some of this ghostly assistance apparently comes from phone calls. One police dispatcher claimed that he received a call from a landline that had turned out to be nothing but a static drone on the other end, and the same creepy call came in 2 more times after that before he finally called in a patrol car to go check out the location. According to the story, the cops arrived at the secluded rural residence to find a dead body that had apparently been there, festering and rotting away for 5 months. The remote house was oddly found to have no working utilities or electricity of any kind, and the phone was out of commission, so there was no way a call could have been made to dispatch from there. But if it hadn't, the body may have likely never been discovered. There are numerous other reports of the weird and the paranormal from law enforcement officers floating around out there, and we have just only looked at a selection of some of the creepiest. What in the world is going on with these cases? Is there any truth to this, or are these police officers just as prone to being spooked and telling tall tales as anybody else. Regardless of whether any of these cases ever really happened or not, they are certainly creepy nevertheless, and if true, show that in addition to protecting citizens from thieves, killers, and the dregs of our own reality, they may sometimes have to deal with forces from beyond it as well. We talked about this before too, about how if police departments had a special unit for paranormal cases, they could investigate these properly without the stigma of, because if they're already a paranormal team, not saying paranormal is true or not, but their job is to investigate the paranormal objectively, neutrally, scientifically, maybe there would be a lot more evidence of the paranormal. What do you think?
Yeah.
Maxwell Army. Any final thoughts on police officer encounters with the paranormal?
They were very interesting.
Yes, they were. Very interesting and bizarre. And especially when there's when there's video footage or multiple officers on scene, it's quite difficult to just write it off as nothing, like the cognitive dissonant and dogmatic like to do. But plenty more to come in the realm of the paranormal on MindShock. Thank you for joining us for another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, thoughts, suggestions, your own experiences, leave them in the comments section. You could also check us out on Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case or topic requests. And you can even request your favorite podcasters to cover certain topics. Maxwell is, of course, a fan favorite.
You should do an interview on me or something.
That would probably be pretty cool. People would probably want to listen to that. Maxwell's biography. Make sure to like and follow our Facebook page as well for exclusive updates. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
We'll catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And we are going over a possibly never discussed topic in the history of the world. Because this is MindShock. Mind-controlled ghosts. Are ghost entities acting of their own volition when they are exercising their haunting practices on various locations and individuals? As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, and make sure your device enables those notifications to come through so you can see when we post new content. All of it is mind-shocking. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. And you could also check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and patrons do get priority in requesting topics with various podcasters. So, Maxwell, we've discussed ghosts and hauntings a number of times. I think you're on the same page with me, where you don't necessarily think people are making it up. But the truth, of course, is unknown.
So, are you talking about, like...
whether or not ghosts are real. What's your take on ghosts, just to reiterate for those who might not have heard your opinion on the ghost phenomena?
I don't know, I don't know what to think.
That's gonna be your new mug. Good thing you're doing a podcast on the topic.
Yeah, I don't know what to think. But this new thing that you're coming up with is it more like possession or what? Like mind control?
Okay, so here's what I was thinking. I was just going over various ghost hauntings, various paranormal activity, and how it manifests. Specifically, locations that are either haunted or have some kind of otherworldly energy, so to speak. And what if there is some controlling energy there? So we've talked about fate, determinism, all of these philosophical concepts. Are humans, are we all just actors in the play and all the world's a stage and our actions are all not necessarily our own, even our thoughts not necessarily our own. We're just kind of going through life subtly controlled by various energies. For example, demonic entities. We've discussed this on various conspiracy theories where archons or some of these other energies, negative, parasitic, demonic entities, are guiding you in life, guiding you to either self destructive means by which they suck your soul energy or negative energy or emotional traumatic energy, and they kind of steer you to do certain things in life. Does the same apply to ghost like entities where what if they don't really want to haunt you, but they're tricked by some other umbrella type force? Now we could call it the devil, we could call it Satan controlling these demonic entities to wreak havoc on mankind. What if they're susceptible as well? I mean, because we've heard stories supposedly there are benevolent ghosts as well. I mean, there are accounts where ghosts, lead people out of the forest when they're lost or save their life in in some manner. So if positive ghost-like entities exist,
I haven't heard that before. They lead them out of the woods.
yeah, there's been accounts throughout history of ghosts saving people where they either lead them out of danger. Obviously, there
That
aren't.
shit. That
What?
shit. We should go over that.
Okay, that'll be the
That's
subject for
that's
another
that's
podcast. But
interesting.
yes, all right. We'll schedule a podcast, benevolent ghosts. But yeah, so if there's positive and negative ghosts, who said that ghosts, these demonic type ghosts that haunt people or locations or cause trouble or turmoil, who said they're acting of their own volition? What if they're being mind controlled or the equivalent of their mind, their will? Their will is being influenced by some kind of dark force that oversees all ghost like entities. Have you ever thought about that, Maxwell?
Nah, I didn't think of a hierarchy in the ghost phenomena.
Why not? What have you been doing? What could be more important, Maxwell?
Yeah, I just didn't know. I just didn't think there would be an organized
Well, it's not.
entity.
It doesn't necessarily have to be organized, but what if it's some kind of refrigerator hum type of dark influence for whatever reason? Maybe it's not even necessarily an intelligent force. I mean, this isn't directly relevant, but there are certain types of bacterium that infect the brain, and you can't even test for it except in autopsy, where it kind of makes individuals crazy. Not exactly like rabies, but similar diseases where it makes an individual irrational, violent, illogical. And these strains of bacterium that just they can go wreak havoc on someone's life without them even knowing it, and obviously that would influence the course of their life and their destiny. What if ghosts are subject to the same kind of influences? Like,
Yeah.
what if they have the devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other shoulder, and these ghosts have decisions to make when they go around choosing to haunt or not to haunt?
Oh man.
Maxwell, these are the important questions. These are the important questions we have to discuss
Well,
on
I
my.
feel bad for the ghosts. Like they're trying to be free and shit, and then they're enslaved by some entity.
Yeah, well, they might not even know it too, because if they're influenced by an entity that they don't even know about, kind of like humans. Because one of the craziest conspiracies, I think I've mentioned it on podcasts before, in the David Icke style Illuminati conspiracies. What if these high-ranking political individuals that steer mankind towards the new world order, death and destruction? What if they're not necessarily privy to the master plan? What if they're just being subtly influenced by mind control or mind control entities? What if it's the same thing for ghosts?
Hmm.
Like, does the ghost really want to be an evil ghost? When they're haunting a house, like let's say they're haunting a haunted house, they're haunting some family or whatever, are they doing it of their own volition or have they been kind of duped or brainwashed
has their will been bent to do it by some kind of darker force than themselves? And they don't even necessarily know why they're doing it. They just feel like they have to do it. Or maybe they've been promised passage past the purgatory of this haunting stage where they're able to haunt or non-physically occupy a dimension or a realm, this earthly realm or dimension where they're able to manifest in a translucent type manner and affect people or things in a non-physical way. What if they've been promised passage to the other side or wherever they're supposed to go if they haunt enough people? I mean, I know that sounds really, really bizarre, but if you're a ghost and this is that becomes your reality, and somehow some entity is able to convince you, it's almost like, are they haunting places against their own will?
Yeah, it's hard to imagine like a ghost having the cognitive capacity to process that kind of
Why
information.
is that hard
I
to
I
imagine?
only I just only I don't know, for some reason, like I just only see them as like kind of like lost souls, without the cognition, but just kind of like almost like moved by some kind of emotional trauma, and they're kind of just freaking out, living through the trauma, and just trying to have closure over the trauma that they experienced. I mean, I don't know. I just kind of like, but I'm influenced by movies and shit too. So like,
No,
they kind of.
that's definitely one brand of ghost. I mean, there's the imprinting theory, where basically a traumatic event with the ghost is recorded in, you could call it the Akashic records, you could call it whatever you want, in the universe, the data of the universe, so that whatever traumatic event keeps getting replayed because it was so traumatic, and the energy is so negative that the energy remains there in a non-physical form in that exact location, and the event keeps replaying. That's definitely one brand of ghost. But there are other brands. There are the evil ghosts that play tricks on people, in which case they would have to have something similar to advanced cognitive function in order to trick people, to laugh at people, to play tricks on people, to scare people, because you've seen those cases as well. Or even, we talked about this in the Elisa Lam case that we cover. If you haven't checked out those podcasts, check those out in our Elisa Lam series, where the Cecil Hotel is supposedly very haunted. And I brought up a theory, since there's so many suicides and people jumping from the windows. What if the ghosts are whispering in their ears, making them jump, or trying to influence them to jump? That's a type of cognitive function. They're trying to influence evil or death and destruction. That's not brainless, so to speak. They're trying to
Yeah, I
influence
guess.
humans, so they had to have some kind of intelligence to be able to
But
do
yeah,
that.
but I still see them as kind of like limited in that kind of function. Like it's not like it's not like, take a step here, take a step there. Now think about this. It's kind of like just a very emotional, you know, vague, like kind of just whispering, jump, jump.
Well, okay, that
You
that's
know,
a
like
that's a bit of a hasty generalization fallacy, though, because I'm sure there are ghosts. I mean, it's almost like the spectrum of humans.
I'm not saying that's how it is. I'm just kind of like
No,
that's
but
kind
your
of
impression,
I
to address your impression, it's almost like the human spectrum. You have really, really brilliant humans, and you have humans on the other side of the spectrum, and then you have everybody in between. It seems like it would be the same thing for ghost entities, right? You would have the ones that have high function,
the
and then
smart ones that know how
yeah,
to function.
you would have the one with low function, yeah, that can only do very basic things. But mostly, I think most people would agree that if ghosts are real, wouldn't the ghost have a similar function to what they did when they were alive in a physical body? So if they, I mean, because they're basically the representation of their physical self. So if they were a genius as a human, they'd be a genius as a ghost, right? And if they were a simpleton as a human, then they would be a simpleton as a ghost, right? Wouldn't that be true?
Yeah, it's not like they become geniuses and shit. Like
Unless, well, if you're a ghost, well, if
like
you're a ghost,
like a ghost clock worker or some shit, working on watches and clocks and shit. You know, when he's a ghost, he's probably working on ghost clocks and shit. Like,
Well, if you're a ghost, you got all the time in the world, so you could probably read every single book there is and become a genius, even if you weren't a genius in life. But I don't know. You ever think
Yeah.
about that, Maxwell?
I haven't. Not really, cause I don't know. They can. Yeah, I guess if they can move the books from their dimension to our
Or even if
dimension,
they
like
just walk, even
move
if
the
they just,
pages and shit.
or they could just walk through a library reading whatever, just standing there reading somebody else when somebody else is turning pages and reading a book. They could
Oh
just
yeah,
stand there and read it with them.
yeah,
Or on the
yeah,
computer, they could just read whatever everybody's reading, and they just go around for countless years gaining information. I mean, ghosts should be the smartest entities in the world, right?
yeah.
If they do that. But yeah, going back to the topic at hand, why would ghosts be impervious to influence from other energies? Like you said, there could be a hierarchy, or even if it's just a free for all. Humans are subject to influence from other humans, from certain media, and possibly from demonic entities as well. Why wouldn't the same be true for ghosts? Wouldn't they'd be able to be influenced by maybe even other positive energy entities or negative demonic energies, right? Why wouldn't that be true? If ghosts are real and if these other energies are real, why wouldn't it be true? It
Yeah,
seems like nobody really thinks about that, but this is mind shock and we go over the most mind shocking topic. So we are thinking about it.
yeah. I guess because like if you look at like Charlie Manson or some shit, like if someone like him dies, like he'll take the cult leader role in a ghost town and shit. Instead of like being a follower and just roaming around like a fucking ghost, he'll be a cult leader of ghosts and shit.
So you think ghosts have social lives and interact with other ghosts? Or
Yeah,
are they on different
it's
frequencies?
possible. Like a Charlie Manson will get bored not leading people to fucking evil shit. So he'll probably manipulate them. Yo, if you do this, I'll I'll introduce you to Satan or some shit. I don't know.
You've been talking about Charles Manson a lot lately. You got a Manson obsession? Or did you watch that movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Oh shit, there's a movie.
Yeah, it's a movie about Manson.
Shit, I gotta watch that.
Wait, so you just bringing up Manson for no reason?
Well, I just know him. I just know him from the documentaries on TV and shit. Like he had some dude or some girl killed some pregnant lady, some director's wife or some shit.
Yeah, we're actually going to be doing a Manson series podcast going over some details that haven't been gone over in typical Mind Shock fashion. But yeah, I see what you're saying. So, ghosts, the other thing about ghosts, though, it seems like different types of ghosts might be on different frequencies, in which case they wouldn't necessarily be able to communicate with each other, right? So, normally, if, as we go through our human day to day life, we might not be exposed to the frequencies that ghosts are the same wavelengths or the same frequencies that ghosts exist on, and only when there's some kind of weird intersection, or depending on what you believe, which theory you believe, certain humans are able to see more, in which case they would be able to see that frequency that the ghosts are on. But in general,
If I ever turn into a fucking ghost, I'll fucking just go to the ocean and shit. Just fucking hang out.
you're gonna be a beach bum ghost.
Beach bum ghost. Fuck that. Yeah, that's it. Fuck, like, I don't want to join other ghosts and shit with their fucking haunting houses and shit like that.
But
Just want to chill.
what kind of entities could be influencing ghosts? Because if there are demonic entities, and we could even call, and then there's the ruler of the demonic entities, or whatever hierarchy you might pick, how would they go about influencing the ghosts? And would they be influencing the ghosts without the ghost's knowledge? So almost like some kind of MK Ultra program for ghosts.
MK Ultra for ghosts.
Like subliminal ghost programming. So it's just this energy that exists in the universe, in the dimension that the ghosts are in, and it's influencing the ghost action and trying to get the ghosts to haunt people and do evil and contribute negative energy to the universe. And if demonic entities need that negative energy from humans or living organisms to kind of feed like a battery,
What then? What then, Maxwell? What then? Did we just expose the greatest ghost conspiracy of all time?
I'm thinking about the frequency of, because I've been listening to a lot of frequencies for like self-improvement and stuff. I was thinking, is there's a frequency for like ghosts and shit, or I don't know, to ward them off or like to invite them. That's weird.
Do you think ghosts have their own type of podcasts where like they could just tune in since they're ghosts, like they don't actually need equipment, and they could just listen to podcasts made by other ghosts?
Like a fucking frequency radio and shit. Like,
Ghost Life podcast. Should we make a podcast for ghosts to listen to? If you are a ghost, do not go to the dark side. You can use your ghost powers to help people and bring positive energy to the universe. For all the ghosts out there that might be listening.
we'll have a positive ghost podcast.
Yes. Well, ghosts would actually be a great asset. I mean, ghosts could probably solve a lot of cold cases. Because they can follow people, they can locate people based on energy.
They can go through walls and shit. They can go underground and look for
And some ghosts might even be able to read people's thoughts, in which case, they can go to visit all the suspects in cold cases, hear their thoughts, and kind of know if they're guilty or not, and then communicate that to cold case detective. I'm gonna say you're lying, Maxwell. That would make a good movie. So, any final thoughts on mind-controlled ghosts? MK Ultra for ghosts by the dark rulers of the universe that might have influence over ghosts.
No more comments.
That's it for Maxwell. We hope you enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Any questions, thoughts, comments, theories, leave them in the comment section. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. And you could also check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
We'll catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And we have a very interesting podcast for you tonight. We are going to be looking at the best photographic evidence of ghosts. Now, we've talked about ghosts on the podcast before. Maxwell is not a true believer. Is that correct, Maxwell? You don't believe in ghosts?
I don't know what to think of it. I don't know. I'm skeptical.
Maxwell is a skeptic. I myself, I'm not sure. I believe, we talked about this many times, I believe witnesses are telling what they believe to be the truth.
Of course.
Whether that is actually what happened or not is is up for debate. However, it is very curious that people are citing translucent apparitions in historical garb that appear and disappear on whims. I mean, that is strange, don't you think, Maxwell?
Yeah. It's always places where people were experienced terrible deaths and stress and places like that. It's never a happy place. Like, it's never like this is where, this famous person grew up and lived happily.
Yeah.
It's always traumatized.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep. So, we're going to go through a list of some of the best known photographs. Photographs that aren't just random CGI fakery. Like, these are historical photographs. The first, hold on, Maxwell, is the Brown Lady of Raynham Hall. So here's one photograph. This is the most famous one.
Yes, I remember that when I was a kid, my mom actually bought a book on like ghosts. I forget what it was, but I remember that growing up. That's old. That must have been like, I would say 60s, 70s.
The image was shot in September 1936.
Damn!
Yeah, it's one of the oldest and best pieces of evidence. Now, it's not the only photograph, but we'll do a quick recap and then we'll look at some of the other photographs of the Brown Lady of Raynham Hall. So, this might be
That was probably like a light that showed through like a curtain or something, and he just happened to, block it with his body as he was developing it or something.
That's your theory?
I don't know. I'm thinking.
So Raynham Hall is in Norfolk, England, and this was taken by one of the photographers for Country Life magazine, Captain Hubert Provand. So one account states that he had his head buried in the focusing cloth when his assistant, Indri Shira, glimpsed a veiled form gliding down the house's grand oak staircase and excitedly demanded that he take a picture. So this was not some kind of weird processing effect. So his assistant saw the ghost walking down the stairs and she was like, take that picture.
Get the hell out of here.
That's what the account states.
That's interesting.
So by the time Provand raised his head, the figure had vanished, leading Provand to suggest that Shira had imagined the incident. The development process, however, revealed something unsettling. The ghost, thought to be that of Lady Dorothy Townshend, has been glimpsed several times since the early 1800s. She officially died of smallpox in 1726. But other legends have developed, stating that she was locked in her bedroom by her husband for committing adultery.
Jeez. See, again, traumatized events like terrible deaths, smallpox.
Witnesses describe the phantom as having an air of madness or menace about it. The specter has reportedly been seen intermittently about the hall since the photo was taken. You know, the other thing interesting about some of these ghosts that haunt specific areas, if these are just glitches in film, how come the same glitches are happening in the same spot, like at certain times, and then not at other times? Like,
how
if
do
it was like,
how do you know it always happens at the same spot?
well, they're saying it's down that hall. It's not somewhere else in the hall.
Wait, so this happened many times in that hallway?
Yes.
And different people?
Right, so, yes.
Okay.
Throughout, like, hundreds of years.
Huh.
So what I'm saying, or over 100 years now, 150 years. So what I'm saying is, how come the phenomena doesn't, like, let's say light comes through a window real weird, and it bounces off of something that nobody knows about, and that specific style camera will cause some kind of a weird glow.
Huh, okay.
You take 100 pictures, how come that weird glow is only in, like, one or two? You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's a byproduct of something physical, of a physical light abnormality that would cause the glow, or it's the mechanism of the camera. For example, if you used a specific model of camera in a specific film, that glitch should happen when light hits that something specific every time in that model. So if you're using two different models of camera, that glitch should not happen on a different model. Make sense?
Yeah.
Because if it's something specific to the technical specifications of a specific camera.
So that would mean it was something like what you said before, like.
If it's a glitch or some kind of abnormality with a specific camera or a specific location, it should be repeatable.
Yeah.
Because that's what science is.
Yeah.
Observable, measurable, observable, repeatable. Yeah. Not a random effect.
Yeah.
So, we're going to look at another image of the brown lady. That one looks more recent.
Wait, is that recent? What year?
That one looks more recent. Let's see.
It looks like a skeleton of a face and like a dress. And
yeah,
that looks really similar. Holy crap!
It does, but look, you could actually make out the face.
Yeah, I can see
it's
that. Like it looks
with the face.
Yeah, I can see it on that too.
Yeah. It looks like almost like she's on white fire, sort of. Like there's a weird smoking.
Yeah.
It's really bizarre.
Wait, how recent was that? Was that one? Wait, what's that photo of? What's that photo of? Is that her? No. Like, scroll down. That. What is that?
That's a painting.
Of her or what?
Yeah. All right, so let's go over this account. So, obviously, most famous ghost photograph possibly ever. So, supposedly there's countless eyewitness accounts, and more so than any other place. So, Raynham Hall. Now, she was assumed to be Lady Dorothy Townshend. However, that's an assumption. So, we're going to go over a couple different theories. Since she's wearing a fabric of a brocade-style dress, that's where she got the moniker the Brown Lady, named after the fabric of the dress, because that's what she's always spotted in. So, Dorothy Walpole, sister to Robert Walpole, and the first Prime Minister of Great Britain, Lady Dorothy married to Charles Townshend, a horrible man known for a cruel temper. Townshend was a very paranoid man and eventually accused his poor wife of adultery. Before Lady Dorothy could defend herself, she was locked away in her room inside Raynham Hall, not even allowed to speak or see her own children. In 1725, a funeral was held for the lady, though many believed she continued to be held against her will inside the dark rooms of Raynham Hall until her true death years later. The plot thickens. The first sighting of the Brown Lady was during Christmas in 1835, when Colonel Loftus and Frederick Marryat were invited to stay at the house. According to the story, Loftus and Marryat were up late one evening when they witnessed a lantern light moving quickly down the long hallway towards them. Always happens in this hallway. As the light approached, both men hid behind the doors on opposite sides of the hallway. Marryat watched her approaching nearer and nearer through the chink of the door until, as she was close enough to distinguish the colors and style of her costume, he recognized the figure as the facsimile of the portrait of the Brown Lady. He had his finger on the trigger of his revolver and was about to demand it to stop and give the reason for its presence there, when the figure halted of its own accord before the door behind which he stood, and holding the lighted lamp she carried to her features, grinned in a malicious and diabolical manner at him. That's creepy. Oftentimes, the Brown Lady is described as having no eyes while sporting a terrifying and maniacal smile on her face as she wanders aimlessly through the dark hallways.
No eyes. That's scary.
With her lantern raised high above her head. Well, yeah, even
how many
in that
people?
original...
How many people has witnessed this?
It says hundreds.
Hundreds.
Hundreds of
Oh wait, where is this again?
In England.
Oh shit. Since 1835.
So the most famous photograph, September 19, 1936, by Captain Hubert Provand, and this manifested as an unexplainable mist, and the vapor began moving down the stairs. The account of Provand and Shearer's ghostly experience at Raynham Hall was published in Country Life magazine on December 26, 1936, along with the photograph of the Brown Lady. The photograph and the account of its taking also appeared in January 4th, 1937 edition of Life magazine, so it's pretty famous.
Yeah.
This is a pretty famous photograph. So what's the contention? What is
the misty one, right?
Yeah.
Misty one,
What is the likelihood that it was faked, or they just made up the story?
Not likely, because back then probably, I don't know, they
Less likely than now.
Yeah, less likely than now, because like today you can produce income from photographs and videos. But back then, well, I guess you can too, like selling prints and stuff. I don't know, to books.
Well, no, they could edit the photograph from the negative, like it's been done. But like, what would the point be?
Gain attention, low self-esteem. I don't know, whatever.
So witnesses have sighted the ghost in different rooms, but it's usually in that one hallway with the staircase. So there's a little bit more backstory to Dorothy. The story goes that Dorothy fell deeply in love with the young Lord Charles Townshend, who returned her feelings, asked her father, Robert Walpole, for her hand in marriage. Robert, who was also Townshend's guardian, refused to give his permission, afraid that people would think that he was using his guardianship for his own self-interest. Heartbroken, Charles shortly afterwards married Elizabeth Pelham, daughter of the first Baron Thomas Pelham of Loughton. Elizabeth died in 1711, leaving Charles a widower with 5 surviving children. He was eventually reunited with Dorothy, and the two married in 1713. What Charles did not know was that during the time they had been apart, Dorothy had an affair with the notorious Lord Wharton, the father of the infamous Philip, 1st Duke of Wharton, founder of one of the earliest Hellfire clubs. That's another topic for another podcast.
I don't know what the hell.
But strange connection. An occult Illuminati type secret society club. When Charles eventually found out, he flew into a terrible rage. Locking Dorothy in her rooms, he forbade her from ever seeing her children again. She remained in prison for the rest of her life until her death in 1726, reportedly from smallpox. So, as you were saying, it's usually some kind of violent or wrongful situation going on with people with entities that are ghosts. We discussed the ghost theory, I think, in our first podcast. Are these simply demons masquerading as people?
The Halloween episode.
Our infamous inaugural podcast. If you haven't checked that out, you should go check that out. It's pretty crazy.
That was a fun one.
Yeah. So what do you think? Some people purport that all ghosts are simply demons or demonic activity of some kind. So they're taking what they know and manifesting as a person without it actually being that spirit of that person. What do you think? It seems kind of strange just for the purpose of scaring random people.
Wait, so what's your question?
What do we think of all ghosts simply being demonic energies for the sole purpose of scaring people and just introducing negative energy into the universe through fear or whatever?
I don't know. I'm still trying to deal with the existence of ghosts.
Well, obviously this is predicated on the fact if they exist.
Yeah, okay.
There was obviously some kind of weird mist there that was witnessed by 100 people in that hallway that resembled a lady wearing a brown dress.
But you were asking ask your thing again. Like you were saying that like
some people think that all ghosts
are demons.
Yes, masquerading as people that used to like they're taking the form of someone who used to live to trick people into believing that that person is the ghost of that of whoever the ghost is of.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because like I said before, I mean it's usually people who witnessed trauma. That's interesting. See, I'm going with that. Are you saying that like these demons like the fear? So like if people experience like fear,
they feed off the
kind
energy.
of so they kind of embody that.
That was not my point. My point was they just used. I mean, although that is a good point. Yeah, that if they can only take the form of someone who kind of there was negativity around it already, that opens the door for that. Yeah. Well,
because
also, is it a coincidence?
Wait, let me ask you this: has there ever been a ghost where people knew the person as being very happy, healthy, and that kind of thing, or was it?
Well,
I've never heard of a ghost.
There's different accounts of Dorothy. Some accounts say that she was happy and lived a good life. So, although that doesn't change the end. If the end was traumatic. But a lot of this stuff is unverified as well, or there's multiple sources on it. However, I mean, I don't think Philip. His father being the founder of the Hellfire Club, a satanic organization in high society.
That's very interesting.
I mean, this was uncovered in London, 1721.
Jeez.
Satanism in high society, and this was published in the London Gazette.
Jeez.
So, like, this is like official. I'm going to read a little excerpt of this. His Majesty has received information which gives great reason to suspect that there have been lately and still are, about the cities of London and Westminster, certain scandalous clubs or societies of young persons who meet together in the most impious and blasphemous manner, insult the most sacred principles of holy religion, affront Almighty God himself, and corrupt the minds and morals of one another. And we're not going to go too far into the Hellfire Club and all of the occult Illuminati connections, but is that simply a coincidence that was Philip's father?
That's very interesting.
And does that have something to do with some kind of, was she sacrificed to the occult?
Wait, what was the lady's name? The ghost?
Dorothy?
Yeah, but why'd you say Phillips? Phillips' father.
That was who she married,
Oh, okay.
or who she had the affair with.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, she had an affair with Lord Wharton. No, he was the father of Philip, who founded the first Duke of Wharton, who founded one of the earliest Hellfire clubs. So what do you think? Is that a coincidence in this case? Is that why she's a ghost? Was there something more going on? Did they have occult connections, seances, sacrifices? What's going on, Maxwell?
That's very interesting. They definitely did something. If ghosts existed.
So here is actually, he was sarcastically named Honest Tom. We're talking about Wharton now. Of all the liars of his time, he was the most deliberate, the most inventive, and the most circumstantial. And he had a mercurial character. He was also referred to as diabolical and the most universal villain I ever knew. This is Jonathan Swift who wrote this about him. Philip earned a reputation which equaled and possibly surpassed that of his father, the founder of the Hellfire Club. So, coincidence or no?
Coincidence. Coincidence, definitely.
Hellfire Club, just a coincidence. Yeah. Just a coincidence.
Married Philip, and who happened to have a coincidentally the father was the head of the I forgot what the name was. Hellfire Club.
So here was one of the first sightings.
That's what Benjamin Franklin joined, right?
What?
But that's what Benjamin Franklin joined, right? Hellfire. Wasn't he part of that?
That's not what this podcast is about. So supposedly one of the first sightings was Christmas 1835. This was Lucia C. Stone and Colonel Loftus. And after a game of chess, I read this, they were retiring to bed. One of the accounts said that it was dark in the glowing face. Her eyes appeared to be gouged out.
That's very interesting. Wait, hold on. Wait, this is not the ghost part, right? This is like...
This is they witnessed the ghost. This is the first account of the ghost.
Oh, okay, got it.
The Christmas account, 1835.
I thought they did something to her, like in her physical body, like they gouged her eyes and stuff. I thought that's what you said. Like they gouged her eyes, but you said that they...
Well, after the story circulated, then Marriott came to investigate because he thought it was actually a prank to keep strangers away from the hall. So, Royal Navy Captain Frederick Marriott visited the hall as part of a hunting party, and he asked to be put in the room which contained the painting of the woman who Loftus was convinced he had seen. The first 2 nights passed without incident, and he was given no opportunity to use his gun. One evening, on the 3rd night, as he was getting ready for bed, he heard a knock on the door. 2 of the company had come to ask Marriott's opinion on a new gun recently arrived from London. After examining the gun, the men decided to accompany Marriott back to his room and joked that he should take the gun with him to protect himself from the lady ghost. The 3 men were making their way along the dark and gloomy corridor when suddenly they saw the figure of a melancholy woman carrying a light approaching them. Thinking that it was one of the ladies in their party, the half-dressed Marriott, for the sake of modesty, hid himself in the space between the double doors of one of the bedrooms. The 2 other men joined him. As she approached, Marriott recognized her as the woman from the portrait in his bedroom. Never a man to cower in fear, he kept his finger firmly on the trigger, intending to confront her and demand an explanation. Before he could do so, the apparition stopped in front of where Marriott and the others were concealing themselves. She turned to face him and grinned in a malicious and diabolical manner.
What year was that witness?
So this was the first account, this was in 1836, and the first account was in 1835. So it was over 100 years of numerous witnesses claiming they have seen this brown lady ghost. So paranormal investigator Harry Price interviewed both Provand and Shira and concluded that the men had not conspired to deceive the public and that the photograph was genuine. Investigators John Fairley and Simon Welfare claimed that on examining the image they could discern a pale line above each stair trend, which indicates that one picture has been superimposed over the other. Others, agreeing with Fairley and Welfare, have suggested that the image looks like a standard Virgin Mary statue, and that on close study you can see that the hands of the woman are clasped in prayer, and that the dress is typical of the V-shaped garments carved in those statues, and even the pedestal on which the statue stands can clearly be seen. Many others, even today, believe that the photograph is genuine, including Lord Rainham, who is convinced that Dorothy's spirit does remain in the house. She isn't there to haunt the house, but she is still there. I know she's there, and I'm glad she's around. Rainham Hall is not the only place where the spirit of Dorothy has been seen. The ghost of a young Dorothy has been seen occasionally at Sandringham House, while a royal guest claims to have been visited by a terrifying vision. A young George IV, while staying at Houghton, awoke in the middle of the night to see the ghost of the brown lady at the foot of the bed. It is claimed that the Prince of Wales left the hall immediately, declaring that he would not spend another hour in the accursed house, for tonight I have seen that which I hope to God I never see again.
How far is that place to that other place that's been? I don't know.
Somewhere in the immediate area. Other ghostly residents of Rainham Hall. So supposedly there's ghosts of a Cocker Spaniel, 2 children, and the Duke of Monmouth. An elderly spinster claimed to have been visited by the Duke of Monmouth while she was spending a night at Rainham Hall and found the experience both flattering and agreeable.
Wait, did you say the animal was a ghost too?
Yeah, the ghost. The dog.
Yeah, I think you mentioned this the last podcast episode. Like a lot of animal ghosts. I've never.
There's
I
a
don't
fair
really
number.
hear.
Yeah, there's a fair number of animal ghost accounts as well.
Are usually the animal ghosts tortured or something like that, or like they experienced a horrible death, or is it usually accompanying? Is it accompanying? Is it usually accompanied by the owners or something?
I'm not sure. I think there's less accounts of animal ghosts, so there's not as much known. But I'm sure there's some cases where the animal did have a.
Yes.
I don't see any lines above the staircase where they're talking about. They said there's 2 images on top of each other. I don't see what they're talking about. Yeah, because the light and the pedestal, I don't see that as a pedestal because you could see to the left the light is
pedestal?
like a statue pedestal. They said that it was just a superimposed image.
Oh.
So anyway, what's our final verdict on this one? Real image, fake image, real ghost, not real ghost, some kind of weird phenomena that happens only in that hallway. And the strange connection to the Hellfire Club. A lot of strangeness there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised there haven't been more. I mean, maybe there have, but I couldn't find any more modern photographs or videos.
Wait, what is this? Look at this one. Like, why is that more detailed? Or is this has to be like, is this another photo that was taken from like another time, or?
That's just a flicker. I don't know what that's a more modern photo. It looks completely fake to me.
Wait, so how many photos of that same hallway?
Supposedly,
same staircase?
there's not that many.
So it's just one, but people say that they
yeah.
right on the same spot.
Yeah.
Let's go there. Let's check it out. Is it still around, that place?
Okay, so in The Independent, Alan Murdy, a barrister and also a researcher into the supernatural, found evidence in a dusty folder in the manuscripts department of Cambridge University Library. He said he has stumbled across evidence that this photograph is a fake, 70 years after the photograph was taken.
How do you figure?
The file details an exhaustive investigation into the phenomenon shortly after the image was taken. Conducted by the Society for Physical Research, it concludes that there's almost certainly a mundane explanation for the spectral image in the photo. The evidence includes the discovery that the camera may have leaked light onto the photographic plate. What the heck? That's not proof. How is that proof at all? Wow, this article is terrible. Alright, so that's all they have into proving it's a fake. It may have leaked light. I don't know how that makes a figure with no eyes, but... Alright, so there seems to be nothing conclusive debunking it. But I do find it strange that it's not easy to find. Why aren't people... I'm guessing, since it's such a famous photograph, paranormal researchers have been there. They've probably set up cameras, and they can't get another image. Although, this is something that I've wondered for a long time. If paranormal phenomena is linked to some kind of electromagnetic disturbance, then a digital camera would not record it. You'd have to use film. So that's something that keeps coming up.
I wonder if ghost hunters like go back to retro film instead of like...
A lot of the stuff I saw, they don't, because they're always using digital and there's always interference.
Yeah, but...
There's batteries going dead for no reason.
So that's what I'm saying. So, like, I'm wondering, like, maybe some of
They
them are
should.
smart enough should go
Yeah.
do both, like do digital and
Oh,
film.
yeah.
So this way you have two.
Film is just so annoying compared to digital. Like,
Because there's so much in the process, like
Yeah.
the developing. But I had this question in mind.
So you would need analog technology because digital. There's too much interference with digital technology. Although to counter that, there does seem to be a fair amount of ghosts captured on digital photography and on digital video as well.
Yeah.
So it's strange. It's definitely strange.
I was wondering about this. I was curious. Has there been a haunted place? They tear down the place, and I was wondering if ghosts continue to appear or witness in that area. Because if a ghost continues to visit,
say that again?
If a ghost, if there's a haunted house and there's ghosts all the time there that are witnessed, if you demolish the house,
Oh.
what would happen to the ghosts? Would they continually appear? Because it seems like the ghosts are attached to the house structure. Because that's where they experience most of the time the traumatic events. The death,
Yeah, I don't know. So
illness,
in certain haunted house cases, you have the ghost wandering the backyard and then also in the house. So
Yeah, so
if
I'm
you
wondering-
demolish the house, is it
but it's still like
completely demolished, including the basement? You excavate all of it.
yeah.
Nothing
Like, take
left
it out, nothing, and just land. But I think the ghost would be like, "Where the hell's my place? I'm supposed to haunt this place. Like, I'm supposed to have visitors here so I can scare them."
People have done that though. They have demolished haunted homes.
And then they built another structure, and then the ghosts get all confused, like, "Where the hell is my room?"
Well, here's the thing though. I'm not sure they built. In certain cases, they don't build another structure. They demolish the house and then they just leave, so there's nobody there to hunt. So what do you think about this? Like, I think I asked this question about Bigfoot. If a tree falls in the woods situation,
Oh shit!
if there's no humans around to scare, are the ghosts just always walking around and haunting? Or is it only when there's a human there to witness it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird.
And if they're using digital cameras to record all this and they're not getting that much because they're digital cameras, they need analog film cameras recording 24/7 in these haunted locations. But back to what I was saying about Raynham Hall, it seems like more paranormal researchers would be investigating, especially like it was so famous. Why aren't there more photographs? Why aren't there videos? Even on film, shot on film, like throughout, like, say, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, when they were still using analog film.
That's true.
Why isn't there more evidence?
There should be. Well, what is that place anyway? Is that a place to stay, like a hotel? What is it?
Raynham Hall.
But I mean,
It used to be like an aristocratic building.
So it's like a tourist place, like you
Sort
visit
of,
it to like the Independence Hall in like
Something like
Pennsylvania.
that, yeah. Like a manor type house.
So there should be millions of photos and videos, if that's the case. I don't know.
I don't know, it's strange. Couldn't find too much more. But we'll leave you at that. So that was the Raynham Hall evidence. One of the most compelling photographs of ghost evidence ever captured. If you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. And also check out our Patreon. We will catch you guys next time. Have a good night. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
Hey, Maxwell Powers. See you later.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire,
And Maxwell Powers.
and you are listening to Ghost Evidence 2, Lord Cumbermere. And this is one of the most famous cases of ghost photographs that we will be investigating to determine its veracity. Once again, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit the like button. Feel free to leave any comments, questions, or requests in the comments section. Make sure to like our Facebook page, and you could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. All right, Maxwell. So, in the time since episode 1, we did the Brown Lady of Raynham Hall, which is also a very fascinating and intriguing case of a possible ghost captured on film. What do you think of all these photographs? I mean, take a look at this one. What do you think? Does that look like a ghost to you, Lord Cumbermere?
Oh, damn. And what year is that?
1891.
1891. Wow. Okay, so, yeah, that looks interesting.
All right, so let me give you the backstory. So, real quick, this photograph of the Cumbermere Abbey Library was taken in 1891 by Sybil Corbet. The figure of a man can faintly be seen sitting in the chair to the left. His head, collar, and right arm on the armrest are clearly discernible. It is believed to be the ghost of Lord Cumbermere. Lord Cumbermere was a British cavalry commander in the early 1800s who distinguished himself in several military campaigns. Cumbermere Abbey, located in Cheshire, England, was founded by Benedictine monks in 1133. In 1540, King Henry VII kicked out the Benedictines, and the abbey later became the seat of Sir George Cotton, Vice Chamberlain to the household of Prince Edward, son of Henry VIII. In 1814, Sir Stapleton Cotton, a descendant of Sir George, took the title Lord Cumbermere, and in 1817 became the governor of Barbados. Today, the Abbey is a tourist attraction and hotel. Lord Cumbermere died in 1891, having been struck and killed by a horse-drawn carriage. At the time, Sybil Corbet took the above photo. Cumbermere's funeral was taking place some 4 miles away. The photographic exposure Corbet recorded took about an hour. It is thought by some that during that time a servant might have come into the room and sat briefly in the chair, creating the transparent image. This idea was refuted by members of the household, however, testifying that all were attending Lord Cumbermere's funeral. So this is from the official Cumbermere Abbey website. Halloween is right around the corner, which has got us sharing ghost stories here at Cumbermere Abbey. And nothing frightened us more than the story of a ghostly apparition right here at the Abbey. The second Lord Cumbermere passed away in 1891, and whilst his funeral was taking place on December 5th at St. Margaret's Church in Wrenbury, Sybil Corbet, whose sister, Lady Sutton, was renting the abbey for herself and her siblings to stay, took a photo of the wonderful Cumbermere Library with a long exposure camera. It is most likely that the photo was taken at this time due to the practicality of the quiet house. The whole family and the majority of the staff members were paying their respects at the funeral. Corbet recorded that the exposure of the photograph took around an hour, and when the photo was developed a year later, Sybil found a startling sight. There was a transparent image of a man's upper body sitting in one of the chairs in the library. Lord Cumbermere's children noted the apparition's likeness to their late father, and the chair the specter seems to be sitting in was indeed his favorite, was the ghost of Lord Cumbermere settling down for some peace and quiet in his favorite spot in the library whilst his body was being buried 4 miles away? Some have tried to dispute the validity of the photograph, stating that due to the long exposure of the shot, a man sitting down for a moment and leaving again would produce a transparent figure, claiming that a servant could have walked in and sat down in the chair and swiftly left when he noticed that there was a photograph being taken. Always open to theories, Sybil noted that this could be a possibility. However, there were very few men in the house at the time, as most were attending the funeral, and the clothes worn by the men who were at the house looked vastly different to the outfit in the image. Some may wonder why it is only the body of Lord Cumbermere which can be seen sat in the chair. We've been thinking, and we believe the answer lies in the manner of Lord Combermere's death. Whilst visiting London, the second Lord was run over by a horse-drawn carriage, causing serious injury to both of his legs. Although it looked as though he might recover, he suddenly passed a few weeks later. Could there be a link between the injury to Lord Combermere's legs and how his ghost appears to the living? What do you think?
So far it's interesting. Yeah, I think it's just still being debated. I guess it is, but
I mean,
you know, I do.
most people think it was probably just. I'm going to read an in-depth analysis from an anomalyinfo.com, which is the best analysis I found on this photograph. But just right off the bat, looking at it, if some guy came and sat in the picture, why aren't his legs also visible?
I guess the way the lighting, I don't know. I don't know. Just didn't come out.
I mean, that's a good point because you can't really see his left arm. So you could only see the right arm and the head, a little bit of the torso. Yeah, I don't, it's kind of bizarre. It seems like it doesn't quite add up. Doesn't quite add up. So what's your initial inclination? Legitimate or simply a double exposure of some
I'm
guy?
thinking double exposure at this point. Um,
All right, so let's go a little deeper and see if this really was a double exposure or not. So once again, this is from anomalyinfo.com. December 5th, 1891, Lord Combermere returns. Englishman Wellington Henry Stapleton Cotton, born 1818, the second Viscount Combermere, and so known most often as simply Lord Combermere, was 73 years old and visiting London when he was run over by a horse-drawn carriage, seriously injuring both of his legs. Nonetheless, he appeared to be recovering well 6 weeks later. He'd even started to walk about on his own again with the assistance of crutches. But on December 1st, 1891, a blood clot formed in his aged heart, and the sturdy old man passed away fairly suddenly. His funeral was held on Saturday, December 5th at St. Margaret's in the town of Wrenbury. His coffin arrived from London by an early train and was received by his son Robert, who was now the next Lord Combermere in the family. The late Lord Combermere was transported by hearse straight to the church, where a large crowd of sympathizers and friends had much earlier gathered out of respect for the dead man. The service was short, starting late at 2 o'clock after waiting for some prominent mourners to arrive, after which Lord Combermere's mortal remains were deposited into the family vault located in the church. On the same day, a woman named Sybil R. Corbet set up a long exposure camera to take a picture of the library of Combermere Abbey, located about 2 miles away from Wrenbury. The other article said 4 miles, but either way, more than a mile. The timing of the matter was practical. Very few people were in the house, so the photos should not have been disturbed if left for a long exposure. Miss Corbet was staying in Combermere Abbey with her brother and sisters. Her sister Constance, titled as Lady Sutton, was renting the abbey at the time. It wasn't until August of the following year, 8 months after Corbet's shot of the library had been taken, that she had a chance to develop the plate with the picture. And what it showed puzzled her. Specifically, she was surprised to see a semi-transparent figure sitting in the chair to the left of the picture. Miss Corbet showed the image to her sister, Mrs. Alice Rowley, who was so convinced that it looked like the deceased second Lord Combermere that Miss Corbet felt the need to check her diary notes regarding the shot, which confirmed she had taken it on the same day as the funeral, December 5th, 1891. You know, it's kind of interesting, time capsule. Back then, taking a photograph was a big enough deal that you'd make notes in a diary about it.
that's funny.
With further inquiry, she soon discovered that the delayed funeral service had in fact been held at the exact same time her shot of the library was being exposed. Still, she was not convinced that what she saw in the picture was indeed the ghost of the late Lord Combermere. And that's an interesting point because this isn't some random lady out for attention. and the shot wasn't even developed till 8 months later. And her first inclination wasn't to go, to newspapers or make money or fame off any of this. She actually, the way she went about all this is fairly like a skeptic, right? So this was because when the photo was shown to a number of people who knew the aged lord well, and while some stated the image was obviously him, others felt there was no resemblance at all to the deceased man. So that's kind of strange too. She's going around all these people who knew him, and some of them are saying it's definitely him, and others are saying it doesn't look anything like him. Isn't that kind of weird?
Eh, no, some people filtered through difference, some people filter through sameness.
Given the placement of the plant stand right where a face should be, and that what at first resembles an area for an eye or nose is actually just details of the woodwork on the chair, Miss Courbet held serious doubts that a positive identification could be made. At the same time, the clothing on the figure and suggestion of a bald head and light-colored beard didn't match any of the males in the household at the time, being her youngest brother, the butler, and 2 footmen, all 4 being young and beardless. That's a serious point against one of them wandering into the shot, right?
Yeah,
And yet, having a mysterious figure appear in a photo taken at the exact same time as the funeral was a highly strange coincidence if the two were not related. It was a curious matter, but it was largely kept out of the public eye. Only family and some friends were shown the photo and told the story until 1895, when both the photo and the account were published for a select few. A very select few. Who you gonna call? The 1895 publication was in the December volume of the Journal of the Society for Physical Research, which was and is a unique society founded in England by the philosopher William James that was concerned with the scientific investigation of claims of the fantastic. Claims such as photographing ghosts, for example. While this was apparently the first publication of the majority of the details regarding the matter, the journal itself was only made available to actual members of the society. In addition, to protect the Combermere family, Combermere Abbey was referred to as D Hall, and Lord Combermere was given as Lord D instead. A friend of Miss Courbet had contacted the SPR regarding the unusual photo and eventually put their investigator, a Professor Barrett, in contact with her. After getting the report above, Barrett asked Miss Courbet for a variety of details to clear up a few more possible points. The plate was one of a number of prepackaged dry photographic plates, which Courbet was sure had not been exposed previous to her use of it. In addition, at the time she was only doing shots of landscapes and scenery bereft of people, so she would not have accidentally photographed a person previous to using the plate herself. She was also quite sure she had not accidentally exposed the plate before it was in the proper place in the camera. While it was possible that a figure had been partially exposed on the plate previous to Courbet receiving it, the odds against such a figure lining up with a piece of furniture not yet photographed would be almost as astounding as photographing a ghost to begin with. So this was not considered a likely possible explanation. Miss Courbet and her sisters had set up the camera when all had gone out of the house, returning later to retrieve the shot. But as noted, the figure didn't resemble her brother, who vowed he had not entered the library, nor the butler or footman. So they actually said they didn't go in the library. That's interesting. Courbet could only guess that perhaps a stranger had visited the house and entered the room, though the butler said no one had. It had been 8 months before she asked. Still, why would most of the figure be missing? Here's another thing, though. If you're a stranger, whether you're a burglar or just some random guy, are you just going to wander in a library without even picking a book up, sit in a chair, do nothing, and then just stand up and leave? Like, if you want to check out the cool library, I mean, you'd probably browse around. Why would you just sit in the chair and stare at a camera?
Well, I don't think he's stared at the camera, but I've done that before, where I walk in and I needed to rest and I just sat down.
You went into somebody's private manor and sat down.
Well, not a private matter, but it's like if like at a library, I'm too tired and I need to I need to get
No,
quiet because I've been
this
around.
wasn't a public library. This is a library in an estate.
Oh, this is like his private library.
Yeah, it's like in a mansion. Yeah,
Uh,
so you'd have to walk
and
kind of far off the street.
and they said there were no supposedly the servicemen or whatever they're called were wearing the same were wearing different clothes so they couldn't be them, right?
And they were young and with beards, and they said they didn't go in the room.
Uh, yeah, that's interesting.
So I'm thinking if you just, yeah, it is pretty strange. It's pretty strange. Professor Barrett had an idea about that last point and arranged some experiments with a Mr. Gordon Salt. They took several photographs of a chair with a similar long exposure setup to what Miss Courbet used. During the exposure, one of the two men sat in the chair for a short time but kept their legs moving. The resulting photograph was extremely revealing. So a person entering the room and sitting in the chair could have produced the figure in the Combermere photo. Barrett theorized that one of the men entered, sat, crossed their legs, noticed they were on camera, and vacated, but not before the light from the window had created an image of the man's upper body in the chair. Because the man was moving, his head would likely have been caught in a few differing positions, including looking at the camera, which would create a light patch as one side of the face was lit by the window, and all of these face impressions would blend to create the apparently bald head and hint of a light beard. The whimsies of time. It seems it wasn't long before the identity of the ghost was exposed, despite Barrett's use of Lord D and D Hall in an attempt to hide the original connection. Perhaps some of the friends and family who already knew the story passed it on. In 1898, 3 years after the SPR article, this short article appeared in a wide variety of popular English magazines. A stranger story still, and one that has not yet, I believe, appeared in print, is that where quite recently a lady took an amateur photograph of the drawing room of a house once inhabited by the late Lord Combermere. At Brighton, I think it was. The lady in question saw, to her horror and astonishment, visible on the plate, the ghost of an old peer, a tall man with rather stout face and a mustache, reproduced sitting in one of the easy chairs of this drawing room, though not apparent to the naked eye. Not surprisingly, nothing stops a good story. Ever since that time, the major public version of the Combermere photo story has been essentially variations on this one paragraph. Ironically, Professor Barrett's experiments have been repeated many times since to demonstrate again and again the picture's likely mundane origins, often by new researchers who had no idea that anyone before them had already shown how to imitate the photo. Of course, just because a way was demonstrated that a figure could be introduced, that doesn't necessarily mean one was. One point has never been addressed and likely never can be. Miss Sybil Courbet was intrigued that the clothing on the figure didn't appear to match the clothing worn by the four men in the house on the day the picture was taken. Specifically, the white collar was not something the younger men would have worn, but that would have been common for an older man. So was the white collar produced by a moving figure, or was it a clothing item the figure wore? In any case, real, ghost, or accidental one, the sheer timing of the figure appearing in a photo taken during Lord Combermere's funeral has got to be one of the most extraordinary coincidences ever recorded. You know what's, yeah, this whole case is kind of weird. Supposedly, some people who knew Lord Combermere, supposedly they said he was wearing something around his neck that was unique to what he wore. I can't really tell from the photo though. What do you think?
Um, uh, I don't know. He looks like the way he's dressed. He looks like a high class type person,
Would
white
that type of
collar.
would that type of person just randomly wander into someone else's home, sit down and leave? Because the woman who took the photograph, I mean, she went in and out of the room, but I mean, she wasn't gone for more than an hour. So would a random man like that come, sit in a library randomly and leave?
I don't know. Possibly.
You think so?
Well, it's possible. I don't know. That's a big library. Look at all those books.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool looking library.
Damn, that's like 12 feet up, 15 feet up. All the books. That's crazy.
So check out Combermere.
Ah,
Look,
that's a weird looking hand. I'm looking
look
at
up,
his hand. It looks like a freaking squirrel.
look at Combermere Abbey. Just look up Combermere Abbey so you can see on the map what kind of an estate it was. It was absolutely gigantic. So if there were only a couple of younger guys there, I mean, this thing has what looks like a moat, or it's like on a river. I mean, in order to wander into that place, you'd have to walk pretty far. I don't know. It's weird. Unless you think she's lying and the men in the house are lying, which is possible, of course. But what would be the point of the hoax? Because it's kind of like they never did anything with it. They didn't even want it to go public. So that's intriguing as well, because it's not like they wanted it to go public and trick people.
How long did they publish this? How long did it
Mhm.
take to publish it?
Well, it took about almost it took 8 months.
Hmm.
It was developed 8 months later, and it was kept hush hush for years. So it's not like they wanted to put this hoax out. But if you look at the map, it's like I said, it's not exactly it's not exactly in the middle of a city. It's an estate. So we're not talking like a little apartment on a London street. I mean, this is a big estate. You'd have to. I mean,
Holy
we're
crap, that's a nice freaking place.
yeah. Well, that's why the library looks like that. That's not that's not a modest.
Yeah,
That's not a little modest. I mean, this place is a gigantic mansion.
that's bigger than that's like 5 Playboy mansions.
So, so what? So what do you think? Like somebody just randomly wandered in there, or are the four guys lying? But if they weren't wearing what the guy's wearing, I mean, how do we make sense of this?
Yeah, yeah, it's messed up. Maybe, all right, I get it. Maybe one of the guys went into his wardrobe, wore it, and then
Ah,
tried to tried
ah.
to tried to fantasize about what it would feel like to be Lord whatever Corbermere.
Oh, so he was just some kind of. So he was just playing out a weird fantasy, not trying to hoax a ghost photograph. And when he saw the
Yeah,
camera, that actually
yeah.
makes more sense. But why does he appear bald?
He maybe there was some kind of wig or some shit, and
Well, being
I don't
bald is
know.
the opposite of having a wig.
Yeah, I know, but like maybe there's some kind of costume or something, like a Halloween costume, or
In
I
the
don't know if there's
1890
Halloween back then.
in the 1890s, a skull cap.
Yeah, skull cap or something. Or maybe he found like some way to fantasize about like living what it's like. I don't know. Or maybe he shaved his head.
What? No,
It
but
could be
then,
anything. I don't know.
well,
Wait,
obviously she would have
he's
noticed. Miss Corbet would have noticed if somebody just randomly had it shaved. But it doesn't look like his head is all the way shaved. It looks like he has short hair or balding. That definitely looks like a beard, though. I mean, look at his chin. There's definitely texture there. That can't just be light. It looks like substantial texture of hair.
yeah,
And also, I think he was more of a heavy set guy. I'm not sure. But if you look at the torso, it looks like he could be, a bigger guy as opposed to. It would be interesting to hear the four guys that were in the house. If they were all working and young, they probably weren't that heavy set if they had to run around all the time. I don't know. I don't know. That would also be interesting. But like I said, the nature of this house, it's not like it was on a highly populated city street where anybody could have wandered in. You know what I'm saying? That's
yeah.
what makes it strange. It's very, very strange. But the story gets stranger still because Lord Cumbermere is actually connected to another well-known paranormal story, the famous moving coffins of Barbados. The coffins inside the sealed vault of the Chase family are said to have been moved about by unnatural forces. The heavy coffins were repeatedly put in proper order, but often when a new coffin was added to the vault, the coffins were found strewn about. Lord Combermere, while governor of Barbados, had ordered a professional investigation of the mystery. Have you heard of these moving coffins of Barbados?
No, I have not, but I don't. Yeah,
So Lord Combermere was actually the governor of Barbados who happened to order the investigation of paranormal activity in this vault. Do you find that interesting? Is that a coincidence that he was involved in another paranormal case?
um, yeah.
So, final thoughts on the Combermere picture, the photograph. Is this a ghost? Does this have anything to do with Barbados and the moving coffin story? Is there a connection? No connection? Is the picture legitimate? Not legitimate? What do you think?
Um, double exposure by some dude who wanted to fantasize to be Carbomir, and then the coffins has nothing to do with what the ghost pictures are.
All right, so there you have Maxwell's interpretation of the events. I invite the listeners themselves to draw their own conclusions based on the available information. I don't know if I could go one way or another. The things that don't add up is if it's not one of the four young men, then is it likely that a random person? I mean, I agree with you, Maxwell, that I think it's more likely that one of the young men wanted to fantasize about being this rich guy. And although I don't know, yeah, I mean, if it was one of the workers and wore his clothes and then didn't want anybody to know about it, but I mean, wouldn't they get fired if they got caught by the lady? That seems kind of
Yeah,
risky,
yeah, I guess.
especially if they were working and they had work to do. I don't know. I don't know how likely any of that is. I'm not saying it was a ghost. I'm just looking for other possible explanations. I mean, obviously, I guess it's not out of the realm of possibility that some random guy was just walking around and he saw the mansion. He was like, "Ooh, that looks like a cool library. Oh, looks like a really
You
nice
still on?
chair. Let me sit in it for a second." Yeah, so I don't think it's likely that some random guy just wandered up to the mansion from far away, but I mean, it could be possible. So I don't know. It seems like there's no real good explanation in any direction, really.
Yeah.
It- If somebody can make a positive idea on Cumbermere in the chair, what would you say if all of the family members happened to agree that it was him?
Um, I don't know. Wait, what was the what was the outcome of that? Did they or did they not?
She said apparently when they asked people who knew him, about half of them said it was him, and half of them said it looked nothing like him. So it seemed like there wasn't really anybody who was saying, "Oh, maybe that's him, I can't tell." It seemed like it was evenly divided with, "That's definitely him," and "That's definitely not him," which is weird, but
Actually, maybe we should look at the his actual picture, and I can look at it and see if it resembles.
there aren't really any.
Oh, really? There's none of him? Like,
Yeah,
was
this
he?
is
He
Wellington
wasn't.
Henry Stapleton Cotton.
He wasn't like famous and shit.
I mean, we're talking a long time ago. We're talking the 1800s here.
Ah,
And
I
he
see.
wasn't like the king who had his portrait taken.
I mean, there's gotta be like artist that was good enough to, like if you have a mansion the size of five Playboy mansions, I think you should be able to afford some artist to draw your portrait.
Found one. Wow. Yeah, wow. Hmm. All right, that's him.
I see it. Huh.
It looks like it's obviously this wasn't taken right when he died. If this was 1880, I mean, this is more than 10 years before he died. So his beard could be slightly shorter, but it seems like he has the right body type. And if he was
Yeah.
balding, I don't know why people were saying it couldn't be him. I think the answer would be I can't tell. I think that's the best answer. But from his torso, it definitely looks like he's not a super skinny guy. And I think that's the key here. That could be the key here. Because what are the chances that a portly gentleman like himself, who was balding with a beard and distinguishedly dressed in kind of old people clothes, as opposed to the young guys who were at the house? What do you think now, Maxwell?
Yeah, it's not bad. Uh, we need to find out or see some like modern pictures, like digital ones.
What do you mean?
No, I mean like of ghost stories or ghost phenomena.
Yeah, we will, but this episode is about Lord Cumbermere and some of the best examples of historical photographs possibly depicting ghosts throughout history. So I think it's unlikely that an older gentleman would be randomly wandering the roads and just wander in. I mean, I suppose it's just, I don't know. If he was younger, it'd be so much easier to explain away because the guys in the house were younger. A younger guy is much rather to be some kind of robber or criminal or just random vagrant. Although if he's dressed well, even still, a younger guy is more likely to be some kind of troublemaker that might break into a house and sit in the library. Or you could argue if it was some kind of old guy with dementia or Alzheimer's, some old rich guy wandering around and he thought it was his house when it wasn't. And somehow nobody saw him. That's the other thing. Like it would have had to be, nobody would have to seen him. So very, very mysterious case that definitely has more questions than answers. We hope you enjoyed another episode of the MindShock podcast. If you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to our channel. If you liked the video, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, or requests for other cases, leave them in the comments section. And make sure you like our Facebook page. You can also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
Have a good night.